Chapter 601, The Coming of Age Ceremony is over, Xiaoning is the backup. As if he had noticed Xiao Yan's gaze, on the high platform where the magic stone tablet was tested, Xiaoning suddenly looked at where Xiao Yan was, revealing a more smug smile, with a teasing and provocative smile. Seeing Xiaoning's provocation, Xiao Yan's face turned livid, and the red fighting spirit burst out from between his fingers, instantly breaking a piece of bark off the tree he touched. In the distance, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little funny, and suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Xiao Yan. Xiaoning successfully advanced to a fighter with the Ning Yuan pill and Juki powder that Xiao Yan got when he broke off the engagement, but he provoked Xiao Yan in front of him, which was no less than saying that his wife was very good in front of a cuckolded person. This level of provocation was simply off the charts. After the test, after provoking Xiao Yan, Xiaoning walked down the high platform where the magic stone tablet was tested with an arrogant step of not recognizing his relatives. But before he could walk far, he was pulled away by Xiao Yu's ears. After Xiaoning, several more people were tested, and finally it was Xiao Mei's turn. Originally, Xiao Mei was only 15 years old this year, younger than Xiao Yan, and she didn't need to be retested at the coming-of-age ceremony, but because she wanted to enter the Douqi Pavilion, Xiao Mei had to prove in front of everyone that she had reached the strength of a fighter. When they saw Xiao Mei on the stage, all the Xiao family members who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony were still confused. Until Xiao Mei put her hand on the magic stone tablet, with a flash of light. When the light dissipated, they saw a few big golden words on the magic stone tablet, Fighter 1 star. Everyone was stunned. How did their Xiao family have another genius? Before, Xiaoning was promoted to a fighter, but Xiaoning was 16 years old like them. Although 16-year-old fighters are rare, they are not unheard of. But Xiao Mei was promoted to a fighter at the age of 15, which made many people unbelievable. You know, although Xiao Mei has some talent, she has always been in the Xiao family. She didn't perform too well, just above average, which was far from Xiao Suner, who showed amazing talent from the bottom. When Xiao Suner was tested last year, she was already at the 9th stage of Douqi, while Xiao Mei was only at the 8th stage of Douqi not long ago. It should take at least 2 years to be promoted to Douqi, but she was promoted to Douqi in just half a year. Although many people in the Xiao family knew about Xiao Yan's breakup, because Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders kept it secret, most of them didn't know about the apology from the Beatty sect. Sooner, there's nothing to see, let's go. Seeing Xiao Mei finish the test and walk straight to Xiao Yan after stepping down, Bai Ji chuckled in his heart and left the martial arts arena with Xiao Suner. Since Xiao Mei has been so close to Xiao Yan during this period, according to Xiao Yan's personality, as long as Xiao Mei makes a pitiful request, he should not be able to refuse. What's more, the next day, early morning. After finishing breakfast in the Xiao family's cafeteria, Bai Ji and Xiao Suner were about to leave when they met Xiaoning and Xiao Yu, who had been waiting for a long time at the door. Xiao Bai, Sister Suner. Seeing Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, Xiaoning hurriedly smiled and greeted them. Xiaoning, it's so early, the Douqi Pavilion is not open yet, right? Seeing Xiaoning's nervous and anxious look, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and shook his head. I'm preparing in advance. Xiaoning smiled and said. Bai Ji was a little speechless. Aren't you asking me to help you? You don't prepare anything. Even if you prepare it, I will help you. Xiao Bai, this time, Xiaoning's matter is up to you. On the side, Xiao Yu said with a complicated tone. She was very resistant to this kind of thing, but some things are originally done by you if you don't do it. She also knew that when she went to the Douqi Pavilion, she also got inside information. Unfortunately, she couldn't get the best technique that matched her attributes at that time, so she could only get a slightly inferior one. But even so, the level of the technique she got was higher than that of most of the tribesmen, which made her practice much faster than other tribesmen after breaking through to the fighter level. She knew the significance of the level of fighting technique to the fighter, and Xiaoning was her brother, so she couldn't let her brother not choose a good technique and choose a bad one. Although she felt a little ashamed, she was the eldest sister of the Xiao family and Xiaoning's biological sister, so she could only knowingly break the law. Don't worry, it's just a piece of cake, leave it to me, no problem. Bai Ji smiled faintly and shook his head. This matter was not even a piece of cake for him, and it was really not difficult, but he could have some fun in the fighting pavilion. Brother Xiao Bai, what are you doing? On the side, Xiao Suner, who was dressed in purple, seemed to have guessed something and couldn't help but wrinkled her cute nose. It's like this. Bai Ji smiled, leaned over and whispered a few words in Xiao Suner's ear, explaining that although some things are unspoken rules, it is not good to say them in public. Brother Xiao Bai, I want to go too. After listening to Bai Ji's explanation, Xiao Suner suddenly spoke. What are you going to do? It's just for fun. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Suner is not going to play. Xiao Suner shook her head. Suner remembers that the technique you got, Brother Xiao Bai, was only a low-level Xian grade technique. At that time, Suner asked you to go to Duqi Pavilion to get the technique, but you said you were not strong enough. Now Suner is also a fighter, so I can go with you, Brother Xiao Bai. I remember that there seems to be a high-level Xian grade technique with fire attribute in Duqi Pavilion. If you can get a high-level Xian grade technique, you will definitely be able to practice faster. Xiao Suner explained. Suner. Hearing Xiao Suner's explanation, Bai Ji was suddenly moved. When he pretended to break through the fighter, Xiao Suner asked him what level of technique he practiced. He said it was a low-level Xian grade fire-attributed technique inherited from his dead parents. When he had not been to Duqi Pavilion, Xiao Suner asked him why he didn't go to get it when there was a high-level Xian grade technique in Duqi Pavilion. He said he was not strong enough and couldn't get it. I didn't expect Xiao Suner to still remember this. With such a sister, what else can a husband ask for? Bai Ji was filled with emotion. Okay, Suner, let's go together. Bai Ji held Xiao Suner's hand, and felt her little hand being held by a big hand, and Xiao Suner couldn't help but blush. On the side, seeing Bai Ji and Xiao Suner's affectionate look, Xiao Yu's eyes were a little complicated, with envy, entanglement, distress mixed feelings in his heart. Xiao Ning had a look of regret. Because of Bai Ji's influence, although he also had a good impression of Xiao Suner, he did not have the possessiveness in the original book. Instead Xiao Ning turned his target to Xiao Mei. But Xiao Mei is a green tea bitch, she will lean on whoever is stronger. At the beginning, Xiao Mei wanted to get close to Bai Ji, but was ignored by Bai Ji. Then Xiao Mei threw herself directly into Xiao Yan's arms. As for Xiao Ning, it is estimated that he would be ranked third at most. Oh, how pitiful. No matter how angry Xiao Yan is, he can't escape the fate of being a spare tire. Chapter 602 Xiao Yan's outstanding contribution. After being stuffed with dog food, Bai Ji finally spared Xiao Ning, the single dog. The group left the cafeteria and went to the Duqi Pavilion. The Duqi Pavilion is the place where the Xiao family stores the Duqi skills. It is also the top priority of the Xiao family. The security is extremely strict. Normally, no one is allowed to enter. Only after the coming-of-age ceremony every year, it will be open for a short time to allow adult Xiao family children to enter and choose skills. After passing through several pavilions, the four finally arrived at the Duqi Pavilion. This is a tall attic. On the door of the attic, there is a plaque with 3 gilded characters engraved in a flamboyant style, Duqi Pavilion. We're here. Looking at the tall attic not far away and the dense crowd in the square in front of the attic, Xiao Yu stopped. I'll wait for you here, you go in. Xiao Yu said. She has already reached adulthood and has chosen a martial arts method, so she is not qualified to enter the Duqi Pavilion, so she doesn't plan to go there. After all, the crowd is too crowded. Then sister, we'll go first. Xiao Ning nodded. Approaching the square, listening to the various discussions in the crowd about what martial arts to choose when entering the Duqi Pavilion, Xiao Ning was obviously a little excited. But Bai Ji and Xiao Suner didn't care, and turned around and came to a remote corner of the square. There was no one here, but there were a few big trees to provide shade, so Bai Ji and Xiao Suner sat on a patch of grass under the shade and waited quietly. Suner, where is the fire fox? Why haven't I seen you take it with you these days? Under the shade of the tree, looking at the crowd in the distance, Bai Ji turned his head and asked Xiao Suner beside him. In my room, Xiao has been very sleepy these days, and his breath is also very unstable, but I feel that it doesn't seem to be sick, but it seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation, so I left it in the room. Xiao Suner leaned against a big tree and said softly. It may be about to evolve. Bai Ji touched his chin, thought for a while, and said. Fire Fox is one of the 3 starters in the Pokemon world, not a quasi-god, and the evolution speed should be relatively fast. At least in the past 10 years, it must be no problem to evolve to the final form of the Demon Fire Red Fox. However, it may be due to the influence of the rules of the Dupa world, and the fact that there is no catalysis of the elf battle in this world, so the fire fox has always maintained its initial form. It may be because of the golden emperor burning heaven flame that Xiao Suner possessed that the red hair on the fire fox turned golden. But now it has been almost 10 years, and the fire fox should have undergone some changes. Now it has indeed begun, but I don't know whether the transformation will become bigger or evolve into a long-tailed fire fox form. Evolution. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner fell into thought. Douluo world naturally has the concept of evolution, but it is not the same as the evolution in Bai Ji's mouth. The evolution in Douluo world is more about blood evolution. The most evolved blood is snakes. Snake monsters can evolve into more ancient and powerful snake monsters or dragon monsters. For example, in the original book, Queen Cai Lin of Medusa can evolve into a 7-colored swallowing python, and the current Yuhai Jiao beast evolves into Yuhai Jiao. Then birds also evolve, but bird monsters generally evolve in the direction of Tian Yao Huang, from ordinary monster birds to Luan birds, and finally to Huang birds. But Xiao Suner has never heard of fox monster evolution. However, the fire fox that Bai Ji gave her was extraordinary in itself. At least she had never heard of any fire-attributed magical beast that could absorb strange fire. So Xiao Suner did not doubt Bai Ji's statement that the fire fox could evolve. Anyway, brother Xiao Bai would definitely not lie to her. But what can the fox evolve into after evolving? Xiao Suner was a little curious. As time passed, more and more people gathered in front of the Duqi pavilion. Finally, the clan leader Xiao Zhan came. After announcing some matters to the crowd, Xiao Zhan stepped aside, asked the guards to step aside, and then announced that everything was ready to start. It's finally about to start, let's go. Seeing that it was about to start, Bai Ji stood up with Xiao Suner, left the shade, and walked to the back of the crowd together. The crowd in front had already begun to move forward, lined up in a row, and stood in front of a stone pillar in front of the pavilion gate. On this stone pillar, which was nearly 1 meter long, there was also a transparent crystal inlaid ball, which is used to test physical attributes. What's your name? Xiao Zhan stood not far from the stone pillar and asked the boy who was in the first row. My name is Xiao Linear. The boy was obviously a little excited. Hearing the boy's name, Xiao Zhan gestured and asked the accompanying staff to open the list. After looking up the name and finding it correct, the accompanying staff nodded to Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Zhan also said to the boy, "Start the test." Yes. The boy excitedly put his hand on the crystal ball, and with the injection of fighting spirit, the crystal ball burst into a dazzling green light. Wood attribute, it's okay, go in. Seeing the boy's attribute, Xiao Zhan nodded, and the boy crossed the stone pillar with excitement and entered the fighting spirit pavilion. Next. You, wind attribute, go in. Next. You, fire attribute, go in. As Xiao Zhan continued to test, suddenly, a familiar figure walked up to the stone pillar, and Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yan, you are here. Although according to the rules, every Xiao family member can only enter the Duqi pavilion once in his life, but the Xiao family got 9 Ning Yuan pills and 9 Juqi powders because Xiao Yan got the price of Xiao Yan's divorce, and the Xiao family must compensate Xiao Yan. Bai Ji remembered that because of his strength, Xiao Yan seemed to have only obtained a low-level Xian-level fire attribute technique in the Duqi pavilion. But because of his influence, the current Xiao family Duqi pavilion has a high-level Xian-level fire attribute technique. If no one asked, Xiao Yan might not think of changing his cultivation. After all, changing his cultivation is very troublesome, but would think of improving his cultivation from other aspects, such as finding a way to obtain pills or go to experience. However, under Xiao Mei's request, coupled with the pressure of the 3-year agreement, since he was going to enter the Duqi pavilion, Xiao Yan might have thought of changing his cultivation method. The higher the level of the Duqi method, the faster the cultivation speed. Although there is only a difference of 2 small levels between the low-level Xian level and high-level Xian level methods, there is a huge gap in the cultivation speed. Why is it Xiao Yan? I remember that Xiao Yan entered the Duqi pavilion once. Why is he here again? Yes, I remember it too, I remember it too. The clan leader should not be partial to us, right? Seeing Xiao Yan appear, the team behind immediately started to discuss. Ahem. On the side, Xiao Zhan suddenly coughed lightly. Hearing Xiao Zhan's cough, the crowd quickly quieted down. Xiao Yan can enter the Duqi pavilion again, not what you think, but Xiao Yan has made outstanding contributions to our Xiao family, and obtained a Ning Yuan pill and a Juqi powder for our Xiao family. These 2 pills will be given out as the first prize in the family competition next year. Xiao Zhan's eyes slowly swept across the crowd and said in a deep voice. Ning Yuan pill and Juki powder. Hearing Xiao Zhan's explanation, the crowd immediately exploded. Although many people were a little confused about how Xiao Yan obtained these 2 pills, since Xiao Zhan said it, it must not be false. And since Xiao Yan obtained a Ning Yuan pill and a Juki powder for the Xiao family, with such a contribution, no one said that Xiao Yan was not qualified to come again. Just listening to the people around him constantly praising his outstanding contribution, Xiao Yan's face was very ugly. You know, he got this pill as compensation for being broken off the engagement. If possible, he would rather not have this contribution. Chapter 603 Sooner and I are just pure brother and sister feelings Yanner, let's start. After explaining to all the children of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan whispered to Xiao Yan. Although he knew that Xiao Yan's attribute was fire, and when he was promoted to a fighter, Xiao Yan also came here to test, but in public, the process could not be skipped. Hearing his father Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and put his hand on the crystal ball. With the injection of fighting spirit, the crystal ball suddenly bloomed with a brighter red light than when everyone tested it before. What a strong fire attribute! There was a cry of surprise from the team. Hearing the cry of surprise, Xiao Yan couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face, and his heart was even more happy. At this moment, it seemed that the bad mood in his heart was relieved a lot. Xiao Yan, fire attribute. Following Xiao Zhan's voice, Xiao Yan turned around and walked towards the Douchi pavilion. When passing by Xiao Zhan, Bai Ji clearly saw that Xiao Zhan lowered his head and moved his lips a few times, as if he said something. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be telling Xiao Yan where to get the best fire attribute skills. After Xiao Yan, Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning also finished the test one after another, and finally it was Bai Ji's turn. But when he saw Bai Ji coming, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand why Bai Ji would go to their Xiao family's Douchi pavilion. Pavilion run. However, thinking of Xiao Yu who he saw before coming to the Douchi pavilion, and Xiao Ning who just entered the Douchi pavilion, Xiao Zhan immediately understood. Chief Xiao Zhan, you should have brought a spare crystal ball, right? Before putting his hand on the crystal ball, Bai Ji suddenly asked. Brought it? Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned, and didn't quite understand what Bai Ji meant. It's good to bring it. Hearing Xiao Zhan's answer, Bai Ji chuckled a few times, put his hand on the crystal ball, and injected Duki. Swish! A dazzling red light suddenly burst out from the crystal ball, and in an instant, the crystal ball seemed to suddenly turn into a small red sun, and the dazzling red light kept shining. Under the dazzling light, everyone couldn't help but quickly cover their faces with their hands. My God, such a strong red light, what kind of divine fire attribute physique is this? It's too strong. This light is hundreds of times stronger than the light emitted by Xiao Yan during the test just now. As expected of Xiao Bai, this physique is simply a demon. Everyone in the team couldn't help but be shocked. And in the Douchi pavilion, Xiao Yan, who had not yet left, was also shocked. Such a dazzling light, how could there be such a strong fire attribute physique in the world? Kaka! Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and before everyone could react, with a bang, the whole crystal ball suddenly exploded. The fragments flew like rain, scattered all over the ground, and the dazzling light disappeared instantly. Before the red light disappeared, many people didn't notice it. But Xiao Yan, who was far away, found that in the red light, there seemed to be a dazzling green light about to burst out. But because of the shattering of the crystal ball, it didn't appear in the end. Green light would attribute constitution. Xiao Yan was somewhat doubtful. But didn't the crystal ball just emit such a dazzling red light? This is obviously an extremely pure and powerful fire attribute constitution. Since there is such a powerful fire attribute constitution, how could there be a wood attribute constitution? Xiao Yan shook his head fiercely, thinking that he must have seen it wrong. But is it really wrong? This. Seeing the broken crystal ball fragments all over the ground, Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly. Now, he finally understood why Bai Ji asked him if he had brought a spare crystal ball. The crystal ball was broken all over the ground. If there was no spare, the subsequent test would definitely not be carried out. Even the crystal ball couldn't bear it. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong constitution in the world. While sighing in his heart, Xiao Zhan reached out and gently wiped the ring. With a flash of light, a new crystal ball appeared in his hand. After placing the crystal ball on the pillar, Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Suner behind Bai Ji. After the test, Bai Ji went straight over the pillar where the crystal ball was placed, but did not enter the Dochi pavilion immediately. Instead, he stopped on the road and waited quietly for Xiao Suner. Suner, do you want to enter the Dochi pavilion too? Seeing Xiao Suner, Xiao Zhan frowned and asked with some doubts. Yes. Xiao Suner nodded gently and slowly placed her plain jade hand on the crystal ball. With the injection of Dochi, the crystal ball suddenly turned fiery red after a slight silence, and then it seemed to turn into a fireball and burst out with a hot and dazzling light. Behind him, there was another exclamation, but because of Bai Ji's pearl jade before, Xiao Suner did not cause too much shock. However, despite this, Xiao Suner's powerful fire attribute physique also caused countless cracks in the crystal ball. Although it did not explode immediately, the crystal ball was covered with dense cracks, and it was only one step away from disintegration. Fortunately, I brought 3 spare ones. Seeing the crystal ball break again in Xiao Suner's hand, Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly and felt fortunate that he had brought 3 spare test crystal balls before coming. Go in. Looking at Xiao Suner, Xiao Zhan waved helplessly. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Suner showed a graceful smile on her pretty face, and then she moved her lotus step slightly, crossed the pillar where the crystal ball was placed, and joined Bai Ji. The two walked side by side to the Duki pavilion. Xiao Bai, you and Suner's physiques are too strong, and even the crystal ball can't bear it. If I had such a physique. In the Duki pavilion, Bai Ji and Xiao Suner had just walked into the Duki pavilion when Xiao Ning came over and said with envy and jealousy. Keep a low profile, you can't envy such things. Bai Ji laughed. Xiao Ning, Xiao Bai, can't you comfort me a few words? You actually stabbed me in the chest. Xiao Ning almost wanted to vomit blood. I'm telling the truth. Bai Ji's smile became even stronger. Suner, you said so, right? Well, cousin Xiao Ning, people should be content with being ordinary. Xiao Suner nodded gently, with a smile as elegant as a green lotus, but gave Xiao Ning another stab. Damn it! You two adulterers, you actually teamed up to bully me. In the dim Duki pavilion, the fire flickered, and Xiao Ning's eyes were resentful. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Suner's pretty face suddenly blushed. But because of the dim light, it was not discovered for a while. Bah! What adulterer, cousin Xiao Ning, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Suner blushed and spat lightly. Hee, yes, it's not an adulterer, it's a fairy couple, okay? Xiao Ning winked and laughed. A fairy couple. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Suner couldn't help but blush, and felt even more ashamed in her heart. Are brother Xiao Bai and I a fairy couple? If so, then. Xiao Suner felt shy and couldn't help but secretly glance at Bai Ji. Feeling Xiao Suner's shy gaze, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Xiao Ning, Suner and I have a pure brother-sister relationship, don't talk nonsense. Brother Xiao Bai. This time, it was Xiao Suner's turn to look resentful. Chapter 604, Suner's Concern. Inside the Duki pavilion, the doors and windows were closed, and it was pitch black everywhere. There was only an item called a fire bead inlaid on the walls around, emitting a red light. Although the fire bead sounds like some kind of mineral, it is actually the eyeball of a first-level magic beast called the Red Fire Beast. Because the Duki pavilion is a wooden building, in order to prevent accidents, torches cannot be used for lighting in the Duki pavilion, but this safe fire bead is chosen. After entering the Duki pavilion and passing through an open area, several spacious passages appeared in front of Bai Ji and the other two. There is a sign of an attribute next to the entrance of each passage. Next to the gold attribute passage, it is marked with a golden sword, next to the wood attribute passage is marked with leaves, next to the fire attribute is flames, and next to the water attribute is water drops. As for earth, wind, and thunder, they also have their own symbols as signs. Xiao Ning, your attribute should be earth, right? Standing in front of the entrance of the passage, Bai Ji turned to Xiao Ning and asked. Yes, my attribute is indeed earth. Xiao Ning looked at the earth attribute passage with fiery eyes, rubbed his hands, and was eager to try. Do you know how to get there? Bai Ji asked again. Yes. Xiao Ning smiled and nodded. He naturally understood what Bai Ji meant. Before coming, his grandfather, as the great elder, had already told him the location of Kunshinju, the highest level earth attribute technique in the Duki Pavilion. He deliberately remembered it clearly. And in order to prevent forgetting, he also specially wrote a note and hid it on his body, so there would be no mistakes. Then you lead the way. Bai Ji gestured to the earth attribute passage, and Xiaoning immediately walked into the passage excitedly, while Bai Ji and Xiao Suner followed closely behind. Brother Xiao Bai, aren't you going to the fire path first? Xiao Yan must have gone there. If you don't go, the Xian level advanced skills there will definitely be found by Xiao Yan. Walking in the earth attribute channel, Xiao Suner frowned slightly. Suner, don't worry about me. My skills are actually very good and don't need to be changed. Bai Ji smiled slightly and reached out to hold Xiao Suner's jade hand. But brother Xiao Bai, the Xian level low-level skills are too low. Although I know that brother Xiao Bai is gifted, if there is a higher level skill, brother Xiao Bai, you will definitely be able to practice faster. Xiao Suner couldn't help but persuade. I know your intentions, Suner, but let's talk about this later, okay? Now let's solve Xiaoning's matter first. Bai Ji touched Xiao Suner's head and said softly. Well. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner hesitated to speak, but finally nodded. Since Bai Ji was relieved, let's talk about this matter later. Following Xiaoning, through a long passage, several forks appeared in front of us again. The fourth road on the dirt road. Xiaoning muttered in a low voice and started counting from left to right. When counting to the fourth road, Xiaoning's eyes suddenly lit up and he walked over quickly, and Bai Ji followed with Xiao Suner. Entering the fourth passage, all the way forward. After walking a distance, thick cocky wooden doors began to appear on the walls on both sides. All the wooden doors were open, but in the wide open wooden doors, there was a layer of cocky light. This cocky light is a defense mechanism, or a ban, the purpose of which is to prevent people from entering the wooden door, but it is also a test. Because if you want to get the skills in the wooden door, you must break the light curtain covering the wooden door. In the wide passage, in front of each wooden door, there are members of the Xiao family standing, trying to break the ban on the wooden door and obtain the skills in it. But these bans are not so easy to break. In the passage, most of the members of the family stood in front of the wooden door with red faces, hitting the light curtain hard, trying to break it. But they all ended in failure, and only occasionally someone could break the light curtain and obtain the skills in it. Every burst of light curtain breaking sounded in the path accompanied by cheers, which would arouse the envy of all the members of the family who were still struggling to attack the light curtain. After entering this area, Xiaoning's eyes began to scan the wooden doors on both sides. Each wooden door was engraved with a number. This was Xiaoning's target. 5252. Xiaoning's eyes were fiery, and he kept reciting in his heart. From the first wooden door to the 30th wooden door, there were almost no people around. After going deeper for a distance, Xiaoning finally found the target, a wooden door with the number 52 engraved on it. Xiao Bai, this is it. After determining the target, Xiaoning immediately turned around, pointed at the wooden door with fiery eyes, and said to Bai Ji, "Is this the door?" Hearing Xiaoning's words, Bai Ji walked up to the wooden door. Looking at the cocky light curtain covering the wooden door, Bai Ji slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. With a flash of silver light in his eyes, Bai Ji's originally purple eyes turned into a silver-white color. Breaking delusion silver eyes. With the activation of the silver eyes of breaking illusions, in Bai Ji's eyes, the entire cocky light curtain suddenly changed its appearance. From the perspective of the silver eyes of breaking illusions, countless crisscrossing lines appeared on the cocky light curtain, but at different positions of the light curtain, the lines were dense and sparse. With a glance on the light curtain, Bai Ji quickly determined the point where the lines were most densely intertwined, and then stretched out a finger and pointed at this point. Snap! As the finger landed on this point, the fiery red fighting spirit suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's fingertips. Bai Ji did not burst out too much fighting spirit, and it can even be said that the fighting spirit he used did not even reach the level of a fighter. But the point that Bai Ji hit was the most important point of the light curtain, which could be said to be the lifeline. So although Bai Ji only burst out extremely weak fighting spirit, he exerted unimaginable power. The entire light curtain was instantly shattered and collapsed as Bai Ji pointed out. Fuck! On the side, seeing Bai Ji shatter the light curtain with a light finger, Xiaoning couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his heart was full of fuck, almost kneeling. The light curtain covering this wooden door is protecting the Xian level advanced skills, and it was shattered by a finger so easily. Although I know you are strong, this is too foul, isn't it? Xiaoning was a little skeptical about life. Xiaoning, you can leave first after you get the skills, but if you can, you'd better wait for us for a while, we'll go to other places now. After shattering the light curtain, Bai Ji put down his right hand, said to Xiaoning, and turned to walk to the other side. Seeing Bai Ji leave, Xiao Suner quickly followed him. Brother Xiao Bai, are we going to the fire road next? After catching up with Bai Ji, Xiao Suner couldn't help asking. No, we're not going to the fire path, we're going to the wind path. Bai Ji touched his chin, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Go to the wind path. Xiao Suner was stunned when she heard Bai Ji's words, and she was a little confused. Aren't she and Bai Ji both fire attributed? Why go to the wind path? Chapter 605 Daily Tricks on Xiao Yan. After leaving the earth attributed channel, they returned to the hall of the Dochi Pavilion. 7 channels were placed in front of Bai Ji and Xiao Suner again. The attributes of these 7 channels were gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. After a brief glance, Bai Ji quickly selected the 6th channel of the wind attribute. Let's go. After selecting the channel, Bai Ji walked straight in, and Xiao Suner quickly followed. Brother Xiao Bai, are you really not going to go to the fire path? Walking in the wind attributed channel, Xiao Suner couldn't help asking again. No, although my skills are only low-level Xian level, in terms of power, they are not inferior to high-level Xian level skills, so there is no need to change them. Bai Ji shook his head and said softly. But Xian, the low-level skills are definitely not as fast as the high-level skills in terms of cultivation speed. Xiao Suner bit her cherry lip slightly, frowned slightly, and felt a little helpless about Bai Ji's choice. She quickly stretched out her right hand and gently touched a ring on her left hand. With a flash of light, a simple scroll with a fire jade color appeared in Xiao Suner's hand. Brother Xiao Bai, this is the high-level Xian level skill of fire attribute, the Fire Ju. Its power is not inferior to the low-level skills of the earth level, and the speed of cultivation is much better than the low-level skills of the Xian level. Xiao Suner held the scroll lightly in her jade hand and handed it to Bai Ji. Brother Xiao Bai, don't feel embarrassed. Suner knows that you are not that kind of pedantic person. This high-level Xian level skill will be of great benefit to you, Brother Xiao Bai, in the future. This is Suner's intention. Please accept it, Brother Xiao Bai. Xiao Suner said to Bai Ji seriously. Suner, I know you mean well, but I really can't use this technique. Bai Ji smiled helplessly and touched the girl's head affectionately. But looking at the girl's puzzled eyes, Bai Ji had to explain. Although the technique I practice is only at the low level of the Xian level, there is actually a secret in this technique. I haven't told anyone this secret yet. What secret? Xiao Suner's eyes lit up when she heard Bai Ji say that he hadn't told anyone yet. She didn't want to spy on the secret of the burning art, but when she heard that Bai Ji hadn't told anyone about this secret, Xiao Suner couldn't help but feel a little happy. If she knew this secret, wouldn't she be the first person to know Bai Ji's secret? Actually, the technique I practice can evolve. Bai Ji leaned over to Xiao Suner's ear and whispered in a low voice. Can it evolve? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner was shocked and exclaimed in her heart. Brother Xiao Bai didn't lie to Suner. Xiao Suner's face was full of disbelief. She had never heard of the martial arts that could evolve in the ancient clan. Is there really such a wonderful martial arts in this world? How could I lie to you, Suner? Bai Ji smiled softly and stroked the girl's black hair again. Feeling the warm hand on her head, the girl's face couldn't help but blush again. Shuttled through the wind attribute channel, Bai Ji exuded mental power, and with a slight perception, he quickly determined the location of the highest level wind attribute technique here. Passing through this first channel, at the intersection with several forks, Bai Ji quickly chose the second channel and walked in. Entering the second channel, after walking for a while, as green wooden doors began to appear on both sides, the Xiao family members gradually appeared around. Everyone stood in front of a green wooden door, constantly attacking the light curtain covering the wooden door, trying to break the light curtain to enter the wooden door and take out the technique inside, but only a few lucky ones succeeded. And those who failed, most of them could only choose to change their target in the end. Otherwise, if the fighting spirit is wasted on a hopeless wooden door, the final result is likely to end up with nothing. Walking into this area, sensing the energy fluctuations emitted by the light curtain covering the wooden doors, Bai Ji would walk to a wooden door from time to time, put his hand on the light curtain, and then take his hand away, which made Xiao Suner a little confused. Brother Xiao Bai, what are you doing? I'm seeing if I can help Xiao Ning. Bai Ji smiled softly and continued walking. He touched the light curtain naturally, not because he was bored, but to quietly reinforce the light curtain. In this passage, he reinforced almost all the light curtains with skills above the Xian level, and the purpose was very simple. Now Xiao Mei must still be with Xiao Yan on the fire road. Because of his influence, although Xiao Yan is now a 5-star fighter, because the fighting skills he learned are basically yellow level fighting skills, his strength may not be as good as it was in the original book. So Xiao Yan wants the Xian level high level fire attribute skills in the fire road, it should take a lot of time. And taking advantage of this time difference, if Bai Ji reinforces all the light curtains with Xian level skills in the wind road, Xiao Yan will definitely be at a loss when he comes. At that time, he. Although Xiao Mei has chosen Xiao Yan, Xiao Mei is also a very realistic person. Even if Xiao Yan is indeed very talented and has potential. But if Xiao Yan can't help her get a good wind attribute technique, she might also lean on someone else who can help her get a good wind attribute technique. If Bai Ji can take out a Xian level technique and give it to Xiao Ning at this time, and then Xiao Ning will show it to Xiao Mei. Although Xiao Mei has a more than 90% chance of trying to please Xiao Ning first, getting the technique from Xiao Ning, and then returning to Xiao Yan's arms again. But this at least gives Xiao Ning a chance, and it can also disgusting Xiao Yan. Torturing Xiao Yan in the Dopo Kenkaiang world was something that countless compatriots in the previous life wanted to do, and it was also one of the few pleasures that Bai Ji had in the Xiao family. While walking, Bai Ji quickly reinforced all the light curtains in this passage that might have a skill level above the Xian level, and then entered other passages and reinforced the light curtains in them that might have a skill level above the Xian level. After the reinforcement was completed, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei finally arrived late and entered the wind attribute passage that Bai Ji had chosen the second time. Seeing Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei go in, Bai Ji's mouth curled up a smile, holding Xiao Suner's hand and following in. Brother Xiao Bai, what are we going to do in there? Being pulled into this passage again by Bai Ji, Xiao Suner followed Bai Ji obediently, but she was obviously still a little stunned in her heart. SHH, let's go in and watch the show. Bai Ji made a gesture to silence, and chuckled as he walked quietly. Watch the show. Thinking of Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei who had just entered, and thinking of Bai Ji's previous actions, Xiao Suner suddenly seemed to realize something. Chapter 606 The Light Curtain That Cannot Be Broken. The embarrassed Xiao Yan. Although she had a hunch in her heart, Xiao Suner was still not sure. While thinking in her heart, Bai Ji had already dragged Xiao Suner for a long distance, and finally stopped a few dozen meters away from Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei. Suner, the show is about to begin. Stopping in front of a wooden door, looking at Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei not far away, Bai Ji touched his chin and smiled playfully. Suner remembers that wooden door. Brother Xiao Bai, you seem to have touched it too. Did you do something secretly, Brother Xiao Bai? Looking at Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei in the distance, Xiao Suner was very smart and realized the key point at once. My Suner is so smart. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh and touched the little head of the girl beside him lovingly. Brother Xiao Bai, you are shameless. When did Suner become yours? Feeling Bai Ji's head-patting move, Xiao Suner's pretty face suddenly turned red and said shyly. Although she was arguing, Xiao Suner's tone was particularly shy and soft. There was no resistance at all. Instead, her tone was full of unconcealed happiness. So, does Suner not want your brother Xiao Bai anymore? Then brother Xiao Bai will go to the middle auction house when he goes out later. Bai Ji could naturally hear the duplicity in Xiao Suner's words, but Bai Ji suddenly wanted to tease the little girl and said with a deliberate smile. Brother Xiao Bai. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner's mouth suddenly deflated, and her pretty face was full of resentment. Brother Xiao Bai, why are you still thinking about that vixen? Is Suner not as good as that old woman? Hearing Xiao Suner's words, Bai Ji almost burst out laughing. Although Ye Fei is older than Xiao Suner, she is only in her 20s this year, and is in her prime. If she knew that a little girl called her an old woman, Bai Ji could see what kind of wonderful expression Ye Fei would have on her face. Okay, brother Xiao Bai is just joking, he won't give up on you. Reaching out and holding Xiao Suner's jade hand, Bai Ji smiled slightly and said softly. Now, let's just watch the show. Just as Bai Ji was teasing Xiao Suner. On the other side, before and after being brought to the target wooden door by Xiao Mei, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath for a while. Feeling that part of the fighting spirit in his body had recovered, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. "Cousin Xiao Yan, are you okay?" As soon as he opened his eyes, Xiao Mei came over with anticipation and asked. "Almost." Clenching his fists, feeling that more than 60% of the fighting spirit in his body had recovered, Xiao Yan exhaled lightly and suddenly stood up. "Mayor, are you sure that the technique behind this door is the one you want?" Looking at the green wooden door in front of him, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the solidity of the green light curtain covering it, and he frowned and asked in a deep voice. "Well, it must be here." In response to Xiao Yan's inquiry, Xiao Mei nodded affirmatively. Before coming here, her father had obviously told her that the location of the highest level wind attribute technique was on the third road of the wind path, number 73. She remembered it clearly. As long as her father's information was correct, it would definitely not be wrong. "Since it's here, I'm going to take action." Staring at the green light curtain in front of him, Xiao Yan squinted and said, while slowly stepping back a few steps, clenching his right fist, then taking a deep breath and pulling his right arm back. "Come on, brother Xiao Yan." Seeing Xiao Yan's serious and impressive look, Xiao Mei immediately smiled, making a cheering gesture and shouting loudly. I heard Xiao Yan grinned and was full of confidence when he heard Mei's cheering. Before coming here, he had already taken a condensation pill, and his cultivation level jumped from a 5-star fighter to a 7-star fighter. As for the restrictions of the Douchi Pavilion, his father Xiao Zhan said that the highest level could only defend against a 1-star fighter's attack. With his current 7-star fighter's cultivation level, as long as he used the Xian level intermediate fighting skill Explosion Fist that he had just learned recently, it would be easy to break the light curtain. "Mayor, step back a little. The fighting skill I'm going to use is what I just learned recently. It's a bit powerful. I can't control it now. It would be bad if I hurt you." The red Douchi kept surging on his right fist, as if he had wrapped a layer of fiery red boxing gloves around his right hand. Xiao Yan grinned and said wildly. All around, because of Xiao Mei's cheering before, everyone looked over. When they saw that it was Xiao Yan who was going to attack, everyone stopped attacking the light curtain and stared at Xiao Yan intently, wanting to see how strong Xiao Yan was now. Feeling the gazes from all around, Xiao Yan's mouth opened wider and his smile became more wild. Sooner, Xiao Yan is so pretentious in front of the public, what if he fails to break the shield? Looking at Xiao Yan posing not far away, Bai Ji's mouth was full of teasing. Brother Xiao Bai, you really have a bad taste. Listening to the words of her beloved, Xiao Sooner suddenly felt a little amused. Explosive Fist. While Bai Ji and Xiao Sooner were talking, not far away, with a loud shout, Xiao Yan chose to attack. The red fighting spirit surged on his right fist, like flowing hot magma. At this moment, Xiao Yan's momentum was like a landslide. With a loud shout, Xiao Yan rushed out instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the cyan light curtain, and swung his fist wrapped in thick red fighting spirit fiercely towards the cyan light curtain in front of him. All around, Xiao Mei and all the onlookers held their breath at the same time. Swish! Accompanied by a whistling sound of fist wind, the red fist hit the cyan light curtain heavily. All around, everyone seemed to see the scene where the cyan light curtain cracked like broken porcelain under Xiao Yan's punch. After all, Xiao Yan's pretentious momentum was too amazing before. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiao Yan's fist was still on the light curtain, but time passed by second, and the cyan light curtain did not move at all, but just now, ripples like water waves appeared under Xiao Yan's punch. How is it possible? Seeing that the light curtain was intact, Xiao Yan's face, which was full of confidence before, disappeared almost instantly, and suddenly became dark and ugly. According to his father's words, this light curtain could not withstand his punch. You know, the explosive fist he used was a mid-level Xian-level fighting skill. While Xiao Yan was full of disbelief, the shocked eyes of the crowd around him disappeared without a trace, and became full of suspicion and speechlessness. I thought Xiao Yan was so powerful, but it turned out that he was just like that. But if you can't break the ban, you can't break it. Why do you have to pretend? Seeing Xiao Yan still posing, putting his hand on the light curtain, as if waiting for the light curtain to break by itself, the crowd was speechless. On the side, Bai Ji almost laughed out loud. Being tricked by him, Xiao Yan must have almost doubted his life. Chapter 607, Xiao Yan is frustrated, Xiao Mei is about to cry. Brother Xiao Bai, you are so mean. On the side, seeing Xiao Yan standing stiffly in place with an ugly face not far away, with his fist on the light curtain, he dared not move for a long time. Xiao Sun was a little powerless to complain. What's bad or not, who told this guy to dare to pay attention to you when he was a child? As long as it involves my Suner, your brother Xiao Bai will be very vengeful. Bai Ji curled his lips. Then brother Xiao Bai is really good to Suner. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner couldn't help but feel warm in her heart, leaning her head on Bai Ji's shoulder, showing a sweet smile. On the other side, seeing Xiao Yan standing stiffly in front of the light curtain for a long time, Xiao Mei finally couldn't help but tentatively asked, "Cousin Xiao Yan, what's wrong? There is a problem with this restriction." Xiao Yan retracted his fist with an ugly face, and while speaking, he took a few steps back. Although the restrictions on each wooden door in the Duqi Pavilion are not weak, otherwise it would not have the effect of testing the clan members, but the restriction in front of him did not even affect his full strength attack. This is obviously abnormally strong. My father clearly said that the strongest restriction in the Duqi Pavilion can only defend against a 1-star Do master's attack. He used a Xian level intermediate Do skill in his previous attack, which is definitely not inferior to a 1-star Do master in terms of power. How could this restriction have no effect at all? Is there a problem with the restriction? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Mei was a little confused. For her, the restriction in front of her was not something she could break, so she had no idea about the strength of the restriction. But she was not stupid. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Mei immediately realized it. That is, the restriction in front of her. It seems that even the powerful Xiao Yan has no idea of the strength of the restriction. Brother, it seems that it may not be broken. Cousin Xiao Yan, you can't do anything about this restriction. Thinking that she might not get the skills she wanted this time, Xiao Mei's face became a little ugly, and she forced a smile and asked, "I'll try again." Xiao Yan frowned and shook his head. Although he instinctively felt that he might fail this time, how could a man say that he couldn't do it? Who? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan concentrated again and activated the explosive flame fist. After a loud shout, he rushed towards the restriction in front of him and hit the restriction with his fist wrapped in red fighting spirit. However, there was still no accident this time. His explosive flame fist still had no way to deal with the restriction in front of him. Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned black. Damn, he was going to be embarrassed this time. Cousin Xiao Yan. On the side, Xiao Mei's expectant voice came. With the beauty beside him, even though he felt that there was basically no hope in his heart, Xiao Yan had to grit his teeth and continue to swing his fists, constantly hitting the green light curtain. But no matter how hard Xiao Yan tried, the light curtain in front of him did not change at all, which made Xiao Yan's heart gradually fall to the bottom. No, this restriction is too strong. We can't delay on it any longer. Change it. Seeing that it was really not working, Xiao Yan stopped decisively and frowned. The fighting spirit in his body was limited. The light curtain in front of him was so solid that he couldn't shake it at all. If he wasted all the fighting spirit on it, but couldn't break this light curtain, then Xiao Mei could only choose the yellow level technique. Feeling Xiao Yan's gaze, Xiao Mei bit her lips tightly. Although she was very unwilling in her heart, but the restriction in front of her couldn't even be broken by Xiao Yan's cousin, she certainly couldn't break it. Considering the consequences of failure, Xiao Mei could only lower her head in disappointment. Okay, cousin Xiao Yan, let's change one. Let's go. Xiao Yan also sighed helplessly. He wanted to show off and break the light curtain, but it was as if God was deliberately against him. He couldn't break the light curtain in front of him. Thinking that if he exhausted his fighting spirit, Xiao Mei would probably not have the right to choose the rest of the exercises. Xiao Yan could only stop and take Xiao Mei to see if he could find other Xian level exercises. He couldn't do the advanced Xian level exercises, but the low level and intermediate Xian level exercises were okay, right? With a heavy heart, Xiao Yan took Xiao Mei away from the green wooden door and walked deep into other passages to see if he could find other targets. Brother Xiao Bai, they seem to have given up. Not far away, seeing Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei leave, Xiao Suner spoke. No hurry, wait a little longer. Bai Ji shook his head. In all wind attribute passages, wooden doors with Xian level or higher skills may exist. The restrictions on them have been reinforced by him. It is impossible for Xiao Yan to break them with his strength, so he is not in a hurry to chase them. Just as Bai Ji was waiting quietly, a child of the Xiao family walked to the wooden door with some doubts. Is this restriction so strong that even Xiao Yan can't break it? Looking at the cyan light curtain in front of him that was no different from the other cyan light curtains around him, the child of the Xiao family tentatively stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at the light curtain. He, got it. Not far away, Bai Ji's mind turned, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. Go. Looking at the cyan light curtain in the distance, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand and pointed a finger. A silver sword energy suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Under Bai Ji's control, when the child of the Xiao family waved his palm and hit the light curtain, it pierced through the light curtain. In an instant, the light curtain collapsed. Seeing that he had broken the light curtain effortlessly, the lucky Xiao family member was dumbfounded. No way, he actually broke the restriction that even Xiao Yan, a fighter, could not break? And all around, seeing that this Xiao family member actually broke the restriction that Xiao Yan had been unable to break for a long time before, everyone suddenly became agitated, and their hearts were full of disbelief. Brother Xiao Bai, you are doing bad things again. On the side, seeing that Xiao Bai actually used some unknown means to help the lucky Xiao family member break the restriction, thinking that Xiao Yan had been exhausted to death and could not break the light curtain before, Xiao Suner was once again in tears and laughter. She seemed to be able to predict the frustration in Xiao Yan's heart and Xiao Mei's resentment before he had not walked far. Haha, it turned out to be a high-level Xian level technique. The lucky Xiao family member walked into the wooden door and took a green scroll. When he found out that it was a high-level Xian level technique, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Not far away, Xiao Yan, who had not walked far, heard the wild laughter coming from behind him, and his body suddenly stiffened. No way, don't play with me. As if realizing something, Xiao Yan roared in his heart and turned his head with an ugly face. Seeing that the wooden door he was in before was broken into by someone, Xiao Yan's eyes went dark, and he almost couldn't breathe for a moment. Cousin Xiao Yan. Beside him, Xiao Mei almost cried when she saw that the wooden door that should have belonged to her was broken into by others, and her own skills were also taken by others. Chapter 608. When people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will make their teeth ache. This must be because I almost used up the energy of the ban before. I should have tried again. Seeing that he worked hard for a long time, but was picked up by others, Xiao Yan felt so frustrated that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Brother Xiao Yan, what should I do? Beside him, Xiao Mei's voice was trembling, and she almost cried. No way, change it, I'll see if I can find you a wind-attributed skill of the intermediate level of the Xian level. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. Although he was also very upset, the high-level wind-attribute technique of the Xian level had been taken away by someone. He couldn't possibly go and rob it, right? This is not the wild, but the Douchi Pavilion, which is the top priority of the Xiao family, and private fighting is strictly prohibited. Even if it is him, if he makes trouble in the Douchi Pavilion, he will not have a good result. The Douchi Pavilion is guarded by special personnel, and they are all powerful elders in the family, and their seniority is higher than his father. If he makes trouble, the other party will not give his father face. Well. Hearing Xiao Yan say this, although she felt very uncomfortable, Xiao Mei could only bite her lip and chose to agree. After all, if there was no Xiao Yan, with her strength, she could only get the high-level Huang level technique at most. Although Xiao Yan could not help her get the high-level wind attribute technique of the Xian level, she could barely accept the intermediate Xian level technique. After looking back with some nostalgia, Xiao Mei followed Xiao Yan with mixed feelings and continued to go deeper into the wind attribute channel. In the wind attribute channel, although there are a lot of intermediate and low-level Xian level skills, there is no exact location of the skills. It is very difficult to find a rare wooden door with Xian level skills among hundreds of green wooden doors. Xiao Yan can only rely on his senses to sense the strength of the light curtains around him. If he feels that the strength of a certain forbidden light curtain is relatively strong, he will use a full strength punch to judge the level of the skills inside. Only the forbidden light curtain that can receive his punch may contain Xian level skills, and then he only needs to use the explosive flame fist to break the forbidden light curtain and take out the skills inside. But things did not develop as smoothly as Xiao Yan thought. Damn it! Explosive flame fist! Explosive flame fist! He used the Xian level intermediate fighting skill explosive flame fist several times in a row, hitting the blue light curtain in front of him fiercely. But the blue light curtain in front of him showed no signs of breaking. Xiao Yan's face darkened again. Fuck. What the hell is going on? Why are the restrictions in this wind attribute channel so strong? I was in the fire path before, and even the light curtain where the Xian level advanced skill red flame art was located was not so strong. Xiao Yan couldn't help but swear, which showed his anger. Brother Xiao Bai, you have screwed Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei. Not far away, Xiao Suner, standing in front of a light curtain, sighed a little when she heard Xiao Yan's crazy roar. Don't worry, I'm just playing. Bai Ji smiled lightly. When I leave later, I will take a Xian level intermediate wind attributed technique and give it to Xiao Ning. With Xiao Ning's personality, he will definitely not give up the opportunity to attack Xiao Yan. When the time comes, Xiao Mei only needs to ask Xiao Ning for help, and Xiao Ning will definitely give Xiao Mei the wind attributed Xian level technique I gave him. But brother Xiao Bai, if you do this, Xiao Yan will probably be so angry that he will die. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Xiao Ning showed off the wind attribute Xian level intermediate technique, with Xiao Mei's personality, she would definitely act like a spoiled child with Xiao Ning in front of Xiao Yan to get the wind attribute Xian level intermediate technique she wanted. For Xiao Mei, this was a good deal. Just by acting like a spoiled child, she could get the coveted Xian level technique. Because Xiao Mei was relatively young in the Xiao family, she had always liked to take advantage of her young age to act like a spoiled child to get some benefits since she was a child. For example, by acting like a spoiled child, she let others teach her fighting skills. Xiao Yan was the one Xiao Mei got by with. Xiao Mei didn't have any psychological burden about acting like a spoiled child, but when Xiao Yan saw Xiao Mei acting like a spoiled child with other men in front of him, or with his mortal enemy, he would probably be furious. But because he didn't help Xiao Mei get the Xian level advanced technique, this result was caused, and Xiao Yan couldn't get angry. Xiao Suner seemed to be able to see the wonderful scene soon. Suner, do you still feel sorry for Xiao Yan? Hearing the words of the girl next to him, Bai Ji curled his lips. No, Suner only has brother Xiao Bai in his heart. Xiao Suner was shocked. The mood changed, and she shook her head quickly. Of course, she didn't feel sorry for Xiao Yan, but she was a little strange in her heart, why Bai Ji targeted Xiao Yan so much. Although Bai Ji always said that the reason was because Xiao Yan coveted her when he was a child, because Bai Ji didn't tell Xiao Suner that Xiao Yan wanted to attack her at night, Xiao Suner always thought that it was because Xiao Yan wanted to get close to her when he was a child. And this is not a big deal in Xiao Suner's eyes, after all, she understands her charm. But even if there is no reason, as long as brother Xiao Bai is willing, I am willing to do anything. The girl thought silently in her heart. Damn it, why can't it be broken? Suddenly, Xiao Yan's angry roar came again from a distance. Xiao Yan was seen waving his fists at the blue light curtain in front of him, but because of Bai Ji's reinforcement, these blue light curtains were completely enough to defend against the attack of the great fighting master, and it was not something that Xiao Yan, a fighter, could break. Gradually, Xiao Yan was desperate. Cousin Xiao Yan, since this one doesn't work, let's change it. Seeing that Xiao Yan was already sweating and his fighting spirit had been consumed by most of it, Xiao Mei couldn't help but say. Since Xiao Yan couldn't break this restriction, it would be better to change it instead of wasting time here. Anyway, the high-level Xian level skills are gone. Now Xiao Mei has accepted the reality. What low-level Xian level skills and intermediate Xian level skills are the same, it doesn't matter anymore. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan clenched his fist and took it off the light curtain. Let's go! Just when Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei walked not far away, another Xiao family member walked to the restriction where Xiao Yan was with some curiosity and tried to punch it. Lucky guy, let me give you a chance. Not far away, Bai Ji curled his lips, pointed again, and shot out a sword energy. With the lucky Xiao family member's punch, the restriction was instantly broken. I actually broke the restriction. The lucky Xiao family member was stunned when he found that he had broken the restriction in front of him with a punch without any fighting spirit. However, after being stunned, he was immediately ecstatic. You know, he had paid attention to Xiao Yan before. Even Xiao Yan, a fighter, had not been able to break this restriction for a long time. This restriction must be behind a Xian level technique. Haha, I got a Xian level intermediate technique. After entering the wooden door, he took out a green scroll and found that it was indeed a Xian level technique, and it was a Xian level intermediate technique. The lucky Xiao family member couldn't help laughing up to the sky. This laughter was naturally heard by Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei, who had not walked far. No way! Hearing the loud laughter behind him, as if he thought of something, Xiao Yan's body suddenly stiffened, and his already ugly face suddenly darkened, as if he had become a non-African. He turned his head stiffly, and when he found that it was the same as before, he worked hard but failed, but others succeeded easily. Xiao Yan almost exploded on the spot. How is this possible? Looking at the distance, he worked hard, but ended up making wedding clothes for others. Xiao Yan's teeth were almost broken, and his eyes became red because of anger. Are you kidding me? How can my luck be so bad? Cousin Xiao Yan, this must be an accident. Let's find the next one. Seeing Xiao Yan's mentality explode, Xiao Mei hurriedly grabbed Xiao Yan and comforted him. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan followed Xiao Mei expressionlessly and continued to go deeper into the passage. But everything that happened later made Xiao Yan's mentality explode even more. He wanted to die. No matter which restriction he chose, he couldn't break it no matter what. But as soon as he left, others came and just happened to be able to pick up the leak, which made Xiao Yan want to vomit blood. If Xiao Yan hadn't known that the restrictions in the Douchi pavilion were set up by his father himself, he would have thought that someone was targeting him on purpose. But he might be a time traveler. How could he be so unlucky? When people are unlucky, do they really get stuck in their teeth even when they drink cold water? Chapter 609 Xiao Ning, I am 10,000 times stronger than Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Bai, you have made Xiao Yan doubt his life. Not far away, seeing Xiao Yan's desperate look of giving up the struggle, Xiao Suner couldn't help laughing. I'm not hitting him, I'm deliberately training him. He is destined to have a training in his life. Bai Ji shook his head and smiled playfully. Brother Xiao Bai is worthy of being Brother Xiao Bai. He can say anything so nicely. Xiao Suner was a little amused. He was born so excellent. Is it my fault? Bai Ji shrugged. While Bai Ji and Xiao Suner were joking, Xiao Yan had completely given up struggling. After trying for so long, but failing every time, Xiao Yan's mentality had completely changed. Collapse. Mayor, maybe I can't help you get the Xian level technique. A series of blows made Xiao Yan's mentality completely collapse, and Xiao Yan couldn't help but say with some disheartenment. Brother Xiao Yan, just do your best. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, although Xiao Mei's face was not good, she also forced a smile and comforted him. She knew that all this was not Xiao Yan's fault, but they were just unlucky. Xiao Yan tried his best to attack the ban every time, but it was always just a little bit short. And except for the first time, she also persuaded Xiao Yan to give up the rest. No wonder Xiao Yan. After hearing Xiao Mei's words, Xiao Yan felt better. Sighing helplessly, Xiao Yan continued to search in the passage, and finally chose a ban that could barely withstand his punch. After breaking the ban, there was a high-level Huang level technique inside the ban. After learning that it was only a high-level Huang level technique, Xiao Mei was not in a good mood. Because with her current strength, if it was just a high-level Huang level technique, she could have gotten it herself, but it was not as easy as Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Mei's lost look, Xiao Yan felt bad. After all, he had boasted before that he would definitely help Xiao Mei get the high-level Xian level technique. Who knew that the restriction in this wind attribute channel would be so strong? Let's go. Seeing that Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei had already got the technique, the show was over. Bai Ji shook his head, turned around and left with Xiao Suner. Before leaving the wind channel, Bai Ji also took away an undiscovered Xian level intermediate wind attribute technique scroll, and then prepared to give it to Xiao Ning later. Although he had always complained that Xiao Ning liked to sell his sister, Bai Ji was still quite useful to Xiao Ning's intentions, so he helped Xiao Ning. However, Bai Ji could not guarantee whether Xiao Ning could snatch Xiao Mei from Xiao Yan, but Bai Ji felt that the hope might not be very great. After all, although Xiao Yan was a bit pretentious, his talent from traveling through time was indeed much higher than Xiao Ning's. And with Xiao Mei's personality, she would only choose the strong. After putting the wind attribute scroll into the ring in his hand, Bai Ji did not leave immediately, but went to the fire attribute passage again and took 2 Xian level intermediate fire attribute scrolls. Since he had come to Douchi Pavilion once, it would be too obvious if he didn't take the exercises. After taking the fire attribute exercises, Bai Ji continued to lead Xiao Suner along the fire attribute passage. As they went deeper, the red wooden doors on both sides disappeared without a trace. Finally, after walking to the end of the passage, a wide hall suddenly appeared in front of them. And beside them, there were passages of other attributes. Xiao Bai, sooner, where did you go? After I got the exercises, I couldn't find you for a long time. What did you do? Why did it take so long? Xiao Ning, who had just come out of the fire attribute passage and had been waiting in the hall for a long time, couldn't help but come over and complain. You've got the technique you wanted, are you in such a hurry to go back and practice? Bai Ji was a little amused. Not really, although I do want to go back and practice, but mainly because I've been waiting here for too long, my legs are sore, and you haven't come yet, how can I not be angry? Xiao Ning scratched his head and complained. What are you angry about? I left to help you. Bai Ji slapped Xiao Ning on the head and pretended to be slightly angry. To help me, but my technique has been taken. Xiao Ning still didn't react. Technique, is it that you only have technique in your eyes? I remember that you like Xiao Mei, so I went to help you get a chance. Bai Ji sighed helplessly, took out a green scroll from his arms, and handed it to Xiao Ning. This is... After taking the scroll, Xiao Ning was a little surprised when he found that it was a wind attribute scroll of the intermediate level of the Xian level. Xiao Bai, don't you have a fire attribute constitution? How come you got a wind attribute technique? Are you an idiot? I mentioned Xiao Mei, didn't you notice that Xiao Mei's constitution is wind attribute? Bai Ji was so disappointed that he wanted to beat this idiot to death. Why is this guy so slow-witted? But didn't Xiao Mei ask Xiao Yan for help? Although I don't like Xiao Yan, I have to admit that he is strong. He should be able to help Xiao Mei get a high-level wind attribute technique of the Xian level, right? Xiao Ning was a little surprised. No, no, no. Xiao Yan was very unlucky this time. He only helped Xiao Mei get a high-level yellow-level technique, so this is your chance. Bai Ji shook his head and said with a smile. Xiao Yan only helped Mei get a high-level yellow-level wind attribute technique. Xiao Ning was immediately excited when he heard Bai Ji's words. Although he didn't know what was going on, Bai Ji would definitely not lie to him. Since Xiao Yan didn't he awesome, then his chance has come. Okay, they should still be selecting, but in the end they should only get the yellow-level advanced techniques, and then it's up to you. Seeing that Xiao Ning finally understood, Bai Ji patted Xiao Ning's shoulder with satisfaction. Leave it to me. Xiao Ning held the scroll tightly, very excited. This time he must make Xiao Yan look bad, and let Mei know that he, Xiao Ning, is 10,000 times better than Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Ning was excited, a sound of footsteps came from the wind attribute channel. Then, two familiar figures walked out of it, it was Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei. After Bai Ji left, although he had given up struggling and accepted the reality, Xiao Yan still tried a few more times, but still got nothing, and only found a few yellow-level advanced techniques. But what made Xiao Yan happy was that no one took advantage of his loopholes this time, which broke his mentality. Haha, Xiao Yan, what's wrong? Why do you look so embarrassed? Seeing Xiao Yan appear, Xiao Ning's eyes suddenly lit up, and a trace of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked over with arrogant steps. Get out, Xiao Ning, it's none of your business. Seeing Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan frowned and shouted. Haha, get out? How do you get out? I can't do it, or you can show me. Xiao Ning continued to taunt. Xiao Ning, don't ask for a fight. Xiao Yan was already angry, and was picked on by Xiao Ning, so he was immediately angry. Xiao Yan, why are you pretending? You can't even help Mei get a Xian level technique, you are a waste. However, Xiao Ning smiled triumphantly at Xiao Yan's anger. You. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Yan was immediately angry. But he wanted to refute, but this time, Xiao Yan couldn't refute, because he really couldn't even help Xiao Mei get a Xian level technique. Haha, what's wrong? You can't refute it, right? I, Xiao Ning, am not talented, but I just got the strongest technique of the Earth attribute channel, but the difficulty is too low, so I went to the Wind attribute channel again and took another Wind attribute Xian level intermediate technique. How about it, do you want it? Xiao Ning continued to sneer complacently and took out a green scroll from his arms. Looking at the faintly visible Xian word on the scroll, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei couldn't help but be shocked at the same time. This is Chapter 610, Xiao Ning, the dog licker, and Xiao Yan in shock. Seeing the shock on Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei's faces, Xiao Ning felt even more proud. It felt so good to show off in front of Xiao Yan. This is a Xian level intermediate wind attribute technique. Unfolding the scroll in his hand, he shook the back of the golden text with the two words Xian Zhong in front of Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei. Xiao Ning smiled complacently, and rolled up the scroll again. Intermediate Xian level skills. Looking at the scroll in Xiao Ning's hand, Xiao Mei's eyes were full of desire. You know, although the intermediate Xian level skills and the intermediate Huang level skills are only two small levels apart on the surface, because they are separated by a large level, the actual gap is very different. The speed of practicing the advanced Huang level skills and the speed of practicing the intermediate Xian level skills are absolutely incomparable. No, I must get this intermediate Xian level skills. Gritting her teeth in her heart, Xiao Mei made up her mind. Although she knew that if she wanted to get this intermediate Xian level wind attributed skills from Xiao Ning, it would definitely make Xiao Yan unhappy, but Xiao Mei believed that her cousin Xiao Yan could still understand her. And wasn't it because Xiao Yan failed to help her get the advanced Xian level skills that this happened? Cousin Xiao Ning, may I remember that cousin Xiao Ning's physique is not earth attribute. I wonder what cousin Xiao Ning wants the wind attribute technique for. Can't Do Chi Pavilion only take away one technique? Can cousin Xiao Ning give this wind attribute technique to Mei? Having made a decision in her heart, Xiao Mei suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Ning's clothes, looking expectant. On the side, seeing Xiao Mei actually acting like a spoiled child in front of her, Xiao Yan couldn't help but stiffen his body, his face turned ashen in an instant, and the anger in his heart was burning. Mei, let's go back. It's just a wind attribute technique of the intermediate level of the Xian level. Xiao Yan, can get it for you. Xiao Yan squeezed out a stiff smile on his face and said with suppressed anger. I say, Xiao Yan, can you not delay Mei? If you can get it, it's fine, but if you can't, do you want Mei to practice the high-level Huang level skills in the future? Hearing that Xiao Yan actually wanted Xiao Mei not to accept his Xian level intermediate wind attribute skills, Xiao Ning immediately mocked. You, Xiao Ning, can get the Xian level intermediate wind attribute skills, and I, Xiao Yan, have a higher cultivation level than you, why can't I get it? Xiao Yan said with a fake smile. Haha, then you are wrong, I think you really can't get it. This skill is not actually taken by me, but I heard that you, Xiao Yan, are so useless that you can't even help Mei get a Xian level skill. I felt sorry for Mei, so I specially asked Xiao Bai to get it for me. How can a loser like you compare with Xiao Bai? Xiao Ning sneered, not feeling that what he said now was a slap in his face, and said without shame that the technique was taken by Bai Ji. However, in order to please Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning took all the credit on himself, saying that he asked Bai Ji to get the technique. Cousin Xiao Ning. Xiao Mei was suddenly moved when she heard that cousin Xiao Ning actually cared about her so much. Although she was a little snobbish, she was still a girl after all, and she still had some conscience. However, she had a conscience, and if she really faced a choice, she would definitely still be snobbish. Really shameless. Xiao Yan clearly heard Xiao Ning say that he got the technique casually before, but now it became that he asked Xiao Bai to get it. This guy didn't feel ashamed at all, and Xiao Yan couldn't help but swear in his heart. And seeing that Xiao Yan and Xiao Ning were going to quarrel again, Xiao Mei had a headache. If it were before, she would definitely stand on Xiao Yan's side, but now she needs Xiao Ning's help, so she certainly can't do that, but how can she have the best of both worlds? Xiao Mei racked her brains to think. Suddenly, Xiao Mei's eyes lit up, and she thought of a way. Cousin Xiao Yan, cousin Xiao Ning, stop arguing, Mei knows that you are all for Mei's good. Although there are conflicts between you, you are both Mei's cousins, and Mei will accept your concern for Mei. While holding Xiao Ning's clothes, Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Yan pitifully and said something to please both sides and not offend both sides. Humph, only children will make choices. She, Xiao Mei, is almost an adult, so of course she wants them all. Damn, 666. Not far away, Bai Ji was shocked when he heard Xiao Mei's words. Because they are all your cousins, you can use this as an excuse. Not only do you not have to stand in line, but you can also take all the benefits. This operation has already had the shadow of a modern green tea bitch hanging a spare tire. As expected, she is worthy of being the #1 green tea bitch in Douluo. This operation is amazing. Mei, don't worry. Your cousin Xiao Ning will go through fire and water for you. You can accept this Xian level intermediate wind attribute technique. After hearing Xiao Mei's words, Xiaoning was immediately moved. It turned out that her sister Mei still cared about him, so he couldn't help but stuff the scroll in his hand to Xiao Mei. Just give it to me? After taking the scroll, Xiao Mei was still a little confused. She thought she needed to operate it again, but she didn't expect Xiaoning to give her the scroll so easily. Damn, give it now? What a dog licker! On the side, Bai Ji covered his face in pain. He really didn't expect that Xiaoning would be such a licker. Xiao Mei only said a nice word, and Xiaoning actually gave the thing away. Lick dog, what is a lick dog? On the side, Xiao Suner was a little curious when she heard Bai Ji say a new word. A lick dog is a creature that can't get a house. Bai Ji said in a faint tone. This Xiaoning, I wanted to help him, but he is simply a hopeless case. He couldn't force Xiao Mei to make a choice, and he gave away the chips with a nice word. This I'll have to pray for good luck in the future. Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, cousin Xiaoning, but it seems that the Duqi Pavilion can only take one skill out. The passage is a bit dark. Can cousin Xiaoning help me or send this yellow level advanced skill back? This skill is placed on the third road of the wind channel, number 44. After getting the Xian level intermediate technique, Xiao Mei thanked Xiaoning happily, and then, as if she had thought of something, she bit her red lips pitifully and begged Xiaoning. But after hearing Xiao Mei's words, Xiaoning hesitated. If he went, wouldn't he be actively creating opportunities for Xiao Mei and Xiao Yan, and all his previous efforts would be in vain? Brother Xiaoning, Meier knows you best. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't want to, then Meier will go with Brother Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiaoning hesitate, Xiao Mei said coquettishly. I'll go, you can't go with Xiao Yan. Hearing Xiao Mei's coquettishness, Xiaoning felt a little ecstatic for a while, and when he heard that Xiao Mei was going to go with Xiao Yan, Xiaoning's heart tightened immediately, and he hurriedly said. But because of the previous coquettishness, Xiaoning forgot at this time that if he went alone, wouldn't it also give Xiao Mei and Xiao Yan a chance? This licking dog, there is no hope. On the side, seeing Xiaoning's performance, Bai Ji was in a headache. This was more than a hopeless case. This was simply a case of someone missing a string in his head. Let's go, sooner, let's go first and not wait for him. Seeing Xiaoning take the yellow level advanced skills scroll from Xiao Mei and run into the wind attribute channel, Bai Ji reluctantly grabbed Xiao Suner's jade hand and walked towards the exit of the hall. In front of the gate of the Duqi Pavilion, more than a dozen guards with indifferent faces were blocking the door tightly. Door corner at a place, an expressionless old man was sitting on a chair, with a table in front of him, on which was a pen and a thick book. He was the elder in charge of guarding the Duqi Pavilion. Although he did not appear in public as often as the first, second, and third elders in the Xiao family, his status was definitely not lower than these three elders. Kung Fu, name. The old man sat on the chair and said to a young man who came forward. Kung Fu is Shui Ning Gong, and the name is Xiao Miao. The young man named Xiao Miao respectfully handed the scroll in his hand to the old man, and the old man also checked the name of the martial arts and recorded the information in the book. Next. As time passed, the team continued to move forward, and finally it was Bai Ji and Xiao Suner's turn. Kung Fu, name. The old man still closed his eyes slightly and said lightly. The name of the martial arts is Chi Huo Fen, and the name is Xiao Bai. Bai Ji's faint laughter sounded. Hearing Bai Ji's voice, the old man paused, with an extremely shocked look in his eyes. He stood up quickly and subconsciously prepared to salute Bai Ji, but was pushed down by Bai Ji as soon as he stood up. What's wrong with the elder? Bai Ji chuckled. Nothing. Looking around, the elder's face slowly regained its calmness and sat down again, but there was still a respectful look in his eyes. Elder, please register. Bai Ji handed over the scroll in his hand with a faint smile, and the elder stretched out his hands, respectfully took the scroll, and handed it to Bai Ji after recording it. After taking the scroll, the guards made way for Bai Ji to leave calmly. Behind him, seeing the scene in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves. As the son of Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan had heard of the reputation of the elder in charge of the Douqi Pavilion in the family, the cold-faced man Xiao Han. This elder has a very high seniority in the family. Even his father Xiao Zhan would never give him any face when he spoke. His cold old face looked as if his muscles had stiffened. But this cold-faced man who even the clan leader would not take seriously was so respectful in front of Xiao Bai, which really shocked Xiao Yan. Although he had heard from his father Xiao Zhan that Bai Ji's identity was not ordinary, What kind of identity was it that was more intimidating than his father, the head of the Xiao family? Chapter 611. Half a year later, the registration for Canaan Academy began. After the coming-of-age ceremony, half a year passed in a flash. During this half-year, Xiao Suner's fire fox successfully evolved into a long-tailed fire fox with a height of about 1 meter and a golden body, which looked like a flash of light. And it may be because it evolved by absorbing the power of Xiao Suner's Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. The flames emitted by the fire attribute attack used by the long-tailed fire fox turned out to be the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, which made the strength of the long-tailed fire fox explode directly. With the ability to spit out the Golden Emperor's Burning Sky Flame, and the long-tailed fire fox's proficiency in mental attacks, the evolved long-tailed fire fox's strength will definitely not be inferior to that of a great Dou master. After half a year, Bai Ge finally succeeded in integrating all the 4 domains of the martial soul Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor, and combined it with the sword body of mind to sublimate it into the sword domain. As for the 4 domains of the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor's martial soul, Bai Ge transformed them into 4 sword styles, namely the Gravity Sword, the Holy Light Sword, the Magic Sword and the God-Killing Sword. If the sword domain is unfolded and these 4 sword styles are used in the sword domain, the power will definitely not be inferior to the full-strength attack of a Dou Zun strongman. After half a year, it is finally the day for Canaan College to enroll. In the early morning, the sun has just risen. At this time, it should be the most lively time for the Xiao family, but the entire Xiao family residence is particularly empty, and almost no one can be seen. Everyone ran to watch the enrollment of Canaan College. It's so quiet today. Walking in the Xiao family's residence, feeling the quietness around, Bai Ge said comfortably. Originally, this time was the beginning of the day, and the entire Xiao family should be the most noisy, but today it was extremely quiet, but this was just right. Bai Ge just liked this quiet atmosphere. Bai Ge, today is the day for Canaan College to enroll students, aren't you nervous? On the side, Xiaoning was a little uneasy. Nervous? What are you nervous about? The enrollment requirements of Canaan College are there. Those who can get in anyway, and those who can't get in are useless. Bai Ge shook his head and laughed. But I'm still so nervous. Xiaoning was a little helpless. Although he also knew that there was really nothing to be nervous about, Xiaoning couldn't help but feel nervous and excited in his heart when he wanted to enter the famous Canaan College. Don't worry, Xiaoning, you, cousin Xiaobai, and sister Suner, your talents far meet the enrollment requirements of our Canaan College, and you can get in anyway. Hearing his brother so nervous, Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh. At her age, her cultivation was not as high as Xiaoning's, but she was not so nervous when she participated in the enrollment of Canaan College. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had left the Xiao family's residence. The enrollment location of Canaan College is in the square in the center of Wudin City. Although they stayed in Wudin City, the places where the Canaan College came to take charge of also included several cities around Wudin City. So in addition to the people in Wudin City, people from other cities, whether they came to register for enrollment or to watch the excitement, all poured into Wudin City, and the entire Wudin City was directly full. If it weren't for the fact that the city lord's mansion also dispatched troops to maintain order, it is estimated that even people in Wudin City might not be able to walk. Why are there so many people? When the 4 came to the specific square for enrollment, Xiaoning was stunned when he saw the endless crowds in front of him. It's normal. Although the college chooses to recruit students in Wudin City, the scope of recruitment includes several nearby cities, so it's normal to have so many people. But it doesn't matter. I'll take you to the college passage. On the side, Xiao Yu couldn't help but explain with a smile. College passage, sister, are you going to take us through the back door? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiaoning laughed. What back door? Although my tutor is here to recruit students on behalf of the college this time, if you don't meet the enrollment requirements of Canaan College, even my tutor is not qualified to recruit you into the college as an exception. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at Xiaoning speechlessly. But as students of Canaan College, since you meet the enrollment requirements, I can take you around the queue and skip the registration directly. Under the leadership of Xiao Yu, the 4 of them circled the square and finally stopped in the west of the square. There is a passage here specifically for the people from Canaan College who come to recruit students, but in front of the passage, there are a large number of fully armed troops guarding. Senior K, I am a student of Canaan College. My name is Xiao Yu. Teacher Ruolin is my mentor. This is my ID card. The 3 people behind me are all my clansmen. Their strengths meet the admission requirements. Can I take them in from here? When he arrived in front of the passage, Xiao Yu took out a green card from his arms, walked up to a sergeant, handed the card out, and said politely. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the sergeant frowned, took the card, looked at it carefully, and after finding it correct, his eyes swept over Bai Ji and the other two. Let them go. After sensing that the strength of Bai Ji and the other two should be above the 7th stage of fighting spirit, the sergeant waved his hand, shouted, and chose to let them go. Let's go. Seeing the soldiers in front of him make way for a passage, Xiao Yu took back his ID card, smiled triumphantly, and then followed the sergeant named Senior K into the passage. And seeing the passage being made way, Bai Ji also walked in with Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning. However, although they walked into a passage, this passage was not a passage in the ordinary sense, but a human wall. There were soldiers wearing armor and holding spears all around. As soon as they entered, a strong bloody smell and cold murderous aura hit them. Shrouded in the bloody and murderous aura, Xiao Yu, who was walking in the front, suddenly turned pale, and her whole body was cold. The strong sense of oppression made her a little breathless. Behind him, Xiao Ning was not feeling well either. Among the 4 people, his strength was the weakest, and he was forcibly improved by taking Ning Yuandan and Juki-san, so his foundation was extremely unstable. Under the oppression of strong blood and murderous aura, Xiao Ning's face was pale, and cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. His teeth were clenched, but although he could not bear the strong oppression of murderous aura, Xiao Ning still gritted his teeth and continued to walk. Hey! The sergeant named Senior K swept his eyes over Xiao Ning and suddenly noticed Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, and suddenly exclaimed. Beside him, even Xiao Yu, who had already enrolled in Canaan College, could not stand the pressure of blood and murderous aura, but Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, who seemed to be underage, were not affected by blood and murderous aura at all, and looked relaxed, which made him feel shocked. They were not affected by the blood and murderous aura of my blood evil elite. When I led the blood evil elite, I surrounded and killed dueling level strong men. Even dueling strong men were affected by the blood and murderous aura of the blood evil elite. These 2 little guys should be the strongest fighters, but they can ignore the blood and murderous aura of my blood evil elite. It's really extraordinary. Senior K was amazed. Senior K, are you deliberately tormenting us? Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly as he struggled forward under the pressure of blood and murderous aura. Haha, this is what Teacher Ruolin ordered. If you want to go through the back door, you naturally have to go through some tests. The sergeant named Senior K looked normal and smiled faintly. But you are also very good. My men are the best of the best. Elite soldiers are so fierce, they have fought hundreds of battles and survived, and each of them is a veteran who has killed hundreds or thousands of enemies. With so many elite soldiers exuding murderous aura, if they are a little less determined, they will be paralyzed before they walk halfway. You can actually hold on, which is great. As he spoke, Senior K couldn't help but look back at Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, and he was even more amazed in his heart. However, due to his status, he could only say this. After all, his soldiers were all here, and he couldn't help but boost others' ambitions and destroy his own prestige. As they spoke, the 4 of them were about to finish the passage unknowingly. Not far away, in the center of the square, an open green tent could be clearly seen. As they were about to finish the passage, the blood and murderous aura emitted by the surrounding soldiers began to weaken, and when they left the passage, the blood and murderous aura almost disappeared. Without the oppression of blood and murderous aura, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel lighter all over, which made her pat her chest and let out a long breath. Finally here. You are. But before Xiao Yu could recover, with a bell-like laughter, a red shadow suddenly rushed over quickly and hugged Xiao Yu, causing Xiao Yu to stagger back and almost fall. Chapter 612 Beauty Shui and I, no comparison, no harm. You are, let me see if you have gained weight during your time back. After hugging Xiao Yu, the red-clothed girl smiled and touched Xiao Yu, causing Xiao Yu to blush. Shui and I, what did you do? There are people here. Thinking of Bai Ji, Xiao Suner and her brother behind her, Xiao Yu quickly pushed the girl named Shui and I away, her pretty face was slightly red, and she said angrily. Shui and I was not angry when she was pushed away by Xiao Yu, but her bright eyes turned and looked behind Xiao Yu. When she saw Bai Ji's particularly obvious silver hair and purple eyes, coupled with his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and his handsome face like a fallen immortal immediately attracted Shui Ni's attention. Shui and I had seen handsome guys before, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Bai Ji who was not like an ordinary person and had such an extraordinary temperament. You actually brought such a handsome guy, why don't you introduce him to me? Looking at Bai Ji, Xuani's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Xiao Yu's arm beside her, and said excitedly. Shui and I, can you stop being so crazy about me? Hearing her good sister's words, Xiao Yu said in a bad mood. And at the same time, in her heart, an inexplicable sourness also surged into Xiao Yu's heart. This feeling was like someone else had taken a fancy to something she liked, which made Xiao Yu feel a little flustered. Yuer, my good Yuer, can you introduce me to her? Rejected by Xiao Yu, Shui and I did not give up, but shook Xiao Yu's arm, pouted, and said with a pleading face. Ah, I really can't do anything with you. Seeing Shui and I like this, Xiao Yu sighed and shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll introduce you to her, that's all. Hehe, I knew that Yuer is the best. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Shui and I smiled happily, her eyes curved like crescents. Xiao Bai, sooner, Xiao Ning, let me introduce you first, this is my good sister in Canaan Court, her name is Shui and I, don't look at her unruly, but her strength is a 4-star fighter. Pulling Shui and I around, Xiao Yu smiled and introduced Xuani's identity to Bai Ji and the other two. Hello, my name is Shui and I. The girl named Shui and I greeted them with a sweet smile, and her eyes swept over the 3 people one by one. When she looked at Bai Ji, Shui and I also deliberately winked at Bai Ji playfully. Bai Ji was slightly stunned, and then smiled back politely. Beside her, seeing Xuani's actions, Suner's face suddenly turned cold, and a cold murderous aura suddenly emanated from her body. Feeling the murderous aura from Xiao Suner, Shui and I couldn't help but feel a sudden chill all over her body. However, she didn't find anything wrong with her thick nerves. She just muttered a few words in her heart with some doubts, and then continued to look up and down at Bai Ji with interest. And looking at the woman in front of her in red, with a slightly pretty face, a bright smile on her face, her long brown hair casually tied into a ponytail, the undulating peaks on her chest, which can be called magnificent, and her slender waist that can be grasped, is even more impressive. Although her appearance is a little worse than Xiao Yu's, her hot and sexy figure is particularly eye-catching, at least Bai Ji is no exception. Beside him, seeing Shui and I focusing all her eyes on Bai Ji, Xiao Ning felt as sour as if he had eaten a few baskets of lemons. Although before coming here, he knew that if he met a beautiful woman, he would definitely be ignored if Bai Ji was there. But this really happened, Xiao Ning still wanted to cry. He also wanted the attention of the beautiful lady. Shui and I, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Xiao Bai, a genius of our Xiao family. This is my cousin Xiao Suner, also an outstanding genius of our Xiao family. As for this one, it is my brother Xiao Ning, you should know. After introducing Shui and I to Bai Ji and the other two, Xiao Yu introduced Bai Ji, Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning to Shui and I. Xiao Bai? Could it be that this handsome little brother is the great genius you often talk about who broke through to the Dehi level before the age of 8 and the Dashi level at the age of 11? Hearing Xiao Yu's introduction, Shui and I couldn't help but be shocked and said in shock. In the academy, she often heard the name Xiao Bai from Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu never said what Xiao Bai looked like, so she always thought that Xiao Bai would be an ordinary hard-working boy, but she didn't expect him to be such a handsome guy. Shui and I, don't talk nonsense, when did I always say that? On the side, Xiao Yu's pretty face flushed when she heard Xuani's words. Hehe, my Yuer is shy? This is not the Yuer I know, Yuer, tell me, do you like Xiao Bai brother? Seeing Xiao Yu actually reveal this attitude, Shui and I couldn't help but put her arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders and said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, I just don't want to cause misunderstandings, my cousin Xiao Bai is already married. Xiao Yu said unhappily. Who is so lucky to be married? Shui and I was a little surprised. Far away in the sky, close at hand. Xiao Yu reminded intentionally or unintentionally. No way, could it be this Sister Suner? But Sister Suner is so beautiful, and she is indeed a good match for brother Xiao Bai. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Shui and I noticed Xiao Suner and couldn't help but sigh. After hearing what Shui and I said, Xiao Suner, who was a little angry because of what Shui and I said before, could not help but calm down immediately, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Sister Shui and I, you are too kind. Xiao Ning. Didn't anyone notice me? On the side, although he was introduced, he was completely ignored. Xiaoning couldn't help but shed tears in his heart. Hey, I finally found this high-quality handsome little brother. I thought I could take him back to let those little sluts in the college envy him. I didn't expect that he has already been taken. What a pity. Shui and I sighed a little. But sister Sooner, brother Xiao Bai is so outstanding. You must be careful when you go to Canaan College. Those little sluts in the college are not as easy to take as you, sister Shui and I. As if she thought of something, Shui and I suddenly said seriously. No need, I believe brother Xiao Bai. But in response to Shui Ni's warning, Xiao Sooner shook her head and showed a faint smile. Why are you talking about this? On the side, Xiao Yu was speechless after hearing Shui Ni's words. Okay, Shui and I, stop making trouble, I still have to take them to the test. Test? Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Rob is also in the recruitment team this time, and on the way here, I heard that he has been promoted to a 4-star fighter. As if she remembered something, Shui Ni's eyes suddenly turned and she said with a smile. Rob, why is this annoying guy here too? Hearing Rob's name, Xiao Yu couldn't help but show annoyance. Sister, who is Rob? On the side, Xiao Ning asked with some confusion. After waiting for so long, he finally spoke until this question. Rob is your sister's suitor. In order to meet your sister, he also took the trouble to apply to the college to come to your Wuyuan city to assist in recruitment matters. He is a seed of infatuation. Shui and I said jokingly. Chapter 613, Just Greedy for the Body, the popular by Ge. A seed of love? Ha, I said I didn't like him at the beginning, but he still sticks to me all day long. What a seed of love, it's just a piece of sticky candy that can't be shaken off. Xiao Yu sneered and said unhappily. Okay, I know you are unhappy, but it doesn't matter. If you can't shake it off, can't you hide? Seeing that Xiao Yu was very unhappy, Shui and I took Xiao Yu's arm and comforted her with a smile. Humph, it's not your business. Do you think I'm as heartless as you? Xiao Yu said unhappily. Okay, didn't you say you would take brother Xiao Bai and sister Sooner to sign up? Let's go, let's go. Xiao Ning, why am I ignored again? Following Xiao Yu and Shui and I, the group slowly walked towards the green tent not far away. As they gradually approached the green tent, they saw in the shade of the sun, more than a dozen men and women were gathered together in several small circles and chatting with each other. Each of them looked casual. Without thinking too much, they must be students of Canaan College. Wow, Xiao Bai, look, there are so many beauties. Canaan College is worthy of being Canaan College. Seeing that there were several beauties among the Canaan students in front of him, Xiao Ning couldn't help but come over and whispered to Bai Ge in an amazed tone. Xiao Ning, don't you like Xiao Mei? Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Bai Ge was speechless. I like Mei, but that doesn't mean I can't like other people. Xiao Ning said confidently. Bai Ge, I think you don't call it love at all. You are just simply greedy for her body. You are cheap. Bai Ge stopped and looked at Xiao Ning carefully, and then defined Xiao Ning and Xiao Ning's somewhat inexplicable expression. On the side, Xiao Sooner couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Bai Ge's words. Brother Xiao Bai always says such reasonable but funny words. Xiao Bai, we are all men, aren't you the same? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Ning was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but said angrily. No, no, no. I'm different from you. You love because you want the body, and I love the body because I love it. Bai Ge shook his head and said seriously. Xiao Ning. While Bai Ge and Xiao Ning were talking, Xiao Yu had already started to greet Shui and I and the students of Canaan College in the shadows. When they saw Xiao Yu, several girls who were chatting among the students couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. A group of women smiled and stood up and walked to Xiao Yu, pulled Xiao Yu aside, and started to chat with Xiao Yu. Xiao Ning, your sister seems to be very popular among the girls in Canaan College. If you want to meet a beautiful girl, you can ask your sister to introduce her to you. On the side, seeing Xiao Yu being pulled by the girls to chat in the distance, Bai Ge couldn't help but tease. Well, forget it. This kind of thing still depends on fate hehe. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Ning immediately became timid, scratched his head, and began to laugh dryly. Although he likes to talk nonsense in private, Xiao Ning is essentially a coward, and he is at a loss when facing girls. However, this is also a common problem of most licking dogs. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't be hung up to the sky by those so-called goddesses without realizing it. Okay, no more chatting, no more chatting, I still have to take my brother and others to test. Not far away, being pulled by a group of girls to chat, seeing that the actions of these sisters were getting more and more excessive, Xiao Yu hurriedly found an excuse to get away. Your brother. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, these girls turned their heads curiously. Wow, so handsome. Why don't you tell us the truth about the identity of this handsome little brother? You actually have such a handsome brother, but you haven't revealed it all the time. Do you want to eat alone? Why don't you introduce him to us? Seeing Bai Ji, these girls couldn't help but boil over, and as for Xiao Ning, he was once again gorgeously ignored. This handsome little brother is called Xiao Bai, and he is Yuer's cousin, but you don't have to think so much, he has already been taken, and Yuer hasn't succeeded yet, how can it be your turn? In the crowd, Xuan'ai said with a smile on her face. Xuan'ai, what nonsense are you talking about again? Xiao Yu was angry and embarrassed, and couldn't help stamping her feet. Look, Yuer's performance, am I right? Seeing Xiao Yu blushing, Xuan'ai couldn't help but tease. Yuer, you don't have to be so shy. Brother Xiao Bai is so outstanding and so handsome. You are not siblings anyway, what are you afraid of? Yes. What are you afraid of? Yuer, pursue your love bravely, we support you. Yes, we won't compete with you, Yuer. The girls around him also laughed and made a noise. Yu, I won't pay attention to you. Listening to the constant teasing in her ears, Xiao Yu felt her face blushing, but because she didn't know how to refute, she could only pretend to be angry and turned around. But seeing Xiao Yu turn around, a beautiful short-haired girl in a group of girls showed a sly smile. Sisters, although we agreed not to compete with Yuer, we have seen it, we can't just do nothing, why don't we go and have a try together? The short-haired beauty suggested with a smile. Okay. As soon as the short-haired beauty's opinion was put forward, it immediately aroused unanimous agreement from all the girls. Then, before Xiao Yu could react, the group of girls turned around and rushed towards Bai Ji. On the other side, Bai Ji was still teasing Xiao Ning, while Xiao Suner was laughing. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Before Xiao Ning could react, he was squeezed out by a group of girls who suddenly surrounded him and sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. Brother Xiao Bai, how old are you this year? Brother Xiao Bai, you have great skin. Do you have any secrets to maintain it? Brother Xiao Bai, what type of girls do you like? Can you tell me? In front of him, inexplicably, a group of girls suddenly surrounded him, and all kinds of questions kept being asked, which made Bai Ji's head big. What is going on? Wait a minute, ask questions one by one, you so many people are talking together, I can't hear anything clearly. Bai Ji was overwhelmed by the chattering of a group of girls in front of him, and he held his forehead with his right hand and said helplessly. Damn! What a bunch of vixens! Beside her, Xiao Suner couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw a group of girls completely surrounding Bai Ji's front. In the shadow of the green tent not far away, several boys who were still chatting and didn't stand up were also disturbed by the girls' chattering. Among the boys, a young man with a gold star painted on his chest turned his head and looked over with a very unhappy look. When he saw the scene not far away, the young man couldn't help but clench his fists, stood up in a whoosh, and his eyes were full of rage. Damn! Chapter 614, Beauty is a Disaster, Get Out of the Way, Xiaoning is going to show off. Geci, what's wrong? Seeing Geci suddenly stand up, his fists clenched and clicked, his face full of anger, a dark and thin young man who was still sitting on the ground couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Jialong, look over there. Go Ci suppressed his anger and said coldly with gritted teeth. Over there. Hearing Gec's words, several young men who were still sitting on the ground could not help but look in the direction of Bai Ge in confusion. When they saw Bai Ge surrounded by a group of girls, everyone could not help but be stunned. Su Dai. And Jialong accurately saw the short-haired girl with a beautiful face and a smile on her face. This girl's name was Su Dai, and she was the girl that Geci liked. Seeing that the girl he liked was actually surrounded by other boys, and a boy with extraordinary appearance, it was no wonder that Geci was so angry. Jialong thought in his heart. While Jialong was thinking in his heart, Geci could no longer bear it, and he clenched his fists in anger and prepared to go over. Jialong saw it and quickly pulled Geci. Geci, don't be impulsive. Impulsive? Jialong, do you want me to just watch Sudai and other men so close, talking and laughing? Geci suppressed the raging anger in his heart and roared at Jialong in a low voice. Geci, calm down. Didn't you notice that these people came in with Xiao Yu? Maybe they are Xiao Yu's clansmen. I heard from Boss Rob that Xiao Yu's family is in Mutant City. You just saw Sudai and the others surrounding this young man, but we don't know the specific situation. If this young man is really Xiao Yu's clansman, you just go over and do it. Xiao Yu will definitely not stand by and watch. If you and Xiao Yu have a conflict, Boss Rob may not necessarily stand on your side. Jialong advised. Boss Rob. Hearing Jialong's words, Geci calmed down. His strength is only a one-star fighter, and Xiao Yu's strength is above him. If a conflict occurs, he really won't be an opponent. The reason why he applied to come to Mutant City to assist in enrollment matters is to cling to Rob's thigh. But if he has an unpleasant experience with Xiao Yu here, then his trip will be in vain. Then can I just watch like this? Geci still felt a little unwilling. No. I just told you not to be impulsive. If you just went over there and took action, the fault would definitely be on your side. But if you find a reason to push the fault over, then the nature of the matter will be different. Even if there is a conflict, Boss Rob will not sit idly by. Jialong said with a sneer on his face. Then what reason should I find? Geci hesitated. Come here, like this and then like this. Jialong waved his hand, then leaned over and whispered in Geci's ear. When he finished speaking, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile at each other. On the other side, a group of girls were still crowded in front of Bai Ji and asked various questions with a smile. Like, how do you maintain yourself so handsome? How many girls like you? Have you ever had that experience? There were all kinds of weird questions, and Bai Ji was overwhelmed. He just smiled reluctantly and answered with a smile. But in his heart, Bai Ji didn't know how to complain. I can only say that the old friend is honest. The ancients said, 3 girls make a play. So many girls are almost a big opera troupe. On the side, listening to the girls' questions, Suner's face was full of indignation. What a group of vixens, what kind of questions are they asking, so shameless. And Xiaoning stood behind him, looking aggrieved, like a puppy that has been abandoned. Always ignored by the little sister, is he really so insignificant? Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from not far away, and the smile on Bai Ji's face stopped. Looking up in the direction of the footsteps, I saw a group of young people led by 2 young men walking quickly. And as if feeling a heavy atmosphere, the girls couldn't help but stop and turn around. Geci, Jialong, what do you want to do? Seeing Geci and Jialong coming with a group of boys, the hot-tempered Sudai couldn't help but walk to the front, holding her waist with her hands, frowning and asking. Nothing, just want to see who can make you so excited. Geci grinned and showed a smile, but this smile was a little stiff, combined with Geci's clenched fist, it looked like he had bad intentions. It's none of your business whether I'm excited or not, please stay away from me if you have nothing to do. Sudai sneered. Hee. Geci was not angry at Sudai's scolding but grinned and licked his lips. He likes girls with this kind of personality, so tasteful. Sudai, this is not Canaan College, but our Canaan College's enrollment site in Mutant City. If you girls surround a boy like this, don't you think it will be a disgrace to our Canaan College if you are seen by future juniors? And what if you are chattering so much and disturb Teacher Ruolin? Jialong suddenly smiled and said at the side. Although he had a peaceful smile on his face and didn't seem to have any hostility, Jialong's words were more heartbreaking than Geci's. After hearing Jialong's words, the other young people also echoed and expressed their agreement. Seeing the girls from their own college surrounding a junior, as seniors, they were very upset, or jealous, and naturally would not miss this opportunity. You guys! Sudai was immediately angry. The other girls at the side were also a little indignant. They were who they were. What did they do? What did it have to do with the college? But although they thought so in their hearts, they couldn't say it. From their personal perspective, what they do is indeed their personal business, but outside, if it really involves the college, their behavior just now does affect the image of the college. After all, since they are here on behalf of the college, they represent the image of the college in the eyes of outsiders. Geci, you didn't come here just to tell us this. In the back, Xuan'ai suddenly pushed the crowd away and came to Su Dai's side, looking at Geci and Jilong with a smile, and said, "Hehe, we just want to see how outstanding the junior is, who can make our famous Su Dai and Xuan'ai so excited." Seeing Xuan'ai, Jilong couldn't help but flash a trace of heat in his eyes, licked his lips, and smiled. "Do you want to? Absolutely not, I won't allow it, and Xiao Yu will never allow it." Thinking of the tradition of the college to teach newcomers, Su Dai frowned on the side. "Su Dai, don't make it difficult for us, this is the rule," Jilong said with a fake smile. But on the side, Xuanyi's eyes were a little strange when she heard Jilong's words. As Xiao Yu's best sister, she knew Bai Ji's background. "Jilong, you and Geci are both one-star fighters. Xiao Bai and the others haven't enrolled yet, so their strength is definitely not as good as yours. Do you like to bully others so much? If you want to fight, we will fight you." Su Dai's pretty face was as cold as frost, and she said angrily. "Hehe." Geci and Jilong smiled playfully at Su Dai's words. Now, they are right. One-star fighter. Behind the crowd, Xiaoning's eyes lit up when he heard that Geci and Jilong were only one-star fighters. These students of Canaan Academy are just like this. In terms of strength, he is also a one-star fighter. After being ignored for so long, it's finally his turn to show off. Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh in his heart. But at this moment, Xiaoning completely forgot that his cultivation was all raised by the elixir. In terms of combat effectiveness, After adjusting his expression, Xiaoning suddenly showed a solemn expression, stood up with a cold face, walked around the crowd and walked forward. "Su Dai, you better get out of the way, the rules cannot be broken, you can indeed stop us, but what are you going to do, Boss Rob?" Geci said proudly. "Let this kid come out, if he knows what's good for him, we might be able to hold back a little." "Humph! You are not qualified to challenge Xiao Bai, you'd better defeat me first." Just when Geci was full of pride, a cold snort came from not far away, and a young man in black clothes with a cold look suddenly came to Su Dai and Xuan'ai and shouted at Geci. "Xiaoning?" Seeing Xiaoning, Bai Ji, Xiao Suner in the back, and Xiao Yu not far away were all stunned at the same time. Chapter 615, Failed to Pretend, Xiaoning, "Xiao Bai, save me. Brother Xiao Bai, what is Xiaoning's cousin doing?" Seeing Xiaoning actually walk to the front of the crowd with a cold look and challenged Geci and Jilong who were looking for trouble, Xiao Suner couldn't help but be a little confused. "He wants to pretend." Bai Ji touched his chin and was also a little stunned. Having known Xiaoning for so long, he didn't know when Xiaoning became so fond of pretending. Did he learn it from Xiao Yan? However, although they were both one-star fighters, the other party had practiced hard. How could Xiaoning, a fake product that relied on pills to force himself, muster up the courage? Bai Ji really didn't understand Xiaoning's brain circuit. He naturally didn't know, because he had ignored it all the way before. Xiaoning was now eager to prove himself and show his presence. His brain and other things had been thrown aside long ago. And in Xiaoning's heart, he has his back, so naturally he is not afraid of anything. "Boy, what's your name? You are so bold, and you dare to challenge us." After being scolded by Xiaoning, Geci was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help showing a sinister expression and sneered. "Hat! Who do you think you are? Why can you challenge us, but we can't challenge you? Aren't you fighters? Your grandfather is also a fighter." Xiaoning sneered and mocked. Originally, he was going to pretend to be cold and ruthless, but as he spoke, Xiaoning subconsciously threw the setting out of the clouds and became arrogant. "Boy, you are quite sharp-tongued." After being mercilessly criticized by Xiaoning, Geci's face turned pale and he smiled stiffly. "Sharp-tongued? No, 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 I am not as sharp-tongued as you." Feeling the gaze from behind, Xiaoning proudly puffed up his chest and continued to taunt. At this moment, Xiaoning was particularly proud in his heart. He was really a little guy. He might not be good at other things, but when it comes to the technique of taunting people, he has never been defeated by anyone. Since he was a child, he couldn't beat Xiao Yan, so he relied on his taunting skills to make Xiao Yan angry and die. From another perspective, he was on par with Xiao Yan. The skills he practiced since childhood, it is really difficult for ordinary people to defeat him in verbal arguments. At least for GECI, it's not possible. You. GECI was a little angry. Boy, you are really sharp-tongued. I want to see if your fist is as sharp as your mouth. GECI said with a smile. Since you want to stand up for this kid, then come over. You haven't entered school yet, so you are our juniors. As a senior, I won't bully you. How about this, as long as you can last 20 rounds under my hands, you will win, how about it? It's boring. Xiaoning shook his head. What's boring? GECI suppressed his anger. What on earth was this guy trying to do? It's boring to spar like this. Let's make a bet. If we win, I want you to avoid us when you see us in the future. Xiaoning curled his lips and said slowly. What about you? GECI suppressed his anger and asked. Please, it's you who want to challenge us. We just accept the challenge. What else do we have to do? Either you agree or I won't accompany you. Xiaoning said proudly. He had already calculated that GECI had no way to refuse. You. After being tricked by Xiaoning, GECI was furious. Now his hatred for Bai Ge has temporarily faded, and all the hatred has been transferred to Xiaoning. This guy is really a jerk. Okay, I promise you. GECI twisted his face and smiled stiffly. I don't agree with this battle. Suddenly, a roar came from not far away, and then Xiao Yu walked over angrily. Xiaoning, what do you want to do, are you looking for death? Walking in front of the crowd, Xiao Yu directly scolded Xiaoning. Sister, he is a one-star fighter, I am also a one-star fighter, what are you afraid of? Xiaoning felt a little aggrieved. How did you become a one-star fighter? Don't you have any fear in your heart, are you forcing me to do something? Xiao Yu was angry and scolded. Sister, don't be afraid, I will be fine. Xiaoning smiled at Xiao Yu's anger, and then walked to Xiao Yu and whispered to her. While speaking, he looked at Bai Ge. Sister, Xiao Bai is here now. I will fight for him. He will not let me get hurt. Don't worry. I am weak, but you should always believe in Xiao Bai's strength, right? Listening to Xiaoning's words, Xiao Yu's anger gradually subsided. Xiaoning, you have grown up, and you don't listen to your sister's words. Well, if you want to go, go, but your sister reminds you that you still have to be careful. GECI has actually practiced to the level of a fighter, and your strength may still be a little lacking. Looking at Xiaoning, Xiao Yu sighed, her face a little complicated. Now she can no longer control Xiaoning. Instead of letting Xiaoning cause trouble in Canaan College in the future, it is better to teach him a lesson now and let him know that there are people who are better than you. Sister, don't worry, I will be careful. Xiaoning patted his chest. Although he said to be careful, he didn't care in his heart. Although he relied on drugs to advance to the fighter, the skills he practiced were advanced skills of the Xian level, and he also had a Xian level primary offensive fighting skill and a Huang level advanced body fighting skill. In terms of strength, he would not necessarily lose to GECI. Boy, have you discussed it? While Xiaoning was persuading Xiao Yu, GECI had already walked to a space, looked at Xiaoning, and smiled sinisterly. Okay. Xiaoning also sneered, strode to GECI, and was about 10 meters away from GECI, and then took an offensive posture. Brother Xiao Bai, do you think cousin Xiaoning can beat this guy called GECI? On the side, looking at GECI and Xiaoning who were confronting each other, Xiao Suner asked Bai Ge. I think it's a bit shaky. Bai Ge shook his head. He knew Xiaoning quite well. Although Xiaoning was the grandson of the elder and practiced the best fighting skills in the Xiao family, in terms of talent and hard work, Xiaoning was far inferior to Xiao Yan, and even worse than Xiao Mei. In addition, Xiaoning relied on taking drugs to improve himself to a fighter. Although his cultivation level was improved, his foundation was weak. Compared with GECI, who was also a one-star fighter and came from Canaan Academy, he was definitely no match. Boy, let me see if your strength is as big as your tone. On the other side, seeing Xiaoning ready, GECI smiled grimly, and slowly prepared himself, taking an offensive stance. He had seen many troublesome freshmen like Xiaoning, who looked very powerful, but more than 99% of them were weaklings. Such troublesome freshmen would often be beaten to the ground by them in the end. Freshmen who could reach the admission limit of Canaan College generally had good talents and were treated as geniuses in their families. Such people were pampered in their families and rarely received any ridicule. They had been smooth sailing since childhood. But who is not a genius to be able to come to Canaan College? GEC's smile became even more grim. Ha! On the other side, seeing GECI distracted, Xiaoning seized the opportunity, shouted, and directly activated the high-level yellow-level fighting skill fusion step. After making a sound under his feet, he rushed out quickly. At the same time, his right hand was like a knife, and the cocky fighting spirit on his right palm was fluctuating, slashing at GECI like a sharp blade, making a whistling sound in the air. Xian level low-level fighting skill, Pai Yu Palm. Looking at GECI, Xiaoning shouted in his heart. But seeing Xiaoning rushing over without reservation and with all his strength, GECI couldn't help laughing. This kid didn't even try to test, and rushed over directly, leaving all the empty gates. Didn't he think about how to defend if this move didn't succeed? Is he so confident? Or did he never really fight on weekdays, and only sparred with his clansmen in the family? He is really too weak. Xiaoning lost. Not far away, seeing Xiaoning being so impulsive, Bai Ji couldn't help but shook his head immediately. If he was Xiaoning, he would definitely take steady steps, using the powerful defense of Earth attribute fighting spirit, plus the amount of fighting spirit that can be contained in the Xian level advanced skills as the key to victory. First test, then make plans. But Xiaoning directly used the Earth attribute fighting spirit as a wind attribute fighting skill. The Earth attribute fighting skill was originally cumbersome, but he did not leave himself any room for defense. It would be strange if he didn't lose. Ghost Step. Seeing Xiaoning's splitting palm, it looked really powerful, but GECI didn't intend to fight hard at all, but directly used the fighting skill of body method, dodged Xiaoning's palm like a ghost, and then moved his body, quickly came to Xiaoning's side, and attacked Xiaoning. Boy, you lost. Seeing Xiaoning rushing out with all his strength and having no way to defend himself, GECI smiled sinisterly and punched Xiaoning in the waist. Not good. Seeing GECI coming from the side attack, Xiaoning's face suddenly changed, and he quickly concentrated the Do Qi in his body on his waist, ready to resist GEC's attack. It must be said that Xiaoning's grasp of fighting skills is really too poor. Since the Do Qi is Earth attribute Do Qi, Xiaoning should mainly practice the fighting skills of the defensive system, but Xiaoning chose to practice the offensive fighting skills of the splitting mountain palm. Well, practice it, but it's not good for Xiaoning to use it directly at the beginning. If Xiaoning didn't use the splitting mountain palm, facing GEC's current attack, Xiaoning could completely elbow GECI back with an elbow strike, but because he used the splitting mountain palm, due to inertia, Xiaoning couldn't stop the splitting mountain palm at all, and used an elbow strike to force GECI back. Bang! In a flash, GECI punched Xiaoning's waist. Although Xiaoning relied on the defensive power of the Earth attribute Do Qi to defend it, looking at Xiaoning's painful appearance, it was definitely not that easy. You haven't fallen yet. Seeing that Xiaoning actually withstood his punch, GECI couldn't help but be a little surprised. But then, GECI smiled sinisterly, not bad, your body is fine, then come again. Swish! GEC's figure disappeared instantly and rushed towards Xiaoning with a grin. Although Xiaoning finally learned his lesson, because he was hit in the fragile waist by GEC's punch, the injured Xiaoning no longer had the ability to fight GECI. Damn, how can this guy be so strong? A burst of punches came, Xiaoning tried his best to dodge, but still failed to dodge all of them, and even several punches hit his face. Xiaoning only felt pain on his face, which should have been bruised. However, because of the defense of the Earth attribute fighting spirit, he did not break his face. After dodging several punches again, Xiaoning was covered in cold sweat at this moment. No, I really can't beat him. Although it was embarrassing to fail to show off in public, and it would be even more embarrassing to admit defeat, Xiaoning decided not to suffer for the sake of face. Damn, it's embarrassing. While retreating quickly, Xiaoning seized the opportunity and used the splitting palm again to force GECI back. Then Xiaoning immediately turned his head to Bai Ji's direction, crying and shouting, Xiao Bai, save me! Bai Ji! Oh, there's really no way. After failing to show off, he was asked to clean up his ass. Bai Ji shook his head speechlessly, then bent down and picked up a stone from the ground, flicked his finger at GECI. Swish! Chapter 616, Beat you until you are satisfied. Whoosh! With a burst of air-breaking sound, the stone accurately shot at Geci who was attacking Xiaoning, and it happened to hit the numb point. Geci suddenly felt his body numb and almost fell to the ground. Who actually attacked me? Having managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty, Geci first breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly became angry, looked around and shouted. It was me, but I didn't sneak attack, I just admitted defeat on his behalf. Bai Ji led Xiao Sina around the crowd and came to the front, saying lightly. Yes, I admit defeat. On the other side, Xiaoning also shouted hurriedly. Just now, Ji's attack rhythm was extremely fast, and his attack was particularly ruthless. Xiaoning felt that even if he shouted to admit defeat, Geci would definitely not let him go easily, but would pretend not to hear it clearly, beat him up a few times, and then accept it. So Xiaoning could only ask Bai Ji for help. Haha, admit defeat? You think too much, we are not playing house. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you scared now? Geci mocked Xiaoning, and this time it was Xiaoning's turn to look purple. Geci, you beat my brother like this, what else do you want to do? On the side, Xiao Yu couldn't help it anymore and said angrily. Looking at the bruises and redness on Xiaoning's face, Xiao Yu was particularly angry. From childhood to adulthood, even his father didn't beat his brother so hard. Geci was like this, and he still refused to let go? Hehe, it was your brother who took the initiative to fight. Can you blame us? Seeing Xiao Yu talking, Jialong sneered and joined in. Then what do you want to do? Xiao Yu suppressed his anger and asked. It's very simple. Anyway, you must send someone to fight Geci until Geci is satisfied. Since your brother is unwilling to go, let this guy come. Jialong smiled triumphantly and pointed at Bai Ji. What? Hearing Jialong's words, Xiao Yu was stunned, and his face couldn't help but become a little weird. Damn, Geci, Jialong, you are too much. You have beaten Xiao Yu's brother like this, and you are still pushing it. Seeing that Jialong actually pointed the finger at Bai Ji, the girls who had a crush on Bai Ji couldn't help but get angry. This made Xiaoning burst into tears. Why was he so angry? The girls still only like Xiao Bai, this hateful guy. Okay, I promise you. But behind him, Bai Ji couldn't help but show a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth, and he agreed directly. Brother Xiao Bai, don't be impulsive. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the girls couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly persuaded him. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I will definitely accompany him to fight until he is satisfied. Bai Ji showed a bright smile on his face. But seeing Bai Ji so confident, the girls couldn't help but think of Xiaoning, and they became more worried. Because Xiaoning was so confident just now, but he was almost beaten by Geci so hard that his parents couldn't recognize him, which made them have to worry. Such a handsome face, don't let Geci disfigure it. Boy, you have some courage, you actually agreed, it seems that you are not a pure little white face. Seeing that Bai Ji actually agreed, Geci couldn't help but smile coldly. Don't worry, I'll show you who is the pretty boy. Oh, no. With your ugly face, you don't even qualify to be a pretty boy. Bai Ji smiled faintly, crossed the crowd, and came to the opposite side of Geci, still about 10 meters away. Haha, kid, you are also sharp-tongued, but I don't know if you are also a silver-like gunhead like the kid just now. Geci said with a fake smile. Don't worry, the battle will definitely be resolved within 3 rounds. In response to Geci's ridicule, Bai Ji calmly stretched out 3 fingers and shook them. In his words, he didn't take Geci to heart at all, which made Geci very angry. This kid is more pretentious than the guy just now. Boy, you are so arrogant, let me see how capable you are. In anger, Gela's face showed a grim smile, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed even more, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Be prepared to die. With a roar, Geci immediately used the ghost step and rushed out, quickly coming to Bai Ji's side. At the same time, the fighting spirit in his body gathered frantically on his fist. After approaching Bai Ji, Geci suddenly grinned and swung his fist fiercely at Bai Ji's chest. A burst of energy burst out instantly, and the clenched fist slammed into Bai Ji with a whistling sound. Is this your strength? It's so disappointing. The punch is small and the speed is slow. It's really bad. Facing GEC's attack, Bai Ge was calm and did not hesitate. He dodged the punch by slightly turning his body, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations from the girls. How is it possible? He actually dodged it. Seeing that Bai Ge actually dodged his full-strength punch, GECI couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't underestimate Bai Ge. If Bai Ge used fighting skills to dodge his attack, he could barely accept it, but Bai Ge didn't even use his fighting spirit, but just dodged it by slightly turning his body, which made him unbelievable. If you dodge his attack like this, aren't you afraid of accidents? Such a person is either an expert with absolute confidence or an arrogant idiot. This guy, it's impossible, it must be luck. But subconsciously, GECI didn't want to believe that this was Bai Ge's strength, but felt that it must be just luck. This made him even more angry, and at the same time he felt an indescribable jealousy. Just as GECI was about to attack again and use his trump card, the yellow-level advanced fighting skill, Feng Guang Blade, to knock down the bluffing Bai Ge, a faint voice suddenly came to his ears, "Your turn is over, it's my turn now." What? Before GECI could react, he only heard a shrill whistle, and then a fist kept getting bigger in front of him, and with a bang, it hit his face directly. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, GECI was directly punched and flew out. In the air, blood and broken teeth flew everywhere. After GEC's body drew a parabola in the air, it fell heavily to the ground and slid a long way. Good. On the side, Xiaoning's excited cheers came. Although he pulled the wound on his face because of his smile, Xiaoning grimaced, but seeing his enemy in trouble, Xiaoning felt refreshed. Ah! After being knocked away by Bai Ge's punch and sliding a long way on the ground, GECI finally stopped, but in the intense pain, GECI couldn't stand up at all. He could only cover his face and roll on the ground screaming. Bai Ge's punch directly broke his front teeth, and his nose bridge was broken. The blood from his nose mixed with the blood from his mouth flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. GECI. Seeing GECI so miserable, Jialong and other young people on the side couldn't help but change color immediately. But before they could react, Bai Ge's figure appeared next to GECI again, kicked GECI in the stomach, and kicked GECI more than 10 meters away. This kick made GEC's stomach churn. GECI screamed and vomited the food mixed with blood. How is it, are you satisfied with the fight? Bai Ge smiled faintly and continued to walk towards GECI, and it seemed that he was not going to let GECI go easily. Seeing Bai Ge's smile, Jialong and the other young men couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and they felt a chill in their hearts. This guy actually solved GECI with one move. What kind of strength is this? Jialong felt his whole body trembling violently. Chapter 617. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve my face? Jialong, stop him quickly. If you keep fighting like this, GECI will be beaten to death. Seeing GECI being kicked around by Bai Ge like a ball, a young man behind Jialong couldn't help but said anxiously. Jialong gritted his teeth and stepped forward. We admit defeat, please stop fighting. Admit defeat? Hearing Jialong's words, Bai Ge stopped and looked at Jialong with a smile. Didn't you say before that you couldn't admit defeat? And you also said that you had to fight until you were satisfied. Your people haven't said they were satisfied yet, so you can't just stop like this. If you have to stop, you can send someone up to fight me again, how about it? Hiss. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Jialong couldn't help but take a breath. Seeing GEC's miserable appearance, how dare he send someone up to die? And no one would be willing. Damn, what should I do now? Looking at GEC's miserable appearance, it must be a luxury to want GECI to say that he was satisfied. Jialong was in a dilemma at the moment. What happened? Suddenly, a man's voice came from not far away. Looking towards the place where the voice came from, I saw a young man in grey and white clothes walking slowly with a group of people. The young man looked quite handsome, with a smile on his face, but for some reason, this smile always made people feel a little inexplicably false. Boss Rob. Seeing the young man, Jialong couldn't help but like looking outward, as if he had found his backbone. But compared to Jialong's excitement, because of the crowd, Rob didn't see GEC's miserable condition at the first time, but saw Xiao Yu first. Xiao Yu, long time no see. Seeing Xiao Yu, Rob's eyes lit up, and he quickly quickened his pace and walked towards Xiao Yu with a smile on his face. "Rob, long time no see." Seeing Rob, Xiao Yu frowned, took a few steps back calmly, and responded indifferently. This made the smile on Rob's face stiffen, and a hint of coldness and anger flashed in his eyes. He came to Wuden City with great difficulty just to see Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu didn't give him face, which made Rob angry. "I said, who are you? Don't squeeze in here." When Rob stared at Xiao Yu, accompanied by a burst of unhappy voice, a hand suddenly pushed Rob out. Because all the attention was on Xiao Yu, Rob didn't react for a while and was pushed away directly. After stumbling back several steps, he almost fell, which made Rob angry. "Who?" Stopping his retreat, Rob looked up angrily and immediately saw Xiaoning. Although Xiaoning's face was bruised and swollen at the moment, and looked like a pig's head, but from the voice and facial contour, Rob was still sure that this was not someone he knew, and should be a freshman. "Who are you?" Looking at Xiaoning, Rob's eyes were full of coldness. "His name is Xiaoning, and he is my younger brother." Xiao Yu's tone was still indifferent. "Oh? It turned out to be your younger brother, Xiao Yu." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the coldness in Rob's eyes disappeared immediately, and he showed his hypocritical smile again. And after knowing Xiaoning's identity, Rob had other ideas in his mind. Since it is not possible to attack Xiao Yu directly, can he take other routes, such as through Xiao Yu's brother? As for whether Xiaoning is willing to help, Rob is not worried. He is just a freshman. When he arrives at Canaan College, it is not easy to use some tricks to subdue this freshman who does not look smart. Now let's build a relationship first, and then make plans when the time comes. Having made a decision in his heart, Rob showed a full smile and stretched out his right hand to Xiaoning. "Hello, brother Xiaoning, my name is Rob, I am your sister's classmate, and I am also your senior. If you encounter trouble in Canaan College in the future, you can come to me. Since you are Xiao Yu's brother, you are also my brother. I will definitely help you with all my strength." "Who the hell is your brother, want to take advantage of me?" However, Xiaoning was furious at Rob's attempt to win him over, and slapped Rob's hand. After being photographed, Rob's face suddenly became ugly. "Your name is Rob, right? I heard that you like my sister. Are you trying to win me over? Ha, what a joke. You are just a toad, and you still want to eat swan meat. You'd better give up this idea. My sister is not someone you can afford." After photographing Rob's hand, Xiaoning glanced at Rob again and mocked. "You." Hearing Xiaoning's words, Rob's face suddenly turned red, and his anger almost broke through the sky. He actually called him a toad, which was simply intolerable. "Xiaoning." Xiao Yu's scolding suddenly came from the side. "Sorry, Rob, my brother is ignorant, don't argue with him." "Haha, I know, children are more aggressive, I can understand, I can understand." Rob said with a fake smile, saying that, but I don't know what he was thinking. "Boss." Just then, Jialong finally came over. Seeing Rob, Jialong was refreshed and quickly leaned over to Rob's ear and whispered to him. "What, GECI was beaten, and by a freshman?" After hearing Jialong's words, Rob couldn't help but frown. "Boss, this may be a little unbelievable, but it's the fact. If you don't believe it, come and see." Jialong smiled bitterly, and then led Rob around the crowd. After bypassing the crowd, Rob immediately saw GECI groaning in pain on the ground, but because of Rob's arrival, Bai Ge didn't continue to do it, but looked at Rob indifferently. "This injury is a bit serious. Go and help GECI up and apply some medicine to him." Seeing GECI covered in blood and lying on the ground wailing, Rob frowned. "Boss, these we can't do this." Jialong smiled bitterly. "What can't be done?" Rob frowned even deeper. "It's like this." Jialong smiled bitterly a few times, and whispered to Rob again. "He won't let it end, and wants you to send people to fight him again." Rob narrowed his eyes slightly, this freshman is a bit arrogant. "Yes, boss, but we can't beat him, and he is Xiao Yu's clansman. We are worried about you, boss, so it's not easy to fight together." Jialong sighed helplessly and began to pass the blame. "This freshman can defeat GECI with one move, which is quite powerful, but the rules are not so easy to break. If it is an ordinary freshman, I must let him know the severity of breaking the rules, but for Xiao Yu's sake, I will forgive him this time." Rob smiled coldly. He didn't care that Bai Ge could defeat Geci with one move, because he could do it easily, otherwise Geci wouldn't want to hug his thigh so much. Boss is awesome. Hearing Rob's words, Jialong smiled and flattered him. Haha, it's nothing. Rob smiled indifferently, but the pride on his lips could not be concealed. Boy, you are a freshman, you are very strong to defeat Geci, but you should forgive others when you can. For my sake, please forgive him. Rob walked a few steps forward to Bai Ge and said indifferently. Forgive him? For your sake. Hearing Rob's words, Bai Ge couldn't help but laugh suddenly. Just when Rob thought Bai Ge was going to agree and couldn't help showing that hypocritical smile on his face again, Bai Ge's face suddenly became cold. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve my face? Chapter 618, Instructor Rulin, Testing Strength. You. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the smile on Rob's face suddenly froze, his face turned livid, and his fists clenched tightly, his joints crackling. This was the second time someone dared to confront him. Are all the freshmen in this class made of iron? Boy, don't be shameless. Rob's face was ugly, and he uttered a few words coldly from his teeth. Whose face? If it was your face, I really wouldn't want it. It's thick, dirty, and disgusting to look at. Bai Ge smiled, his face full of disdain. You are looking for death. Being ruthlessly ridiculed by Bai Ge again, Rob couldn't bear it anymore, his eyes were full of anger, and he clenched his fists and prepared to take action. What's wrong? What happened? Just as Rob's face was full of anger and he was about to take action, a voice as gentle and graceful as flowing water suddenly came from the green tent not far away. The sudden female voice made Rob's hand stiffen in mid-air. Rob had to glare at Bai Ge fiercely and said bitterly, Boy, you are so lucky, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Who is lucky is still unknown. Bai Ge smiled faintly. If Rob hadn't stopped, as long as Rob dares to make a move, Bai Ge will dare to remove this hand. He doesn't like to cause trouble, but he is definitely not afraid of it. Geci is a lesson from the past. On the other side, after the voice came out, a woman in green came out of the green tent. The woman looked much older than Xiao Yu and others. She was plump and curvy, full of attractive mature style. On her beautiful face, there was a gentle smile and soft eyes. When her eyes swept over, it was like a clear spring flowing quietly from the heart, making people feel calm instantly. Teacher Rulin, you misses you so much. Seeing the woman coming, Xiao Yu shouted in surprise, rushed over quickly, and hugged the woman together. Haha, teacher misses you too, Yuer, how was your vacation? Rulin smiled gently, touched Xiao Yu's head, and asked. Pretty good. Xiao Yu stuck out his tongue. That's good. Rulin smiled gently, turned her head and looked at the crowd. What's wrong, why are you all crowded here? Teacher Rulin, we don't know how to answer this, you should ask Rob and the others. Sudai shrugged and said. Rob? Where is Rob? Rulin asked. Hearing Rulin's words, Rob put on a fake smile on his face, quickly crossed the crowd and walked towards Rulin. Teacher Rulin, I'm here. Rob said respectfully. What's wrong, Rob, why do I feel like you guys are hiding something from me, what happened? Rulin asked softly. Nothing, just a few freshmen came, Geci and the others insisted on sparring, and because these freshmen are Xiao Yu's clansmen, they made some noise. Rob answered with a fake smile. Yuer's clansmen. Rulin couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xiao Yu. Where's Geci? Turning back, Rulin looked around, but didn't see Geci, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. There's something wrong with Geci, teacher Rulin, come with me. With a puzzled mood, Rulin followed Rob and passed the crowd. She immediately saw Geci lying on the ground, covered in blood, and unconscious. Geci was beaten by someone. Rulin was a little surprised. That's right. Rob's face was a little embarrassed. An old man was beaten like this by a freshman. This was really embarrassing. It seems that the tribesmen brought by you are very strong. Looking at Geci's miserable state, Rulin was a little surprised, but her body did not stop. Instead, she quickly squatted down and slowly stretched out a pair of white jade hands. As the fighting spirit in her body circulated, the water blue light suddenly bloomed from Rulin's hands, and strands of water blue warm energy continued to emanate from Rulin's hands and quickly poured into Geci's body. Under the nourishment of the aqua-blue energy, the wounds on the surface of Gec's body began to heal quickly, and the bruises and redness on his face also disappeared quickly under the nourishment of the aqua-blue energy. This aqua-blue energy is not the product of fighting skills, but water-attributed fighting spirit. Water-attributed fighting spirit is the mildest type in the classification of fighting spirit. If there is no elixir to heal wounds, it is the most suitable choice for healing people, and the effect is quite extraordinary. Under the nourishment of Ruolan's water-attributed fighting spirit, the unconscious Ge La soon groaned and woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Ruolan with a gentle smile on her face, Geci was startled and subconsciously prepared to sit up. But a sudden pain came from his chest, causing Geci to groan in pain and fall to the ground again. Geci, it seems that you have several broken ribs. Although my water-attributed fighting spirit can heal external injuries, there is no good way to treat internal injuries like yours. You should rest well. Seeing Gec's abnormality, Ruolan couldn't help but admonish him. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Ruolan. Geci responded, holding his chest and showing some pain on his face. Well, Rob, find someone to take Geci back and have a good rest. Ruolan nodded gently, stood up, and said to Rob. Yes. Rob replied respectfully, and then looked at Jialong and others. Jialong, you help Geci into rest. Xiaobai, you beat this guy like this, will it be okay? On the other side, seeing Ruolan treating Gec's injuries, Xiaoning couldn't help shrinking his neck and was a little nervous. Don't worry, it will be okay. Since they said before that this is the rule of Canaan College, then no matter whether this rule is on the surface or not, it is at least a convention. The teacher must know it, don't worry. After Ruolan brought him, Bai Ji returned to the crowd. Hearing what Xiaoning said next to him, Bai Ji couldn't help shaking his head and said very calmly. Have your people tested their strength? After asking Geci to rest, Ruolan turned and walked towards the crowd, and asked Xiao Yu. Rob followed closely behind him, and when he saw Bai Ji, he couldn't help but curl up a few sneers at the corners of his mouth. Boy, I'll deal with you when we get to the academy. Rob sneered, lip-synced, and silently threatened. I'm waiting. Bai Ji still had a calm face, and responded with his mouth slightly open. But in his heart, Bai Ji didn't take it seriously at all. A 4-star fighter dared to threaten him? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. If you don't provoke him, he won't bother to pay attention. After all, if an ant bites you, it's impossible for you to retaliate, right? Not worth it. But if this ant is not afraid of death and comes to find trouble, if he is in a good mood, he will teach him a lesson, but if he is in a bad mood then just kill him. Okay, it's you three, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Suner, you three, follow me. On the other side, after communicating with Xiao Yu, Ruolan came to Bai Ji and said to the three of them. After that, Ruolan turned and walked towards the tent. Let's go. Looking at Ruolan's back, Bai Ji said to Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning beside him, and then followed. Seeing Bai Ji and the others follow Ruolan to the test, the curious crowd followed closely. For Bai Ji who can easily defeat Geci, everyone is very curious about what Bai Ji's strength is. Chapter 619 Shocking Strength and Talent, Rob is scared. Following Ruolan into the green tent, there is a table and several chairs in the green tent. After entering the green tent, Ruolan sat directly on the first chair in the tent. Sit down. After sitting down, Ruolan smiled gently and asked Bai Ji and the others to sit down as well. Thank you. Bai Ji thanked him politely and found a chair to sit down naturally, while Xiao Suner sat next to Bai Ji, and Xiao Ning also found a chair to sit down casually. Seeing the three people sitting down, Ruolan smiled slightly and raised her hand. As her right hand touched a ring on her left hand, a green sheepskin scroll and an ink pen suddenly appeared in her right hand with a flash of light. 3 students, congratulations on passing the prediction. Now you have entered the gate of Canaan College, but because the college needs to distinguish the potential values of the members, I need to know your exact strength now. Putting down the sheepskin scroll and ink pen, Ruolan raised her eyes slightly, with a smile on her face, and said. In our Canaan Academy, although the 7-stage fighting spirit can successfully register for admission, this only belongs to the lowest standard F-level potential value. Above the F-level potential value, there are many levels including EDSPA level, among which the 9-stage fighting spirit belongs to the E-level potential value. 1-star fighters belong to the D-level potential value, 2 starfighters are C level, and so on. The highest level is the S level 5 starfighters. Of course, the age limit here is under 20 years old. At this point, Ruolin couldn't help but smile. If one of you can defeat GECI, your strength should be very good, and your potential value may be able to reach A level, but I hope you can reach S level. You should know that in the past 10 years of Arcanon Academy, we have only met a few freshmen with S level potential, and the 2 S level students recruited a few years ago, those 2 little demon girls, are quite remarkable in the academy. As she spoke, Ruolin couldn't help but sigh, holding her cheeks with her hands, her bright eyes were a little absent-minded. Teacher Ruolin, are there only Fedspa in these few levels in the academy? If the strength exceeds the 5 starfighter, what level is it? Listening to Ruolin's words, Bai Ge couldn't help but chuckle a few times and asked. Hehe, little guy, what are you thinking about? We have only met 2 people who can reach the 5 starfighter under the age of 20 in Kanon Academy in the past 10 years. I haven't heard of anyone who can surpass the 5 starfighter before the age of 20 in this Tuki continent. Ruolin couldn't help but raise her head suddenly, her bright eyes full of ridicule. Teacher Ruolin, have you really never heard of it? Bai Ge smiled softly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a few hints of amusement. There may not be geniuses who break through the 5 starfighter before the age of 20 in the original book, but in this world, due to his influence, such geniuses have appeared more than one in the Tuki continent. Let's not mention Xiao Yuxian and Yun Yun, because they were over 20 years old when they appeared in front of people, and Kinglin was found later, so he practiced later, so he couldn't break through the 5 starfighter before the age of 20. But Nalan Yanran was accepted as his disciple by Yun Yun since she was a child. She practiced the most advanced wind-attributed skills and had various elixirs including foundation-building spirit liquid to assist her practice. When she came to the Xiao family to break off the engagement, Nalan Yanran's strength was very strong. Has surpassed the Doshi. As the saint of Beatty sect, Nalan Yanran's cultivation is not concealed. Bai Ge does not believe that the people of Kanon Academy will not know. It seems that there is one, but she is a disciple of a big sect, unlike you. As if she remembered it, Ruolin blushed a little, but still said stubbornly. Okay, report your cultivation quickly, who will go first? Well, I should go first. Hearing Ruolin's words, Xiaoning scratched his head and laughed. He knew Bai Ge's strength. If he let Bai Ge register first, he would definitely be ignored under Bai Ge's light, so Xiaoning decided to go first, so that he would not be ignored. Okay, then you go first. What is your name, how high is your cultivation, and what level is it? Ruolin nodded, picked up the ink pen, and asked. My name is Xiaoning, I'm a 1 starfighter, and my level should be D. Xiaoning said proudly. 1 starfighter, D level, very good. Ruolin nodded and registered Xiaoning's information. Wow, your brother is very talented, he's actually a D-level talent. Outside the tent, several girls were surprised to hear that Xiaoning was a 1 starfighter and his strength was D-level. You know, in Kanon College, most of the students' talents are only at F and E levels, and D level is already very good. No, he just took a shortcut and took an Ning Yuan pill and Juki powder to be promoted to a 1 starfighter. In fact, before taking these 2 pills, his cultivation was only the first level of fighting spirit, otherwise he would not have been defeated so easily by GECI. Xiao Yu waved his hand helplessly. Then Xiao Yu, your family seems to be very rich. This is actually luck. Thinking of the unlucky cousin, Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. Okay, next, you two, who's going? After recording Xiaoning's information, Ruolin looked up at Bai Ge and Xiao Suner. Suner, go first, but I still want to ask Teacher Ruolin, are there any levels above S level? Bai Ge asked lazily lying on the chair. Xiao Bai, why are you so ambitious? There are indeed levels above S level academies, which were established more than 10 years ago, namely SS and SSS, but from the establishment of Arcanon Academy to now, there has only been one SS level record more than 10 years ago. Ruolin was a little disappointed. It's still not enough. Bai Ge shook his head, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and continued to lean on the chair. Hey! Shaking his head helplessly, Ruolin retracted his gaze from her body and looked at Xiao Suner. Little sister, your name is Suner, right? What is your cultivation level and what is your talent level? Looking at Xiao Suner, Ruolin asked gently. My cultivation is a 7 starfighter, and my level should be SSS level. Xiao Suner showed a calm smile. What? Hearing Xiao Suner's call, Ruolin couldn't help but be shocked and stood up immediately. What did she hear? The girl in front of her was actually a 7-star fighter? This level has already broken the record of the girl named Bai Xiener more than 10 years ago. Hehe, teacher, don't be excited. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is higher than Suner. Seeing the shocked Ruolin, Xiao Suner couldn't help but smile. Xiao Bai, how strong are you? As if she thought of something, Ruolin turned her head and looked at Bai Ji, and asked with some difficulty. Strength, it's not high, it's about 6-star fighter. Bai Ji smiled softly, sat up from the chair, and said slowly with a little mischief in his eyes. 6-star fighter. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ruolin suddenly felt dizzy and was a little stunned. 7-star fighters are SSS level fighters, and 6-star fighters are not divided in this academy. How should this be recorded? Do we have to write 11 consecutive SS in the potential value column? When everyone outside the tent heard Ruolin's exclamation, they were also stunned. Did you hear that? Brother Xiao Bai's strength seems to be a 6-star fighter. Su Dai said with some difficulty. No wonder Brother Xiao Bai is not afraid of GECI at all, it turns out that his strength is so high. A girl murmured. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is so high, why don't you tell us, it makes us worry for nothing. Su Dai couldn't help but glare at Xiao Yu. Hehe, actually I know that too. Shui and I covered her mouth and laughed. You too. Su Dai glared at Xiao Yu and Shui and I unhappily. Are you kidding me, Brother Rob, is this guy really a 6-star fighter? In another corner outside the tent, Jialong felt his legs trembling violently. This should be correct. If you talk nonsense when registering your information, you will be expelled from school. Rob's face was also a little ugly. Then Brother Rob, should we still make trouble for him? Jialong asked timidly. Make trouble? What a bullshit trouble. It's good that he doesn't make trouble for us. Rob's face twitched. Although he provoked us, he is a junior and we are seniors. As seniors, we should be more generous and don't bother with him. Taking a few deep breaths, Rob talked to himself, as if trying to convince himself. He was definitely not scared, definitely not. Chapter 620 Invitation, The Unlucky Son of Luck. Teacher Ruolin, can we go back after registration? I'm a little hungry and waiting to go back for lunch. Under the shocked eyes of Teacher Ruolin, Bai Ji had a calm expression on his face. After lazily stretching on the chair, he stood up slowly. You. Seeing Bai Ji was so indifferent, Ruolin's pretty face flushed for a while, but she didn't know what to say, and finally could only sigh helplessly. You monster, don't you see that we are all so surprised, don't you feel a little excited or excited? Teacher Ruolin, this really can't be blamed on Xiao Bai. The main reason is that Xiao Bai has been like this since he was a child, and he has been numb. On the side, Xiao Ning said jokingly with a wink. This hearing Xiao Ning's words, Ruolin was a little speechless for a while. But thinking carefully, it seems to be true. Even a well-informed Canaan college tutor like herself was so shocked, and the people in their small family like the Xiao family must be more exaggerated. If Xiao Bai had been so evil since he was a child, he would have been used to the various shocked and amazed looks in the family for more than 10 years. But what Ruolin didn't know was that although Bai Ji was very calm about these shocked looks. But this was not because he had received too many shocked looks in the Xiao family since he was a child, and finally became numb. It was because he had experienced too many such looks in the Douluo world, and finally his mentality was mature, so that he could completely ignore these shocked and amazed looks. After registering the information, you can indeed leave. We will stay in Mutant City for 7 days and continue to recruit students, so you have 7 days to prepare. You can prepare your things at home, say goodbye to your family, and set off with us to Canaan College after 7 days. After calming down, Ruolin said in a rather complicated tone. Yes. Bai Ji and the other two nodded, and then left the green tent together. Teacher Ruolin, it's almost noon. You've worked so hard for so long, why don't you go home with us to have a meal? If possible, how about you stay at our Xiao family during your stay in Mutant City? Our Xiao family has already made preparations in advance. After Bai Ji left the green tent, as soon as Ruolin stepped out of the green tent, Xiao Yu grabbed Ruolin's hand and said with a smile. Go to Xiao's house. Ruolin was stunned when she heard Xiao Yu's words. If you just go to have a meal, it doesn't matter, but staying at Xiao's house for 7 days, this needs to be considered. You know, as a well-known institution in the entire Duki continent, Canaan College has a huge influence in the Jiama Empire. Whether it is strength or background, it is a shocking existence, that is, if you stomp it, the whole Jiama Empire will tremble. As such a transcendent force, Canaan College generally does not have too much intersection with the local strength no matter which city it goes to recruit students. The reason is simple, it is a loss of status. As Xiao Yu's mentor, if she is just a mentor, Ruolin can naturally live in the Xiao family without any psychological burden. But this time she came on behalf of Canaan College, which undoubtedly requires more consideration. After all, if she agrees, she will be a precedent. This should not be too good. Our Canaan College has a designated reception in Wuyuan City. Will it be a bit disturbing to go to your Xiao family rashly? Ruolin frowned slightly and hesitated. Oh, it's okay. It's an honor for our Xiao family to invite mentor Ruolin to visit our Xiao family. Xiao Yu laughed. On the side, Xiao Ning also nodded hurriedly and echoed, yes, it's an honor for our Xiao family. This. Ruolin also there was some hesitation, and when her eyes turned, she couldn't help but see Bai Ji. Bai Ji still looked relaxed and indifferent, as if she didn't take this matter to heart at all. Xiao Suner on the side was the same, smiling calmly, standing beside Bai Ji, but Xiao Suner was blinking her smart eyes and looking at Ruolin, as if waiting for Ruolin to make a choice. This guy, doesn't he care about me at all? My decision is very important to your Xiao family. Seeing that Bai Ji didn't pay any attention to her at all, but was looking at the soldiers in the distance, Ruolin didn't know why, and suddenly a trace of inexplicable resentment rose in her heart. Before meeting Bai Ji, no man dared to ignore her like this, and it would be fine if he didn't look at her, but he was still looking at the soldiers in the distance. Are these big and strong soldiers more beautiful than a big beauty like her? This couldn't help but arouse Ruolin's rebellious psychology. Humph! If you don't look at me, I will just hang around in front of you. Although she thought so in her heart, Ruolin's face was still full of tenderness. After pretending to frown and ponder for a moment, Ruolin showed a gentle smile. Well, then I will disturb your Xiao family for a few days. Great, thank you, Teacher Ruolin. Xiao Yu was very excited and gave Ruolin a big hug. Rob, let's end the registration for this morning. You and GECI will go back to the reception desk first and continue here in the afternoon. After being released by Xiao Yu, Ruolin looked at Rob and others and said. Well, we know, Teacher Ruolin. Rob nodded bitterly, and the other young men on the side also looked dejected. Because while Ruolin was talking, Xiao Yu also invited the rest of the girls, but did not invite them. Although they did not have a close relationship with most of the girls, it was definitely a far cry from going to the reception desk with a group of men with beautiful women accompanying them all the way. It was uncomfortable. Watching Bai Ji and Xiao Ning follow Ruolin, Xiao Yu and other beautiful girls from Canaan College, leaving the exclusive passage of Canaan College amidst the giggles, Rob and the young people around him were full of envy. Hey, let's go! Shaking his head helplessly, Rob and the young people were also ready to leave. But at this moment, a young man in a black robe came in from the pre-selection passage with a girl. They were Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei. Seeing Rob, Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward, walked to Rob's side, and asked, Brother, we passed the pre-selection, where should we go to register? Register? I can't register. Rob waved his hand impatiently and walked away. He was annoyed. Me? Seeing Rob ignore him and walk away, Xiao Yan was a little angry, but this was on someone else's territory, Xiao Yan could only endure it. Well, big brother, where should we go to register? On the side, seeing that Xiao Yan did not get the result, Xiao Mei quickly pulled a young man and asked. Perhaps because Xiao Mei was a girl, and a beautiful woman, the young man did not hide it, but answered. We can't log in. Our morning registration time is over. The tutor in charge of registration has left and went to Xiao's house in Wuyuan City for dinner. We are also leaving to eat. You wait in the afternoon. Go to Wuyuan City Xiao's house for dinner. Hearing the words of the young man, Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Xiao Mei beside him. Both of them were full of doubts. How could the tutor of Canaan College go to their Xiao's house for dinner? Cousin Xiao Yan, maybe it's because of cousin Xiao Yu. It seems that only cousin Xiao Yu can be related to Canaan College in our Xiao family. Xiao Mei thought for a while and said. Well, I feel the same. Xiao Yan nodded and said silently. Alas, but we just passed the preliminary selection, and the people from Canaan College left. This is too unlucky. Xiao Yan was still a little depressed. Cousin Xiao Yan, it's okay, just wait. Now we go out, and we have to come back when the time comes, but we have to queue up again. Xiao Mei shook her head. Hearing Xiao Mei's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but tremble and swallowed his saliva when he remembered the long queue in the morning. He lived in Mutant City and got up so early. There were so many people. He stood in the queue in the morning and his legs were almost broken. If he queued again in the afternoon, he would probably have to wait until tomorrow. That's right, let's wait. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. After a glance around, he took Xiao Mei to the shadow of the green tent, sat down, and waited silently. Looking at the scorching sun above his head, he thought of Xiao Yu and Bai Ji and Xiao Ning who might be with Xiao Yu eating meat and drinking wine after returning to the Xiao family. Xiao Yanni couldn't help but feel a little sad. Damn! Xiao Yan is a time traveler. According to the rhythm in the story, shouldn't he be the son of luck? Why is his luck always so bad? Chapter 621 Departure to visit Han Feng's guests. Time flies. Unknowingly, 7 days have passed quietly. Soon it was the day of departure. On this day, all those who successfully passed the preliminaries and registered for Canaan College from Mutant City and surrounding cities came to the square where they had registered before, and the whole square was crowded with people. However, although the scope of enrollment is extremely wide, in fact, there are only less than 500 people who have successfully passed the preliminaries of Canaan College. After everyone arrived, under the arrangement and guidance of the college, the carriages sent by various families arrived in front of the square one after another, and everyone began to enter the carriages in an orderly manner. Brother Xiao Bai, let's go. Seeing the familiar carriage coming from the opposite side of the street, Xiao Suner smiled slightly on her pretty face, hugged Bai Ji's arm, and said, "Well, let's go." Bai Ji opened his eyes slightly, yawned lazily, and walked towards the carriage. Since the fusion of the 4 domains into the sword domain, Bai Ji has been using the deduction space brought by the delusion-breaking silver eye to continue to improve the 4 sword styles. Although Bai Ji had created the 4 sword styles when the 4 domains were fused and sublimated into the sword domain, it was still a start-up after all, and there were still many imperfections. And taking advantage of this period of time, it is just right to use the deduction space of the delusion-breaking silver eye and the Bodhi seed to continue to improve it and make it perfect. This year, the Xiao family, including Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, has a total of 8 people who successfully passed the registration and obtained the qualification to enter Canaan College. Among them, Xiao Yan, Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning are naturally needless to say, and there are 3 who passed the preliminaries by chance with the 7th and 8th stages of fighting spirit. As for how to go to Canaan College, because the journey is long, it is naturally impossible for the young men and women who are still in the Duzhakai and Duhi stages to walk there. It will take a long time to go there, so they have to go there by carriage. As for the carriage, it is naturally impossible for Canaan College or the Jiama Empire to send it, but it will be sent by the major families in the major cities within the registration range. Because among those who can join Canaan College, there are too few Duhi without families. Most of them are from various families. Since they have their own clansmen, these families will naturally send carriages. As for those Duhi without families, these people can enter Canaan College, and their future prospects are limitless. Each family is eager to let the other party owe a favor, just by taking the other party to Canaan College. It is simply simple. So over time, it has become such a customary rule. Walking towards the gorgeous carriage on the street in the distance, Bai Ji soon brought Xiao Suner to the carriage and then entered the carriage. A total of 8 people from the Xiao family passed the preliminary selection and were qualified to enter Canaan College. Since a carriage can usually seat 4 people, it stands to reason that only 2 carriages should have been sent. However, because of the special status of Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, it was impossible for them to squeeze into one carriage with others, so the Xiao family sent 3 carriages. Bai Ji and Xiao Suner had 1 carriage, Xiao Ning and 2 other Xiao family members had 1 carriage, and the remaining one was for Xiao Yan, Xiao Mei and the last Xiao family member. Wow, brother Xiao Bai, look, there are so many carriages. After getting in the car, Xiao Suner opened the curtains and looked at the various carriages in front and behind, which could not be seen at a glance, and couldn't help but be a little amazed. A lot of carriages? Not bad. In response to Xiao Suner's exclamation, Bai Ji just slightly opened his half-closed eyes and smiled softly. It was just more than 100 carriages. In the previous life on Earth, around the Spring Festival every year, there were thousands or tens of thousands of cars jammed on the highway, which was much more spectacular than this. However, Xiao Suner was only a little surprised. After taking a look, Xiao Suner closed the curtains. As she raised her hand and touched a ring on her other hand, a golden fire fox the size of a child sat beside Xiao Suner. It was the evolved long-tailed fire fox. After the fire fox evolved into a long-tailed fire fox, it was almost impossible to carry it with her because the height of the long-tailed fire fox was more than 1 meter. Therefore, Xiao Suner found a ring that could hold living things. When she left, she would put the long-tailed fire fox in the ring, and if she had time, she would take it out. And perhaps because of the characteristics of Poca copyright Monday engraved in the genes, the long-tailed fire fox did not resist being put into the ring too much. Of course, the main reason may be that before Xiao Suner put the long-tailed fire fox into the ring, she would usually give it a ball of golden emperor burning heaven flame for it to refine. Seeing Xiao Suner release the long-tailed fire fox and then start to tease it, a burst of sweet laughter rang out. Bai Ji leaned back on the soft chair with a faint smile on his lips. Bai Ji naturally would not ask Xiao Suner how she got the storage ring that could store living things, just as Xiao Suner would not ask him how he got fire foxes. The two knew that each other had secrets, but they didn't ask. This has become a tacit understanding between the two. After everyone boarded the carriage, under the guidance of the Canaan Academy carriage, the convoy began to move slowly and drove towards the distance. Target Canaan Academy. On the other side, more than tens of thousands of miles away, in a region called Blackhorn Region. Blackhorn Region, this is an extremely chaotic region, located not far from Canaan Academy, with a very vast range and all the internal organs, almost a small country with clear boundaries. However, compared with other normal empires, there is no supreme leader in Blackhorn Region, and everyone fights for themselves. Every force is constantly fighting and killing in Blackhorn Region for its own interests, gaining territory and grabbing benefits. This is an absolutely chaotic place. However, although the chaos of Blackhorn Region is well known on the continent, there are also amazing benefits here. Because it is a no-man's land, no matter what the source of things is, they can be auctioned here without being investigated. Therefore, every year, various high-level skills, fighting skills, elixirs, and other rare items flow out of the Blackhorn Region. Speaking of elixirs, we have to mention the third strongest person on the blacklist in the Blackhorn Region, Medicine Emperor Han Feng. As a powerful Dohuang strongman, he is also very proficient in alchemy and can be called the #1 alchemist in the Blackhorn Region. Therefore, Han Feng is a tyrant in the Blackhorn Region. At this moment, 3 visitors arrived outside Han Feng's mansion. Kuang Shan, are you sure that this Medicine Emperor Han Feng can produce a 7th grade transformation pill? I heard that he is just a 6th grade alchemist. How can he refine a 7th grade pill? 3 figures with illusory fighting wings fell to the ground. One of them had a purple snake on his shoulder and was wearing a black robe and asked the big man in brown and yellow armor beside him. Lord Mo Liao doesn't know that although Lord Han Feng is only a 6th grade alchemist, his strength is not much different from that of the 7th grade. In addition, Lord Han Feng has the heart flame of the Sea of Strange Fire. As long as he is prepared, it is not a big problem to refine the transformation pill. In response to Mo Liao's doubts, the big man named Kuang Shan said respectfully. Hey! I hope so. I, Zhuang, have no hope of breaking through the 7th level. I can only hope that this transformation pill can help me change my fate. On Mo Liao's shoulder, the purple little snake let out a long sigh. Lord Zhuang Yushe, don't worry, Lord Han Feng will definitely not let you down. Hearing the voice of the little snake, the big man named Kuang Shan became more respectful. Being able to speak human words is an ability that only 6th grade monsters with strength comparable to Dohuang have. After greeting Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe, Kuang Shan looked up at the tall mansion in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot. During this period, Medicine Emperor Han Feng had been recruiting strong men everywhere for some reason. I brought 2 Dohuang level strong men to him this time. It shouldn't be too much to get a dueling pill? Chapter 622 Han Feng's Conspiracy, The Impending Crisis. Lord Mo Liao, Lord Zhuang Yushe, please. After calming down his excitement, looking at the luxurious mansion in front of him, Kuang Shan made a gesture of invitation to Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe and said respectfully. Yes. Hearing Kuang Shan's words, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe on his shoulders looked at each other secretly, and then Mo Liao nodded slowly. The two of them and a demon beast walked quickly towards the mansion called Han Mansion in front of them. Knock knock knock. After approaching the gate, Kuangshan knocked on the door, and soon the door was opened. We are here to pay homage to Medicine Emperor Han Feng, please introduce us. Seeing the maid in a white dress and a pretty face behind the door, Kuangshan squeezed out a smile on his fleshy face and clasped his fists. Are the three lords here to pay respects to my master? The maid asked crisply while skillfully opening the door. Recently, many powerful fighters have come to visit their masters, so although the maid still asked as usual, she already knew the purpose of Kuangshan and the other two. Yes, we are here to visit your master. Kuangshan still smiled kindly and took the lead in walking into the mansion, and following Kuangshan, Mo Liao also walked slowly into the Han Mansion with the purple Huang ghost snake. As the third on the black list of the Blackhorn region and the famous medicine king in the Blackhorn region, Han Feng naturally has no shortage of money, so the entire Han Mansion is built extremely magnificently, with rockery and water, gardens and pavilions, which can be said to be fully equipped. Please follow me, three lords. After letting Kuangshan and the other two enter the mansion, the maid led them to the depths of Han's mansion. They passed through a large number of garden rockeries, pavilions and towers. Finally, the three stopped in front of a hall with a plaque of the reception hall. Please wait here for a moment, my master is practicing in the quiet room. I will go and inform everyone. After bringing Kuangshan and the other two to the reception hall, the maid said politely. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Kuangshan smiled kindly, clasped his fists, and then sat down in the reception hall. As Kuangshan sat down, Mo Liao also sat down in the hall calmly, but his eyes flickered. After greeting Kuangshan and Mo Liao, the maid left the reception hall quickly. A few minutes later, accompanied by footsteps and laughter, a young man in grey clothes, handsome in appearance, but with a slightly cold temperament walked in from outside the door. Isn't this Kuangshan Do Wang? What wind blew Kuangshan Do Wang to me? Han Feng walked into the reception hall and chuckled. Thank you for your praise, Lord Yaohuang. I heard that Lord Yaohuang is recruiting strong people recently. I just met two Dahuangs and came to introduce them to Lord Yaohuang. Kuangshan said with a smile, his face full of flesh shaking constantly. Two Dahuang? Your Excellency Kuangshan Dahuang is wrong, there is only one person in this hall besides you, where did the two Dahuang come from? Han Feng shook his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, I remembered it wrong. The one I want to introduce to Lord Yaohuang is Lord Dahuang Mo Liao and Lord Zhuang Yushe, the 7th level magic beast. Hearing Han Feng's words, Kuangshan couldn't help but pat his head with a bit of laughter and tears, and hurriedly explained. I said, are you the medicine emperor Han Feng? After Kuangshan finished speaking, the purple ghost snake on Mo Liao's shoulder slowly straightened its body, and its dangerous vertical pupils stared at Han Feng. Its scarlet snake tongue hesitated and said in a sinister voice. It speaks human language, and it is really a 6th level monster. Hearing the purple ghost snake speak, Han Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised, but his face remained calm, and he smiled lightly. I am Han Feng. Thanks to my fellow practitioners, I was lucky enough to get the title of Medicine King. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. I don't care whether your title is true or not, I just want to confirm. I heard from Kuangshan that you can refine a 7th grade transformation pill. I wonder if this news is true. The purple ghost snake smiled disdainfully and said. 7th grade transformation pill? Hearing Zhuang Yushe's words, Han Feng seemed to understand something, and the smile on his face became more confident. 7th grade transformation pill, I can naturally refine it, but it is not easy for me to refine the 7th grade pill. I wonder what conditions you can offer to make me want to help you refine the pill. We don't have anything to show off, but I heard that your Excellency Yaohuang is planning a big thing recently and is in urgent need of manpower. As long as your Excellency Yaohuang is willing to help Zhuang refine the 7th grade transformation pill, we will support your Excellency Yaohuang. Mo Liao slowly stood up from his seat, clasped his fists and said in a deep voice. Oh! Hearing Mo Liao's words, Han Feng's smile became even brighter. You support me, don't you want to ask, what big thing am I, Han, planning? We don't need to know this. Mo Liao shook his head indifferently. As long as His Excellency Medicine King agrees to make pills, no matter what the task is, as long as it is not deliberately asking us to die, we can accept it. Hee hee, don't worry, Han Feng, will definitely not let you die, but the medicinal materials for refining the 7th grade transformation pill are extraordinary. You should know the rules of our alchemists, right? Han Feng chuckled and said. We naturally know this. We have prepared the medicinal materials long ago. As long as His Excellency Medicine King does things according to the agreement at that time, it will be fine. Mo Liao said calmly. Haha, don't worry, Han, am also well known in the Blackhorn region, and I will definitely not default on my debt. Hearing Mo Liao's words, Han Feng couldn't help laughing. But after laughing, Han Feng suddenly changed his tone. But what? Mo Liao frowned and asked. But I am not very familiar with you two, and what I am going to do, to be honest, is very dangerous and not easy to reveal, so I hope that you can do a small thing for me before doing big things. Han Feng said with a smile. What is it, Your Excellency Yao Huang, just tell me. Mo Liao still asked calmly. It's like this, isn't it the day for Canaan College to recruit students recently? The Canaan College recruitment teams from all over the Duki continent will return to Canaan College through the Blackhorn region. I want to ask you two to help me rob a Canaan College team on the way and capture a few Canaan College students for me, the kind who have already enrolled in Canaan College. Can't you do it? Han Feng still had a smiling expression. The big thing Your Excellency Yao Huang is going to do is related to Canaan College? Hearing Han Feng's words, as if he had realized something, Mo Liao couldn't help but frown and asked. Mr. Mo Liao is really smart. Yes, what I, Han, want to do is related to Canaan College. Why, Mo Liao, are you afraid of Lord Ye Huang? Han Feng laughed. Afraid? What a joke, it's just a Canaan College, how could we be afraid? Zhuang Yushe sneered. Don't worry, Lord Ye Huang, we will bring the students of Canaan College to Lord Ye Huang. Mo Liao said calmly. That's good, but if possible, please try to do it outside the Blackhorn region. Han Feng smiled. Don't worry, we won't do it in the Blackhorn region. Mo Liao replied. Then I'll wait for your good news here. Han Feng's face was full of smiles. Don't worry, Lord Ye Huang won't keep you waiting for long. Mo Liao said calmly, and walked straight out of the door, and then with the surge of Do-Chi, a pair of illusory Do-Chi wings quickly condensed and formed behind him. Mo Liao moved his body and instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. Looking at the direction where Mo Liao disappeared, Han Feng's eyes narrowed even more. Hehe, that Master Ye Huang, I introduced two Duhuangs to you. I wonder if I can get a dulling pill. After Mo Liao left, in the reception hall, Kuang Shan stood up immediately, rubbing his hands, and walked to Han Feng's side, asking shamelessly. Chapter 623, The Ghost Gate, the Soul Palace appeared. On the other side. After more than half a month, the convoy that set out from Wuyudan City in the Jiama Empire finally arrived at the border of Wuyudan City, the Ghost Gate. Wow, is this the Ghost Gate? It's so spectacular. The convoy slowly drove to the Ghost Pass. Seeing the towering black fortress that stretched across the land in the distance, many people in the team could not help but be amazed. As a border fortress of the Gamma Empire, and a border fortress adjacent to the chaotic Blackhorn region, the Ghost Pass is equipped with the most garrisons and troops among all the fortresses. The entire Black Fortress is made of hard obsidian, and even the Duhuang cannot easily destroy the city wall. The legion guarding the Ghost Pass is not only equipped with various strong bows and crossbows, but also equipped with various specially built magic bows and crossbows. Like the legendary three-link crossbow that is specially used to break the Duki gauze and Duki armor, the divine fire bow that can burst out amazing power, the soul-piercing arrow that can hurt the soul, and so on. Facing the legion equipped with these magic weapons, even the Duhuang strongmen dare not easily provoke them. Because facing the covering attack of countless arrow rain, unless they want to run, if they fight head-on, the range of these magic crossbows is enough to attack the Duhuang flying at low altitude. The mighty convoy drove all the way. Facing the convoy with the Canaan Academy logo, the guards of Zhengiguan did not dare to stop it, so the convoy passed through Zhengiguan easily. However, because the convoy has more than 100 carriages, it will take some time to completely pass through Zhengiguan. When passing through Zhengiguan, Bai Ji, who was practicing in a luxurious carriage in the convoy, seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly opened the curtains and looked at the sky in the distance. He saw that above Zhengiguan, some black air strangely emerged in the white clouds. These black air lingered in the sky, as if they had spirituality, and kept swimming in the white clouds. This is Soul Palace. Looking at the black air in the sky in the distance, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. In the original work, the reason why the Soul Palace was able to settle in the Jiama Empire was mainly because Yunchen surrendered to the Soul Palace, which led to the Soul Palace's entry into the Jiama Empire. However, because of his influence, Yunchen did not contact the Soul Palace at all, but he did not expect that the Soul Palace still entered the Jiama Empire. Is Yao Chen's attraction so great? Bai Ji couldn't help thinking in his heart. Brother Xiao Bai, what's wrong? On the side, Xiao Suner, who was meditating, heard the movement and opened her eyes, and asked with some confusion. Nothing, I just thought it was going to rain, but I didn't expect that I was just wrong. Bai Ji smiled slightly and changed the subject naturally. After letting Xiao Suner continue to meditate, looking at the black air floating in the distant sky, Bai Ji's heart moved and he activated the soul binding in general. With the activation of the soul binding in general, Bai Ji had absolute control over the black air in the distance in an instant. As long as Bai Ji wanted, he could immediately detain the black air floating in the distant sky. Sure enough, as long as it is a spirit without a body, it will be controlled by the soul binding in general. After testing the effect of the soul binding in general on the spirits of the Soul Palace, Bai Ji lifted the soul binding in general and couldn't help but smile softly in his heart. With this discovery, Bai Ji can completely regard the spirits in the Soul Palace as supplements. There are many powerful spirits in the Soul Palace. If all these spirits can be sacrificed to the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, I wonder if the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul can be raised to a level comparable to that of the Dosheng in one fell swoop. For the first time, Bai Ji actually had expectations for the spirit of the Soul Palace. I'll let you go for now. Looking at the black gas in the distance, although he wanted to use the soul confinement to detain it immediately, he gave up the idea after looking at Xiao Suner beside him. Although the soul confinement has absolute suppression power over spirits, the spirit of the Soul Palace is in the sky. If he uses the soul confinement to detain it now, it will be too conspicuous and will definitely alarm Xiao Suner. As the little princess of the ancient clan, Xiao Suner must be the main soul clan's affairs, which will be difficult to explain. So after thinking about it, Bai Ji temporarily gave up the idea of detaining the spirit of the Soul Palace immediately. Now the time to act is too bad, so it's better to wait until the night when the convoy is repaired, and then find an excuse to leave, and then go find the spirit of the Soul Palace. Having made a decision in his heart, Bai Ji closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Time passed quickly. After passing through the Ghost Gate, the convoy continued to drive. I don't know how many miles they drove, and soon it was evening. The speed of the convoy began to slow down slowly. Although the Gama Empire and Canaan College are far apart, in order to get to Canaan College as soon as possible, the convoy has always traveled day and night. But people can't sit in the carriage all the time, so every evening, the convoy will still take a temporary break, providing half an hour for everyone to eat a hot meal and stretch their muscles. Hey, finally we can get off. It's really exhausting to sit in the carriage for a whole day. After the convoy stopped, everyone complained and got off the carriage. After getting off the carriage, some people started looking for a place to cook, while others stretched their muscles around. Sooner, you light a fire and cook here, I'll go around to see if I can hunt some game. After getting off the carriage, according to the plan made before, Bai Ji asked Xiao Suner to light a fire and cook on the spot, and he took the opportunity to leave on the pretext of hunting game. No one is around. After leaving the caravan's camp, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he tore the space in an instant, and appeared in the blink of an eye not far from the Ghost Gate several miles away. Haven't they left yet? Standing in a dense forest, Bai Ji was surprised to see the black air that had been floating in the white clouds above the Ghost Gate in the distance. But this was just right, and it was convenient for him to act, otherwise he would have to spend more time. You're unlucky. Looking at the black air floating in the sky in the distance, Bai Ji shook his head in his heart and slowly stretched out his right hand. Confine the spirit and send the general. With his spirit concentrated, Bai Ji shouted in his heart. As the confine the spirit and send the general was launched, the unlucky soul hall spirit that was still moving in the clouds in the distant sky suddenly felt an irresistible strong pulling force coming from below. What's going on? Where does the power come from? Feeling the irresistible pulling force, the unfortunate soul hall spirit was suddenly terrified, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the pulling force. No! Amidst a scream, a thick black gas was pulled from the distant sky, condensing into a human outline in mid-air, and was finally detained in Bai Ji's hand. Got it. Looking at the human-shaped black gas that was constantly twisting in his hand, Bai Ji smiled in his heart and then suppressed the black gas into his body. With the soul-binding general, the detained soul hall spirit could not hide anything in his hands, so Bai Ji did not care about this moment. It's time to go back. After successfully imprisoning the discovered soul hall spirit and suppressing it in his body, Bai Ji's heart moved, quickly tore the space, and returned to a position not far from the convoy station several miles away. Let's catch a few more rabbits. Thinking of what he had said to Xiao Suner before about hunting some wild game, Bai Ji did not return to the team immediately, but used his mental power to search around and caught a few snow rabbits. That should be enough now. After doing everything, looking at the fat snow rabbits in his hands that were jumping and kicking their legs, Bai Ji touched his chin, turned around and hummed a little tune, and walked towards the team. Chapter 624 arrived at the Black Domain Plain, catch those few. After half an hour of rest, the team continued to move towards the direction of Canaan College. Unknowingly, more than 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, the team crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and crossed several small countries. Originally, with the distance between the Gama Empire and the Canaan College, if an ordinary team wanted to start from the former and reach the latter, it would generally take nearly half a year. Because there are several small countries on the way from the Gama Empire to the Canaan College. These small countries are in chaos, with bandits rampant, and it is very difficult for ordinary convoys to pass through. However, as a convoy of Canaan College, because of the reputation of Canaan College there was no checkpoint that dared to block it, and no bandit group dared to attack the Canaan Academy convoy escorted by the Blood Demon elite. So the convoy took only more than 3 months to reach the famous Black Domain Plain. In the convoy, in a luxurious carriage, Bai Ji, who was sitting cross-legged on the soft seat of the carriage, suddenly opened his eyes. Such a familiar spiritual fluctuation. Turning his head and looking in the direction of the convoy, Bai Ji actually felt a familiar spiritual fluctuation coming from afar. That was the fluctuation emitted by his branded spiritual mark. This made Bai Ji's heart move slightly. It's Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe. In the Dupa world, there were not many people who were branded with Bai Ji's spiritual mark. There were only 2, namely Hai Badong and Mo Liao from Tianxi Mansion, and the other one was the 6th level magic beast Zhuang Yushe. If there was only one spiritual fluctuation, it might still be Hai Badong, but if there were 2, it would definitely be Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe. Has the plan started? Bai Ji was thinking. A few months ago, when he was still at the Xiao family, Bai Ji asked Kaidi to pass on the message that the people in Canaan College could start the plan. It seems that the plan should be carried out by Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe. But these 2 guys are not in the Black Horn region, but appear in the Black Region Plain. Is it a test given by Han Feng? It seems that Han Feng has decided to take action against Canaan College. Letting these 2 guys come should be to abduct people from Canaan College. Bai Ji speculated in his heart. Since Han Feng is preparing to take action against Canaan College, he must first find out the specific situation or arrangement of Canaan College. And if you want to understand the situation of Canaan College, you must find out from the people in Canaan College. But going directly to Canaan College to abduct people will undoubtedly alert the enemy, so Han Feng should plan to abduct people from the Canaan College convoy returning to Canaan College from various countries in the Duqi continent. The reason why Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe took action should be for the test. But this luck is too good, I just happened to meet me. Bai Ji laughed dumbly. There are quite a few teams sent by Canaan College to recruit students in Duqi continent. It may be a bit exaggerated to say hundreds, but there are definitely dozens of them. It is amazing that I can meet this one in a few tenths of chance. Let's go and have a look later. Thinking that Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe must have sensed him and should be hesitating now, Bai Ji thought to himself. We are almost at the Black Domain Plain, everyone slow down. Suddenly, there was a sound of horse hooves outside the carriage, followed by a loud shout. Brother Xiao Bai, are we almost at the Black Domain Plain? Hearing the shouts from outside the carriage, Xiao Suner couldn't help but wake up from her meditation, looked at Bai Ji, and asked crisply. Let me see. Bai Ji opened the curtains and looked forward, only to see that behind a few mountains in the distance was an endless black plain. Well, we're almost there. Bai Ji nodded. As they approached the Black Domain Plain, the speed of the convoy began to slow down, and finally stopped completely at the edge of the black domain plain. Everyone can get off the car. We will rest here for a day today and set off again tomorrow. Everyone can move around. After the convoy stopped, a student from Canaan College walked from the front of the convoy to the back and shouted loudly. Sooner, let's get off and walk. Hearing that they could get off the car, Bai Ji stretched and said to Xiao Sooner. Okay, brother Xiao Bai. Xiao Sooner nodded with a slight smile on her pretty face. Lifting the curtain, Bai Ji took Xiao Sooner out of the carriage. Because the convoy stopped and said that they would rest here for a day, almost everyone got off the carriage, and the whole avenue was full of people. Brother Xiao Bai, there are so many people. Let's go for a walk in the woods. Seeing that there were people everywhere, Xiao Sooner frowned and said. Okay. Bai Ji naturally had no objection. It was just a casual walk anyway. Crossing the avenue and walking towards the roadside woods, people around were almost talking about why the team had to rest here for a day. Brother Xiao Bai, why does the team have to rest here for a day? After entering the woods and walking on the way, Xiao Sooner couldn't help but ask in surprise. Because there is the Black Domain Plain ahead. There is a disaster called Black Storm in the Black Domain Plain. If the team encounters a black storm, it is very likely that the team will be broken in the Black Domain Plain. The reason for resting for a day should be to plan a route across the Black Domain Plain. After thinking about it, Bai Ji explained. So that's it. Xiao Sooner understood immediately. Originally, they were planning to take a walk in the woods, but on the way, Bai Ji actually found a lot of wild fruit trees and various mushrooms. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to rise overhead. Well, it was almost time for dinner. So, the walk that was originally prepared turned into collecting food and hunting. In this way, the day passed quickly. At night, after Xiao Sooner fell asleep, Bai Ji quietly left the car and entered the woods on the side of the road. After making sure that there was no one around, Bai Ji instantly tore the space, took a step out, and appeared in a mountain forest several miles away. Greetings, sir. Seeing Bai Ji, Mo Liao, who had been prepared, stood up immediately and saluted respectfully. Mo Liao, why are you and Zai Huang here? Although he had a guess in his heart, Bai Ji still asked. Sir, it's like this. In response to Bai Ji's inquiry, Mo Liao did not hide anything and quickly told the whole situation. Has Han Feng already planned to attack Canaan College? After listening to Mo Liao's words, Bai Ji pondered for a while and asked. Yes, he has already planned to attack. He is now planning and preparing. He asked his subordinates to capture people from Canaan College, probably to find out the specific layout of Canaan College. Mo Liao nodded and replied. Han Feng asked you to capture a few people from Canaan College and bring them back. How do you plan to do it? After thinking for a while, Bai Ji asked again. Han Feng asked his subordinates to capture people from Canaan College in order to make his subordinates stand in the same camp with him. So in order to gain his trust, I plan to attack directly on the Black Domain Plain tomorrow. Mo Liao said. But now that you are in this convoy, do I need to give up temporarily and wait for the next convoy? Mo Liao hesitated. No, you don't have to worry about me, just do it tomorrow. Bai Ji shook his head indifferently. As for who to capture, I will mark a few people with my mental power tomorrow, you can just capture them directly. Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and he said slowly. Yes. Chapter 625, Unexpected Black Storm, Revenge is Never Too Late. After a night of rest. The next day, the convoy set out again and drove towards the Black Domain Plain. In the dark plain, there was silence everywhere. At a glance, there were almost no living things, only the strange black grass everywhere. As the convoy drove in, the sound of wooden wheels began to echo, and along with the sound of wheels, there were also bursts of horse hooves. This was the sound of the elite war horses of the Blood Demon stepping on the grass. Attention all carriages, follow the convoy closely and don't fall behind, otherwise, once the black storm hits, the lagging carriages will easily get lost in the Black Domain Plain. Although we spent a day yesterday and have already planned the safest route, there is no guarantee that we will not encounter the black storm. As the convoy drove on the Black Domain Plain, Senior K, who led the elite blood demons, rode a tall horse again and notified the convoy in front and behind in a deep voice. Hearing Senior K's warning, many people who were still chattering because of their curiosity about the Black Domain Plain fell silent. Although many people didn't know what the Black Storm was, everyone understood it after hearing Senior K's words. The Black Domain Plane is definitely not a good place, but just like this weird environment, it is an extremely dangerous place. In silence, the convoy continued to drive. But suddenly, there was a sound of raining in outside the carriage, followed by a roar, "All carriages stop immediately! All carriages stop immediately! Don't go any further, the Black Storm is coming, the Black Storm is coming, stop immediately!" Hearing the roar outside the carriage, the drivers stopped the carriages one after another. Bai Ji lifted the curtain and saw that the clear sky in the distance was shrouded in thick black fog. The boundless black fog almost covered the entire sky, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. Along with the darkening sky, there was also a strong wind that was becoming stronger and stronger. The Black Storm was not only terrifying because of the boundless black fog that could cover the sight. If there was only black fog, it would be impossible to get lost as long as the carriage did not move, because the Black Storm did not last long. The reason why the Black Storm could become the most terrifying disaster in the Black Domain Plane was mainly because of the strong wind brought by the Black Storm that could lift the carriage. Hoo! In the increasingly dark sky, the terrifying strong wind blew more fiercely. The Black Storm roared from the sky. In just a few minutes, the wind increased from being able to blow only branches to being able to sweep a person away. But luckily, the power of this Black Storm has only increased to this extent, and it has not reached the level of being able to roll up the carriage. Otherwise, the entire team would probably suffer heavy casualties, but this is also natural. You know, a powerful Black Storm needs to be brewed for a long time. As long as there is experience, it is possible to detect the precursor of the birth of a powerful Black Storm and avoid it. And yesterday, the team rested for a day in order to send people to the Black Domain Plane to explore and avoid places where a super large Black Storm may occur. So it is normal for the team to only encounter medium and low intensity Black Storms. Hoo! The strong wind outside the carriage is still whistling, and the black fog is surging outside the window, and it is pitch black everywhere. However, although the carriage was constantly shaken by the strong wind, it was not rolled up. The Black Storm did not last long, and the power of the Black Storm first increased and then decreased, so as long as you can survive the strongest time of the Black Storm, you will be basically safe. In the carriage, Bai Ji suddenly felt two familiar spiritual fluctuations approaching rapidly from the Black Storm. They were Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe. According to the plan last night, Mo Liao was going to attack the convoy directly and abduct people to gain Han Feng's trust. But he didn't expect the convoy to encounter the Black Storm. Since there was a Black Storm as a cover, there was no need to attack the convoy to gain Han Feng's trust. He could just take advantage of the Black Storm to abduct people. While Bai Ji was thinking, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe got closer. Sensing the approach of Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe, Bai Ji stopped thinking and quickly spread his spiritual power out of his body. Although the black fog was surging outside the carriage at this moment, and it was pitch black everywhere, everything was clearly visible from Bai Ji's spiritual perspective. The spiritual power quickly swept across the convoy, and Bai Ji quickly locked onto a carriage where Rob and Geci were among the carriages at the front of the convoy. Originally, Bai Ji had no intention of targeting these two people, but since Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe needed someone to gain Han Feng's trust, it would be better to choose these two guys with bad behavior rather than hurting innocent people. With a slight movement in his heart, Bai Ji quickly left a wisp of mental power on the bodies of the two people, and then began to wait for the show to begin. Soon, after a short while, Mo Liao, wearing a black robe, swooped down from the sky in the black fog with a pair of grey-brown fighting wings stretched out behind him. With the mental imprint left in Bai Ji's soul, Mo Liao quickly found the target left by Bai Ji for him. Is it this carriage? In the black fog, despite the raging wind and the fluttering black robe, Mo Liao was still happy. On his shoulders, Zhuang Yushe also tightly wrapped around Mo Liao's arm, not affected by the wind at all. After locking the target, Mo Liao suddenly waved his sleeves. Break! With a low shout in his heart, a strong grey-brown fighting spirit suddenly surged out of Mo Liao's body, instantly breaking the top of the carriage where Rob and Geci were. Although it was pitch dark in the black fog, the sudden movement still attracted the attention of the blood evil elites not far from the convoy. Who is it? However, although they knew that someone seemed to have taken advantage of the chaos in the black fog to attack the convoy, facing the strong wind brought by the black storm, the blood evil elite soldiers had already inserted their spears into the ground and were struggling to resist the strong wind. So although they noticed it, they had no way to do anything. Swish! After breaking the top of the carriage, Emilia rushed directly into the carriage where Rob and Geci were. Who are you? Seeing Emilia suddenly rushing in, Rob, Geci and the other two young men in the carriage were all terrified and nervous. As people from Canaan Academy, they knew clearly that those who could move in the black storm, even the small black storm of medium or low power, were all strong people with strength at least above Douluo. These two. Looking at the four young men in the carriage, Emilia quickly locked the target, and grabbed the two people in the horrified eyes of Rob and Geci. Who are you? Let me go! Let me go! Being grabbed, Rob and Geci struggled and shouted, but Emilia didn't care at all. As the two struggled and shouted, Emilia suddenly raised his dochi wings, soared into the sky in an instant, and disappeared in the black fog in the blink of an eye. Rob and Geci's loud shouts also attracted the attention of the other carriages around. But even Rulin, the strongest in the team, was only a great dough master, and could not move in the black storm at all. So although she was very anxious when she heard the two people's horrified shouts, Rulin couldn't do anything at all. Who dares to attack our Canaan Academy convoy? Although he could not take any action, from the vague sights and sounds he heard in the black fog, he knew that Lin still knew that the attacker's strength was at least Do Wang. Because only Do Wang has the ability to fly. But what Do Wang dared to attack their Canaan Academy convoy? Chapter 626 The Black Storm ends and arrives at the Blackhorn region. As Rulin waited anxiously, time passed by bit. The black storm did not last long. After more than 10 minutes, the first ray of sunlight broke through the darkness and shone down from the endless black fog. Gradually, the black fog began to become thinner and thinner, the strong wind began to weaken, and the sunlight became brighter and brighter. Finally, as the black fog completely dissipated, the sun shone on the earth again. It's finally over. Looking through the window, seeing that the black fog that covered the sky and the sun outside the window finally dissipated, and the sun shone down from the sky again, Rulin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in the carriage. However, Rulin had no time to rejoice, but felt a little heavy in her heart. Thinking of the movement she heard before, there must have been enemies in the black storm, and they should be at least Do Wang level enemies. Because the cries for help she heard were first coming from the surroundings, and finally came to the air. And only the strong men above the Do Wang level have the ability to fly. Yuer, Shui and I, Xiao Dai, let's get off the car and count the number of people. Rulin's face flashed a trace of worry, and she said to the three girls around her. Yes, Teacher Rulin. Hearing Rulin's words, Xiao Yu, Shui and I, and Su Dai, who were still a little frightened, nodded in response. However, Rulin had no intention of comforting the three girls who were still a little scared. Rulin quickly got up and got off the carriage, and came outside the carriage. Standing on the endless black grass, Rulin looked around. After the raging black storm, the surroundings were in a mess. Although this black storm was only a small black storm of low to medium power, it did not cause casualties in the convoy, but the raging black storm destroyed many carts loaded with dry food. On the cart, many sacks of dry food were damaged to varying degrees in the black storm, and the dry food inside was scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, nearly a quarter of the dry food survived, and the dry food on these carts should be enough for everyone to survive until they reach the Blackhorn region. While Rulin was thinking in her heart, Xiao Yu, Shui and I, and Su Dai also got off the cart one after another. In the other carriages, after seeing that the black storm had really dissipated completely, many people also got off the carriage. This is it. Withdrawing her mind from the food issue, Rulin searched around again carefully and immediately found a carriage with a damaged roof. Thinking of the movement she heard before, Rulin immediately had the answer in her mind. She quickly walked towards the carriage with a damaged roof. Before Rulin walked in front of the carriage, two terrified young men stumbled down from the carriage. Teacher Rulin. Seeing Rulin, the two young men immediately showed an expression of joy and hurried to Rulin. Huashan, Bai He, what happened in the black storm before? Did someone attack you? Seeing Huashan and Bai He, Rulin asked with a serious look. Yes. Yes. Teacher Rulin, we were hiding from the black storm at that time, but suddenly the roof of our carriage was blown to pieces, and then a guy jumped into the carriage from the roof and took away Geci and Luo Buletin. Hearing Rulin's words, the young man named Huashan nodded and said in horror. Took away Geci and Luo Buletin? Didn't they catch you? Rulin frowned. No, it seems that there was only one person who entered our carriage. He could only catch 2 people. Since he caught Geci and Luo Buletin, he had no ability to attack Huashan and me. Another young man named Bai He took a deep breath and explained. Only one person. Ruolin frowned even more deeply. Did you see the attacker's appearance clearly, or any obvious features? No, we didn't see anything. At that time, there was black fog everywhere, and it was pitch black all around. We couldn't see anything at all. Huo Shan smiled bitterly. But Teacher Ruolin, the person who attacked us seemed to have spread a pair of grey-brown wings of Doqi at the end, and then left from the sky. As if thinking of something, Huo Shan added another sentence. Grey-brown wings of Doqi? It seems to be a Douwang or Douhuang of the earth attribute. Ruolin nodded. Okay, don't worry, since the attacker only dared to attack us during the Black Storm, it proves that he didn't dare to go against our Canaan Academy. Now that the Black Storm has disappeared, he shouldn't come again. Seeing that Huo Shan and Bai He were still a little panicked, Ruolin comforted them. Thank you for your concern, teacher, we know. Hearing Ruolin's comfort, the 2 showed a forced smile. Seeing that the 2 were still a little frightened, Ruolin shook her head in her heart. After letting Huashan and Bai He take a rest, Ruolin turned around and returned to the 3 women of Xiao again. Swini, Xiadi, the convoy encountered a black storm. Although there were no casualties, the losses were not small. You should find someone to help count the losses as soon as possible. We will hurry up to sort it out and then continue to set off. It is still too dangerous in the Black Domain Plain. Wait until the Black Horn Domain, where the law enforcement team will pick us up, and then we will be safe. Looking at the 3 women of Xiao, Ruolin said. Yes. Under the leadership of the 3 women of Xiao, all the students of Canaan Academy got off the carriages, walked around the convoy, and counted the losses. After counting, in addition to the loss of a large amount of dry food in this black storm, many carriages were also damaged. For some of the carriages with less damage, Ruolin asked someone to repair them on the spot, and for some of the carriages with more serious damage that could not be repaired quickly, she simply chose to abandon them and let the people in the carriages squeeze in other carriages. Anyway, they were almost at Canaan College, and they wouldn't be crowded for long. After sorting out, the team continued to set off. However, despite having encountered a black storm, the team's luck on the following journey was still not good, and they encountered several waves of black bandits. Black bandits are bandits who specialize in roaming in the Black Domain Plain and robbing passing caravans. There are many black bandits in the Black Domain Plain. Small black bandit groups only have dozens to hundreds of people, but large black bandit groups have tens of thousands of people. Compared with the Black Storm, black bandits are more terrifying for merchants. Because if you encounter a black storm, you can survive by luck, but if you encounter black bandits, you will die. However, although the convoy encountered several waves of black bandits, they chose to give up after following for a while because they were afraid of the reputation of Canaan College and the intimidation of the bloody elite guarding the convoy. In this way, another day of travel passed. At noon on the 2nd day, the convoy was finally about to leave the Black Domain Plain. Seeing that the originally dark grass around was finally beginning to show lush green, and not far away, you can faintly see the overlapping mountains and continuous forests, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the convoy drove out of the Black Domain Plain. After driving on the mountain road for nearly 2 hours, in the afternoon, after crossing a mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a huge city made of black boulders appeared vaguely. Blackhorn region, here we are. Chapter 627 Rest outside the city and sneak into Black Seal City. Have you entered the Blackhorn region? Under the mountain, the convoy was moving slowly. In a carriage, Bai Ji lifted the curtain and looked at the tall black city gate in the distance, and couldn't help but chuckled a few times. Under everyone's excited eyes, the convoy continued to move. But to everyone's surprise, the convoy did not drive directly to the city gate, but turned around when it was still some distance away from the Black City Gate and drove into an open space in a forest on the side of the road. Finally, the convoy stopped in the open space. Everyone get off! Then, a shout came from outside. Sooner, it's time to get off. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji looked at Xiao Sooner and said with a smile. Then, the two got off the carriage together. Outside the carriage, in the open space, many people also got off the carriage and gathered in the center of the open space. In front of the crowd, Ruolin walked slowly over with a group of students from Canaan College. Everyone please be quiet, everyone please be quiet, I have an important thing to announce. Standing in front of the crowd, Ruolan said loudly when she heard the noise. Hearing Ruolan's words, the crowd suddenly quieted down. We are about to arrive at the first city in the Blackhorn region, Black Seal City, because the army is not allowed to enter Black Seal City, so the Blood Evil elite will no longer escort us on the way. Ruolan said slowly. Ah? No way, there is no Blood Evil elite escort. I heard that the Blackhorn region is very dangerous, so there will be no problem, right? I feel a little panicked. Hearing Ruolan's words, the crowd became noisy again. Because everyone has long been accustomed to the escort of the Blood Evil elite along the way, now when they heard that the Blood Evil elite would no longer escort them, many people couldn't help but panic. Don't worry, everyone, although there is no Blood Evil elite escort behind, but we will find Arcanum College's law enforcement team to escort everyone, and we will not let everyone get into trouble, so there is no need to worry. Ruolan hurriedly said loudly. Law enforcement team? Everyone was relieved to hear that there was still someone escorting them. However, because the law enforcement team is not in Black Seal City, but in a place close to us, we are in Hepping Town, which is not far from Canaan College, so we need to call people over. During the time we are away, please stay here temporarily and don't leave. The Blood Evil elite will protect everyone. Ruolan continued. Teacher, how long do we have to stay here? A voice asked in the crowd. About a day, I will definitely be back before this time tomorrow. Ruolan replied. After announcing the matter, Ruolan took several students out of the woods and walked towards the Black Seal City in front. After Ruolan left, the Blood Evil elite quickly dispersed and guarded around the convoy. Oh, so boring. In the afternoon, the hot sun hung in the sky. Bai Ji and Xiao Suner were sitting cross-legged under the shade of a tree, and beside them, Xiao Ning was constantly sighing. Xiao Bai, how about we go to Black Seal City to play? In the past 6 months, I have been eating dry food almost every day, and my mouth is almost dry. Let's go to Black Seal City to find a restaurant and have a good meal. As if thinking of something, Xiao Ning, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat up with a carp jump. Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Ning kept rubbing his hands and laughed. Xiao Ning, do you think you have lived too long? Do you want to shorten your life so much? Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Bai Ji opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Xiao Ning with his peripheral vision, and said lightly. What are you afraid of? Since this Black Seal City is a city, there must be some rules. We are fighters. As long as we are careful, there should be no problem. Xiao Ning waved his hand and said. Well. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin. He didn't believe Xiao Ning's nonsense, but to be honest, during the 6 months on the road, most of the time he ate dry food. Although he could also hunt some game when resting in the evening every day, he could only roast it because he had no conditions. After all, it was not as good as eating in a restaurant. Sooner, do you want to go into the city to play? Feeling a little moved, Bai Ji turned around and asked Xiao Sooner. As long as brother Xiao Bai wants to go, Sooner will go with him. Xiao Sooner opened her eyes and showed a peaceful smile. Okay, let's go to Black Seal City to have some fun. Bai Ji stood up and made a decision. But Xiao Bai, there are elite blood demons all around, how can we leave? Xiao Ning was a little distressed. That's easy. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Hey, brother, there is a senior sister looking for you. Do you see her? She is in that woods. Let me call you and you go quickly. After looking around, Bai Ji picked a target who looked a little handsome, walked over quickly, patted his shoulder, pointed in a direction, and said stealthily. Is there a senior sister looking for me? The young man chosen by Bai Ji was a little confused. But when he heard that it was a senior, the young man still thought about it, and then he couldn't help but be slightly surprised, as if he thought of something, his eyes moved suddenly, and then a smile appeared on his face. I know, brother, I'll go over now. Seeing the back of the young man leaving, Bai Ji shook his head. This brother is so naive. Get ready, there should be a chance later. Looking at Xiao Ning and Xiao Sooner who were walking over, Bai Ji said. Xiao Bai, will this work? Xiao Ning was still a little skeptical about Bai Ji's behavior. Haven't you noticed yet? The direction I pointed to him just happened to have no bloody elite guards, but it could be seen by the bloody elites around. He will definitely attract attention when he goes there. At that time, the bloody elites around will definitely chase him. We just need to take the opportunity to sneak away. Bai Ji smiled softly and said. Sure enough, not long after the man who thought he had met his luck in love left, a blood evil elite found someone sneaking away near the direction Bai Ji pointed. Seeing that someone dared to sneak away, the blood evil elite hurriedly called several brothers around to chase after him. The departure of these blood evil elites immediately left a gap in the guard circle. Bai Ji took Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning and took the opportunity to get out of the guard circle and walked quickly towards the Black Seal City in the distance. After getting out of the woods and walking for a distance, a huge Black City gate suddenly came into view in the distance. The three big characters Black Seal City were engraved in the center of the city gate. In front of the city gate, there was a long queue, and more than a dozen men in black clothes were guarding the city gate, just like the soldiers guarding the city gate, collecting entrance fees from people entering the city. Damn, everyone has to pay 10 gold coins for the entrance fee. Isn't this too expensive? Seeing the entrance fee written on the notice board next to the city gate, Xiao Ning couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This is the Black Seal City in the Black Horn region, not the Gamma Empire. The entrance fee of 10 gold coins is indeed a bit high, but people who dare to enter the Black Horn region generally don't lack this money. Bai Ji was surprised by Xiao Ning, but he smiled. He smiled and shook his head. But I need it. Xiao Ning was speechless and tears flowed first. He was just an ordinary child of the Xiao family. Although he was the grandson of the great elder, he didn't have much pocket money. He had accumulated more than 1,000 gold coins in a few years. Most of these more than 1,000 gold coins were still on the magic crystal card. He only had less than 100 gold coins on him. He had to take away 10 of them at once. He felt sad. Chapter 628 Chaotic Blackhorn Domain, Xiao Ning with a sense of justice. As time passed, the team moved forward slowly. After the entrance in front paid the entrance fee and entered the Black Seal City, it was finally Bai Ji's turn. Behind him, seeing that he was about to enter the city, Xiao Ning took out his purse from his arms with tears in his eyes, counted out 10 gold coins, and slowly held them in his hands. Now Xiao Ning's heart was both regretful and distressed. If he knew that he had to pay a 10 gold coin entrance fee to enter the city, he would not have proposed to enter the city. But it was a pity that he had come here, and it would be a pity to go back like this. Besides, he was the one who proposed to enter the city, and he couldn't slap himself in the face, right? Entrance fee, 10 gold coins. Here. Xiao Ning handed over the 10 gold coins in his hand with a sad face, and then covered his chest with a distressed look, and walked into the city step by step. What's wrong? In the city, seeing Xiao Ning's expression of heartache and wanting to die, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. This Black Seal City is too dark. The entrance fee is 10 gold coins. This is enough for me to have a big meal in the best restaurant in Mutant City. Xiao Ning said indignantly. Okay, don't always look like you're going to die. I'll treat you to dinner at the restaurant today, okay? Bai Ji waved his hand and chuckled. Okay. It's settled. After entering the Black Seal City, the three of them walked slowly along the avenue. In terms of scale, the Black Seal City is larger than the Mutant City. Both sides of the street are full of various shops, and people come and go, which is very prosperous. But for some reason, in such a prosperous city, there are almost no hawkers. After looking around, Bai Ji quickly found the reason: the public security here is really too bad. Walking along the street for less than 100 meters, Bai Ji witnessed no less than 10 fights, and some of them were armed fights. In these few minutes, the impression of the Black Seal City on Bai Ji was only one word: chaos. When entering the city, Xiao Ning was quite interested in the Black Seal City. But in just a few minutes, he saw all kinds of fights in the dark alleys around him, and the main forces in them were even stronger than the fighters. This made Xiao Ning feel unwell all of a sudden. Damn, this place is too dangerous, the strength of the fighter is just cannon fodder? Xiao Ning's face was very ugly as he kept scanning the surroundings. However, compared with the frightened Xiao Ning, Bai Ji and Xiao Suner were very relaxed. Bai Ji was powerful and not panicked, while Xiao Suner was closely guarded by the strong men of the ancient clan, so she was not worried. Along the way, Bai Ji was still talking and laughing with Xiao Suner about the things in the shops on both sides of the street, which made Xiao Ning very shocked. Is he the only one who is so timid? Look, there is a restaurant over there. Finally, not far from a street, Bai Ji found a restaurant. On the plaque at the entrance of the restaurant were 3 large gilded characters base hand Zai. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing the target, at Bai Ji's suggestion, the 3 walked all the way and entered the restaurant called Base Hand Zai. Half an hour later, after enjoying a sumptuous meal in the restaurant, the 3 of them slowly walked out of the restaurant. Not bad. Not bad. The food in this restaurant is even better than the Imperial Kitchen in Mutant City. Xiaoning patted his full stomach and said with satisfaction. Xiao Bai, should we stroll here again or go back directly? Let's stroll again. Thinking that he would be free after returning, Bai Ji couldn't help but said. Okay, then let's stroll again. After that, the 3 of them continued to stroll in Heian City. What do you want to do? Just as Bai Ji and the other 2 were strolling on the street, a sudden cry not far away attracted the attention of the 3. Let's go and take a look. Hearing the voice, the 3 of them walked over to the place where the voice came from out of curiosity. On another street not far away, a girl in a green dress was confronting a black-clad youth with a group of people. Behind the girl, a little beggar in ragged clothes and covered with scars was hiding behind the girl with a panicked look on his face. My little beauty, I want to ask you, what do you want to do? The little beggar behind me stole my things, do you still want to protect him? The young man in black clapped his folded fan in his hand, with a half-smile, and said. It is indeed wrong for him to steal your things, but you have already taken the things back, why do you still have to beat him, and use such a heavy hand? He is just an ordinary person, if you use the strength you just used, you will beat him to death. The girl in green skirt said without flinching. Beat him to death? No, 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 we are just reminding him that in the black corner, stealing is allowed, but stealing cannot be done casually, otherwise people will die. We just beat him up, at least we didn't kill him directly, right? The young man in black laughed jokingly. Yes, the young master is right, we are just teaching him a lesson, in this urban area, everyone knows that my young master is the most merciful. Hearing the young man's words, a grey-clothed servant beside the young man smiled charmingly and flattered him. On the side, after listening for so long, Bai Ji had a rough idea of what was happening. The cause of this incident should be that the little beggar stole the things of the young man in black, but was discovered, and the young man's men beat the little beggar violently. And the girl in the green skirt should have just passed by, and saw that the little beggar was about to be beaten to death, so she felt a little soft-hearted, so she rescued the little beggar. However, Bai Ji was not optimistic about whether the girl in the green skirt could save the little beggar. This young man in black was obviously a smiling tiger, and there were many men around him. He should be a local snake in Heian City, but the girl in the green skirt seemed to have no one behind her. If she still insisted, the young man in black would probably not be soft-hearted. Little beauty, I'll say it again, do you want to get out of the way? If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing that the girl in the green dress wanted to meddle in other people's business, the young man in black couldn't help but look gloomy. If anyone else dared to meddle in other people's business, he would have ordered his men to kill them directly, but the girl in the green dress was a little unfamiliar, and he couldn't figure out her details for a while, so he was quite cautious. In Heian City, although he was considered a local snake, Heian City was a mixed bag, and there were many dragons from outside. He could have been doing evil until now and still be safe and sound, relying on caution and knowing who to provoke and who not to provoke. However, after such a long time, the girl in the green dress didn't have any men coming. It seems that she has no background, which made the young man in black quickly disappear. Come on, since this little beauty wants to protect this little beggar so much, then take her back with me. His patience disappeared, the black-clothed youth sneered, and waved his right arm directly. The many servants beside him heard the words and rushed forward. Damn it, how can they bully a weak woman with their numbers? On the side, seeing the black-clothed youth actually let a group of men go to besiege the girl in the green skirt, Xiaoning couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Then you go and help quickly. Hearing Xiaoning's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. Based on Bai Ji's understanding of Xiaoning, Xiaoning didn't have such a sense of justice. Although Xiaoning said that he couldn't stand others bullying a weak woman with their numbers, if the person being bullied was not a beautiful woman, Xiaoning would probably not even look at it. Then I'll go. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiaoning was a little moved, and actually rushed out directly. Chapter 629, Bai Ji took action at the critical moment. Let go of that girl. Looking at the group of servants who were besieging the girl in the green skirt, Xiaoning yelled. Then he started to circulate his dou qi, and the grey-brown dou qi flowed between his palms. Xiaoning performed the mountain-splitting palm, which was invincible all the way, and he knocked all the servants to the ground unstoppably. Who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Seeing that Xiaoning had ruined his good deeds, the young man in black said coldly with a gloomy face. Don't worry about who I am. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. Xiaoning patted his chest, his face full of righteousness, well if you ignore his eyes looking back from time to time. Haha, it turns out to be a fool. Hearing Xiaoning's words, the young man in black couldn't help but laugh, but the smile was a little cold. To be a hero in the Blackhorn region is really ignorant of life and death. Remo, Weiss, teach this righteous young hero a lesson and let him know what the Blackhorn region is. The young man in black sneered and waved his hand. In the crowd not far from the young man in black, two middle-aged men suddenly walked out and approached Xiaoning. Damn, why is there someone behind this guy? Seeing the two middle-aged men approaching, Xiaoning's face was a little ugly. Before he took action, he thought that his opponents were only this young man and those servants, but he didn't expect that there were others. Young master, leave quickly, these things are all caused by me, it's none of your business. Behind him, seeing the two middle-aged men, the girl in the green skirt also bit gritting his teeth, he said. Damn it! Xiaoning was still a little hesitant. If the girl in the green dress hadn't said it, Xiaoning might have run away. But when he heard the girl in the green dress, Xiaoning felt a surge of blood rushing into his head. Such a kind girl, how could he just leave her alone? Damn, fight! Xiaoning gritted his teeth, and was ruthless in his heart. He tried his best to activate the fighting spirit in his body, intending to fight to the death. But seeing that Xiaoning wanted to resist, the two middle-aged men sneered and activated the fighting spirit in their bodies. A large amount of fighting spirit flowed out of their bodies and quickly condensed two sets of armor outside their bodies. Fighting spirit armor. Fighting spirit armor. Great fighting master. Seeing that the two middle-aged men actually condensed fighting spirit armor, Xiaoning's heart suddenly sank. If the two middle-aged men were just fighting masters, Xiaoning could still ask Bai Ge to come to help. According to Xiaoning's cognition, Bai Ge's strength should have no problem defeating two fighting masters of the same level. But if the enemy is two great fighting masters, although Xiaoning is very confident in Bai Ge, the gap in strength at each realm of fighting spirit cultivation is like a natural chasm. Xiaoning really has no confidence that Bai Ge can cross the level to defeat two great fighting masters. This is over, I failed to show off and got fucked. Seeing that the enemy is two great fighting masters, Xiaoning's heart sank. Anyway, he didn't dare to let Bai Ge come to help now. He didn't want to implicate Bai Ge and Xiao sooner. Boy, this is your first time in the Blackhorn region. It seems that you don't understand what this place is. The Blackhorn region is a chaotic place without justice. The bodies of a young man like you who likes to be a hero can surround the Black Seal City every year. A middle-aged man sneered. Lamo, don't waste time talking to him. Let's solve it as soon as possible. Maybe we can go back with the young master for afternoon tea. Another middle-aged man was impatient. Damn it, don't these guys feel any guilt for killing people? Listening to the conversation between the two middle-aged men, Xiaoning felt even more depressed. Die, kid. Hearing the words of the other middle-aged man, the middle-aged man named Remo grinned when he approached Xiaoning within 10 meters, and used all his strength to circulate his fighting spirit. He crushed the blue stone bricks under his feet with one foot, rushed out instantly, and punched in the air, hitting Xiaoning hard. Brother Xiaobai, aren't you going to make a move? If you don't make a move, when you go back later, I guess you, Brother Xiaobai, will carry cousin Xiaoning back on your back. Seeing Xiaoning was beaten again for pretending to be powerful, Xiao sooner couldn't help but smile and said to Bai Ge beside her. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about him. I gave him a chance to show off in front of a beautiful woman, but who knew that he was good-looking but useless, always failing at the critical moment. Bai Ge shook his head helplessly, picked up a piece of blue stone brick fragments that flew from the ground, and flicked his finger at Remo who was punching Xiaoning. Swish! Accompanied by a shrill sound of breaking through the air, the broken stone was like a bullet shot out, and instantly hit the wrist of the great fighter Remo where there was no fighting spirit armor covering it. The sudden pain made Remo scream in pain, and his body paused. Before he swung his fist, he subconsciously retracted it. Good opportunity. Seeing this opportunity, Xiaoning immediately kicked with all his strength and kicked Remo away. However, with Remo's whole body covered with fighting spirit armor, Remo was not injured at all. Instead, Xiaoning felt a pain in the foot that was kicked out. Who is it? Originally thought that Remo's attack would be enough, but unexpectedly someone dared to attack by surprise. Weiss couldn't help but reveal a cold light in his eyes and shouted angrily. It's me. Bai Ji walked out of the crowd with Xiao Suner with a calm face. Boy, do you want to die too? Seeing Bai Ji, Weiss said with a gloomy face. Looking for death? Haha, I do want to die, but with you, I'm afraid you can't kill me. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Such a beautiful and elegant girl, I didn't expect that there would be such a beauty in the Blackhorn region. Not far away, seeing Xiao Suner, the young man in black couldn't help but lose his mind. Weiss, just do it, kill these two guys who don't know how to live or die, take the two girls back, I want to enjoy them tonight. The young man in black licked his lips and said. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man named Weiss said respectfully. But when he heard the words of the young man in black, Bai Ji's face turned cold. Bai Ji never took other people's words to heart, but this was only for himself. However, if it came to the people around him, Bai Ji would not be so generous. If you like women so much, why not just become a woman? Bai Ji sneered and stretched out his hand. A silver sword energy instantly broke through the air, almost like a stream of light, and hit the black man in an instant. The lower body of the black-clothed youth. Pa! Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood bursting, the bright red blood instantly splashed out, dyeing the lower body of the black-clothed youth red, and the black-clothed youth's face instantly turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! The next second, a burst of intense pain came, and the black-clothed youth screamed almost instantly, and suddenly fell to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. A large amount of blood continued to flow through the clothes, and soon gathered on the ground to form a pool of blood. Master! Seeing the miserable state of the black-clothed youth, Weiss and Ramos who had just climbed up changed their colors almost at the same time. Kill him for me! Enduring the pain in his lower body like a tide, the black-clothed youth's face was pale, sweat kept flowing from his forehead, and he roared resentfully. Yes, master! Seeing the miserable state of the black-clothed youth and hearing the roar of the black-clothed youth, Ramos and Weiss broke out in cold sweat almost at the same time. Boy, you're dead! Turning to face Bai Ji, Ramo and Weiss were both furious. Their young master was crippled right in front of them. Although he had the elixir, he was not hopeless, but they would definitely not have a good ending if they went back. The man in front of them must die. Chapter 630, The Dragon has a reverse scale, and touching it means death. The empty street was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, talking about it. In the middle of the crowd, a young man in black was curled up on the ground in pain, his face pale. Looking at the miserable state of their young master, the great fighters Ramo and Weiss looked at Bai Ji with anger on their faces, wishing to tear Bai Ji into pieces. Boy, I will make you pay for what you did. Thinking that he would be severely punished after returning home today, Ramo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The ice-blue fighting spirit kept flowing in his fists, and waves of piercing coldness could not help but emanate from his body. Ramo, why are you still talking to him? Let's kill him together. He dared to do such a thing to the young master. This is our dereliction of duty. Only his blood can wash it away. On the side, Weiss's face was gloomy and he said coldly. Okay. Xian level low-level fighting skills, Frost Palm. Hearing Weiss's words, Ramo shouted loudly, and then jumped up in an instant. Endless cold air gathered between his palms. Almost in an instant, Ramo's palms seemed to be carved out of ice, and waves of cold air emanated. Running the frost palm with all his strength, Ramo swung his palms fiercely, and the cold air that was enough to freeze the big tree lingered on his palms. In a whistling sound, he slapped Bai Ji directly. Xian level low-level fighting skill, broken gold finger. Following Ramo, Weiss shouted in a low voice, and then also used all his strength to circulate the fighting spirit in his body. The sharp golden fighting spirit condensed between the index finger of his right hand, and bursts of golden sharpness burst out through the fingertips, almost dyeing the index finger golden, and making bursts of hissing in the air. After performing the broken gold finger, he stepped on the blue stone brick with one foot. With the powerful recoil, Weiss also rushed out violently. The broken gold finger, which was enough to pierce gold and stone, made bursts of breaking air in the air and pierced towards Bai Ji's chest. Go to hell! Two fierce shouts came. But looking at Remo and Weiss who were rushing over, Bai Ji's face was very calm. At the moment when Remo waved the frost palm and slapped him, Bai Ji stepped back with his right foot, leaned back, and then slightly turned his body, and just avoided the frost palm that Remo slapped. What? Remo was shocked when his best skills were easily dodged by a young boy. Is that all you can do? Before Remo could react, he heard a plain voice, and then a sharp whistle suddenly came from his ears, and a fist hit his back with a fierce wind. In an instant, with a crack, the Dochi armor behind Remo was shattered. How is it possible? Feeling that the Dochi armor condensed on his body surface was instantly shattered by the sudden strong force from behind, Remo couldn't help but widen his eyes, his heart full of disbelief. And in shock, a sharp whistle came again, and a whip kick instantly hit Remo's chest. With a clear crack, while the Dochi armor was broken, Remo was also kicked out by this leg and flew to the crowd in the distance. When Bai Ji repelled Remo, Weiss's broken gold finger followed closely and attacked. Facing the broken gold finger piercing his chest, Bai Ji turned around and dodged the broken gold finger again, then broke the Dochi armor with one punch, and then kicked out, completely breaking the Dochi armor and instantly kicking Weiss out. Seeing that Bai Ji had easily defeated Remo and Weiss, who were both great Do masters, the crowd around him suddenly burst into exclamations. Not far away, the green-skirted girl and Xiaoning were also full of disbelief, only Xiao Sun'er the smile on his face seemed not to be surprised at all. Ahem, this guy, isn't he just a fighting master? How come his fist is so heavy? He fell heavily into the crowd, and the crowd around him scattered with a bang. Remo and Weiss stood up from the ground, holding their chests, with ugly faces. In their perception, the fighting spirit fluctuations emitted from Bai Ji's body were obviously only at the fighting master level, but his fists could actually break their fighting spirit armor, which was simply unbelievable. Looking at Bai Ji, Remo and Weiss couldn't help but feel daunted at the same time. If it was just an ordinary conflict, Remo and Weiss would definitely choose to take a step back now. But because Bai Ji had crippled the young man in black, the two couldn't retreat at all. They had to kill Bai Ji, otherwise they would not be able to report back. It can be seen that after seeing Bai Ji's strength, things are undoubtedly not that simple. After a dreadful look at Bai Ji, the two suddenly noticed Xiao Sun'er. Thinking that Bai Ji had come out with Xiao Sun'er before, the two couldn't help but look at each other, and a sneer appeared at the corners of their mouths at the same time. Got it. Go. With the tacit understanding cultivated over a long period of time, Remo and Weiss rushed out almost at the same time. Remo burst out his whole body of ice fighting spirit and rushed towards Bai Ji, trying to restrict Bai Ji, while Weiss flew towards Xiao Sun'er, looking for death. Seeing that Remo and Weiss actually set their sights on Xiao Sun'er, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh in anger. I wanted to have fun, but I didn't expect you to want to die so much. Swish! With a move, Bai Ji rushed out in an instant, at a speed much faster than Weiss, and rushed to Weiss's side in almost the blink of an eye. In Weiss's shocked eyes, Bai Ji sneered and swung his right fist fiercely. Bang! In the piercing whistle, the fist hit Weiss's chest heavily, accompanied by a muffled sound of broken bones, and countless sword energies quickly rushed into Weiss's body along the fist. The sharp sword energy stirred in Weiss's body like a sharp blade, and almost instantly crushed Weiss's internal organs. Under Bai Ji's punch, Weiss flew out like a kite with a broken string, and large mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal organs were sprayed out. Wes. Seeing Weiss's miserable state, Remo couldn't help but change color immediately. And just as Remo was shocked, Bai Ji's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Remo again. His right fist was swung out again with a shrill whistle, and instantly hit Remo's chest. Countless sword energy quickly poured in, knocking Remo away and crushing Remo's internal organs in an instant, killing him in an instant. Humph! Seeing Remo and Weiss lying on the ground and never getting up after being knocked away by his punch, Bai Ji snorted in his heart. He could ignore the enemy's attack on him, but he absolutely could not tolerate the enemy attacking the people around him. Taking his eyes away from Remo's and Weiss, Bai Ji looked at the black-clothed youth and walked over step by step. What do you want to do? Seeing Bai Ji approaching, the black-clothed youth couldn't help showing a look of fear on his pale face, and he lay on the ground and kept retreating. Your men are dead, I'll take you to see them. Bai Ji's face was calm and he kept approaching. You can't kill me, my father is the captain of the Fanmen, a dueling level strongman, if you kill me, my father will not let you go. The black-clothed youth said in horror. Your father? Yes, my father is a 5-star Douluo, the backbone of the Fanman. You can't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will never tell my father what happened today when I go back. The black-clothed youth nodded and stretched out his hand to make a swearing gesture. Hee. But listening to the black-clothed youth's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. It sounds better than singing, but he doesn't believe this nonsense. Don't worry, even if your father doesn't come to find me, I will go to find him. Bai Ji interrupted the black-clothed youth. What? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the black-clothed youth was stunned. Looking at the black-clothed youth, Bai Ji stepped on him with an indifferent expression. With a burst of bone-breaking crack, the black-clothed youth's sternum was instantly crushed by Bai Ji. Countless broken bones directly penetrated into the black-clothed youth's chest cavity, piercing many internal organs including the lungs. Blood mixed with internal organs immediately flowed out of the black-clothed youth's mouth, and then flowed down the corners of his mouth. My father will definitely avenge me. Looking at Bai Ji, the black-clothed youth struggled, spitting blood, and pointed at Bai Ji with his trembling right hand, unwillingly. I'll wait. Bai Ji smiled faintly and retracted his right foot. Chapter 631 News about the auction, Duhuang Lingying. Bai Ji, you killed him? Seeing Bai Ji kill the black-clothed youth, Xiaoning walked over cautiously and asked in a panic. He has already had the intention to kill us. If we don't kill him, will we stay overnight? Bai Ji glanced at Xiaoning and said lightly. But he said his father is a Douluo. If you kill him, there will be no problem, right? Xiaoning was still a little worried. There will definitely be a problem, but the result will be the same whether you do it or not. It's better to do it. At least kill the culprit, and at least you can communicate with him. Bai Ji said slowly. My name is Jasmine, thank you for your help. While Bai Ji and Xiaoning were talking, the green-dressed girl who had been watching the battle not far away came over with a little beggar and said to Bai Ji earnestly. Is your name Jasmine? What a nice name. Seeing Jasmine coming, Xiaoning immediately forgot about his troubles and started chatting with Jasmine enthusiastically. Brother Xiao Bai, why don't we leave the city now, otherwise, we will definitely get into trouble if we wait for a long time. On the side, Xiao Suner walked over with light lotus steps and whispered to Bai Ji. What happened, Jasmine? Jasmine, where are you? Just as Bai Ji was about to answer Xiao Suner, a shout suddenly came from not far away. The shout was made by a middle-aged man. Father, I'm here. Hearing the shout, Jasmine responded quickly. Not far away, hearing Jasmine's voice, the middle-aged man hurried over. When he saw the dead body not far away, he was shocked. But after all, he was in the Blackhorn region. The middle-aged man was just shocked for a moment, but he recovered quickly. Jasmine, why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? After I sell the goods, I have to rush to the Black Seal auction house to participate in the auction. You are running around now. How can I leave you alone in the inn? The middle-aged man said angrily. Auction. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel moved. Uncle, is there an auction in Black Seal City today? Who are you? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the middle-aged man hesitated. Father, this elder brother is my benefactor. Pulling the middle-aged man, the green-skirted girl Jasmine quickly told the middle-aged man the whole story. After hearing Jasmine's words, the middle-aged man was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Thank you for saving my daughter. The middle-aged man hurriedly thanked Bai Ji. You're welcome. Tell me about the auction. Bai Ji held the middle-aged man and said. Sir, don't you know? The middle-aged man was a little surprised. This Black Seal City holds an auction every year, and the forces and strong men of the entire Duki continent will come, because at the Black Seal City's annual auction, there will be all kinds of heavyweight wonders. This year, I was just planning to see if I could get a Xian level Duki technique that could be passed down from generation to generation, but I didn't expect that my daughter would offend the door. Alas, I have to leave as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid my life will be in danger. The middle-aged man sighed. Sir, although you are very powerful, this door is not easy to mess with. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, when this matter is spread, this guy's father will definitely mobilize the power of the door to find you. This Blackhorn region is very chaotic. It is estimated that someone has gone to tip off the news. We must leave quickly. The middle-aged man warned Bai Ji again, and then hurried away with Jasmine and the little beggar. Xiao Bai, why don't we leave quickly too? Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Xiaoning couldn't help but feel a little scared. Douling, this is a strong man second only to Do Wang. If they come to kill, they are probably dead. If they leave the city and return to the station, they may be safe under the protection of the bloody elite. You go back, I want to go to the auction to take a look. After thinking for a while, Bai Ji said. Xiao Bai, are you kidding? Going to the auction now, you are looking for death. Xiaoning was somewhat incredulous. If we don't leave now, the people from the gate might block the Black Seal City, and we won't be able to get out then. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll take you out first, and I'll be back after the auction. Bai Ji shook his head calmly and said to Xiaoning's advice. Sooner, please persuade Xiao Bai. Hearing that Bai Ji was still unwilling to leave, Xiaoning could only ask Xiao Sooner for help. Cousin Xiaoning, I believe in brother Xiao Bai. But in response to Xiaoning's request for help, Xiao Sooner shook her head gently, smiled, and said. You, hey. Hearing Xiao Sooner's words, Xiaoning was completely helpless. Let's go, I'll take you out. All the way to in front of the city gate, although the Black Seal City charges for entry, it is free to leave. Standing in front of the exit passage, Bai Ji stopped. Xiaoning, Sooner, you go back first. Looking at the woods outside the city, Bai Ji said. Xiao Bai, don't you really want to consider it? Xiaoning was still a little worried. Although he liked to pretend and was a little cowardly, he was also worried about Bai Ji's safety from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, it's okay, you go back early. Bai Ji smiled easily, without any worry on his face. Brother Xiao Bai, can Sooner accompany you to the auction? Listening to Bai Ji's words, Xiao Sooner raised her smart eyes and asked softly. No, Black Seal City is very dangerous, Sooner, you should go back to the base early. Bai Ji answered without thinking. Well, brother Xiao Bai, then Sooner will go back first. Xiao Sooner seemed to be a little disappointed and lowered her head, and walked out of the city. After Xiaoning took a last look at Bai Ji, he sighed helplessly and followed. All the way back to the garrison, looking at the convoy guarded by the blood evil elite, Xiaoning had a headache again. Sooner, how should we go back now? Don't worry, cousin Xiaoning, wait, there will be a chance. Xiao Sooner smiled slightly. Will there be a chance? Xiaoning was a little confused. Not long after, suddenly, there was a movement in the woods in the distance, and the blood evil elite guarding around ran towards the place where the movement came from. Let's go, cousin Xiaoning. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Sooner smiled and took Xiaoning through the gap in the guard circle, returned to the garrison, and came to the carriage he had been riding all the time. After returning to the base, Xiao Sooner came to a forest alone while Xiaoning was not paying attention. Accompanied by a burst of claps, two figures, one green and one black, quickly jumped down from several large trees with lush branches and leaves around, and landed behind Xiao Sooner silently. Miss, what can I do for you? The two figures half knelt on the ground and said in unison. Mr. Ling, brother Xiao Bai is still in Heian City. I want you to protect brother Xiao Bai's safety. If brother Xiao Bai is hurt, you don't have to come back. Xiao Sooner, who has always been calm and elegant, has a calm face at this moment, and said slowly. Miss, if this old slave leaves, what should I do if I encounter danger? Hearing Xiao Sooner's words, Ling Ying, who was dressed in a black robe, was a little anxious in his old voice. There is no dozong in this Heian city. Do you think Mr. Mu is incapable of protecting me? Xiao Sooner asked back. Old Ling, you should know my determination. Brother Xiao Bai is in danger now. You must rush over as soon as possible. Xiao Sooner's face was determined. Yes, I know. Hearing Xiao Sooner's resolute tone, Ling Ying couldn't help but sigh, took a step back, entered a mottled shadow of the tree, and then quickly merged into the shadow of the tree, and soon disappeared. A few minutes later, in the Black Seal City, in an alley not far from the Black Seal auction house, a figure in a black robe quietly emerged from a shadow. Should we be here soon? Hiding in the dark corner of the alley, Ling Ying was wearing a black robe, as if blending into the darkness, and just watched the people coming and going. Suddenly, a white-clothed boy who walked quickly attracted Ling Ying's attention. It was Bai Ji. Seeing Bai Ji enter the Black Seal auction house, Ling Ying quickly merged into the shadow and emerged again in a dark corner. From this angle, Bai Ji had just stepped onto the steps to enter the Black Seal auction house. Just as Ling Ying was watching Bai Ji, he seemed to notice something. Suddenly, Bai Ji stopped and glanced at the place where Ling Ying was hiding. Ling Ying quickly merged into the shadows again. What happened just now? Was it luck? Or did he really find me? After Bai Ji left, Ling Ying carefully emerged from the shadows again. Looking at Bai Ji's departing back, Ling Ying couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Chapter 632 Black Seal Auction House, The Power of a Glance. People were coming and going on the street. In front of the Black Seal auction house, Bai Ji felt a faint peeping in the dark. With a sweep of his mental power, he soon found Ling Ying hiding in the shadows. I didn't expect sooner to send Ling Ying here. With a casual glance, Bai Ji saw the familiar figure not far away. He couldn't help but smile softly in his heart, and then strode into the Black Seal auction house. The Black Seal auction hall was extremely spacious, surrounded by a golden splendor. Pots of green plants that looked like water bamboo and welcoming pine were placed on both sides of the gate and in the corners of the walls in the hall. At the top of the welcoming hall, there was a magic lamp produced in the Snake Kingdom of the Gamma Empire. And the magic fan was hanging above the hall, providing lighting and refreshing cool air for the Black Seal auction house. While Bai Ji was scanning the layout of the Black Seal auction house, many people in the reception hall looked at Bai Ji at the same time and cast strange eyes on Bai Ji. Because Bai Ji looked too young, and because of the heavenly snake breathing method, his strength was only at the level of a fighter master in the eyes of ordinary people, and he was alone. A fighter at the level of a fighter master actually entered the Black Seal auction house alone without any preparation. This was undoubtedly a dangerous move in the eyes of some people. However, Bai Ji ignored the gazes from all around, and looked directly at the back of the reception hall. On a wall behind the reception hall, a huge screen was hanging, and countless names were scrolling on the screen. If you look closely, you can find that these names are all kinds of rare treasures. Among them are rare medicinal materials, high-level magic cores, precious magic devices and skills and fighting techniques above the Xian level. These items can be used as the finale auction items in other auctions, but they are just ordinary auction items in the Black Seal auction. In today's Black Seal auction, the finale auction items are 3 mysterious items without names. Although the names are not released, its identity as the finale auction is destined to attract the attention and expectations of countless people. Interesting. Looking at the 3 mysterious auction items that are constantly rolling on the big screen, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile in his heart. Although the specific names of these 3 auction items are unknown, judging from the types of other ordinary auction items, there are undoubtedly only 3 possibilities for the identities of these 3 mysterious auction items. Either it is a skill or fighting technique above the earth level, or a magic device above the 6th level or a pill above the 6th grade. These things are still useful to Bai Ji. Withdrawing his eyes from the big screen, Bai Ji looked at the counter in the reception hall. In the wide hall, there was a crowded crowd, and at the back of the hall, there were a dozen counters. Behind each counter, there was a woman wearing the uniform of the Black Seal auction house, who was good-looking and responsible for registering, processing and issuing VIP cards for the coming fighters to participate in the auction. However, although there were more than a dozen counters, there were too many people in the reception hall, so there was still a long queue in front of each counter. His eyes swept through the queues, and Bai Ji quickly chose a queue with fewer people, lined up at the back of the queue, and began to wait quietly. As time passed, the queue slowly moved forward. Finally, it was Bai Ji's turn. Came to the counter. Behind the counter was a charming woman wearing a tight black long skirt. The woman had a charming face and a slender figure, but there was no fluctuation of fighting spirit in her body, and she looked very weak. However, although she looked very weak, in this Blackhorn region, to be able to become a staff member of the Black Seal auction house, this woman was definitely not as simple as she seemed. But these have nothing to do with Bai Ji. Although the woman in front of him is beautiful, she is still far behind the top beauties like Ye Fei and Xiao Suner. Bai Ji has no extra thoughts. Excuse me, if I want to participate in your auction, what qualifications do I need to apply for? Looking at the charming woman in front of him, Bai Ji asked. If you want to participate in the auction at our Black Seal auction house, you need to apply for a VIP card of our auction house. To apply for the lowest level ordinary VIP card, you only need to show proof of property of 100,000 gold coins. If you don't have enough gold coins, you can also obtain the qualification by auctioning treasures. The specific operation process is as follows. Then there are VIP cards with different levels. To apply for a 4th level VIP card, you need to show proof of property of 1 million gold coins. To apply for a 3rd level VIP card, you need 2 million gold coins. To apply for a 2nd level VIP card, you need 3 million gold coins. Among them, ordinary VIP cards are not eligible to enjoy seats in the auction house. Only VIP cards with different levels can enjoy seats in the auction house and enter the auction house from the exclusive VIP channel. The higher the level, the closer the seat is to the auction table. The woman was not surprised by Bai Ji's question, because every year there are strong people from all over the Duki continent to participate in the auction, and many people don't know the rules of the Black Seal auction house very well, so she answered in detail. Well, I understand. After listening to the general idea, Bai Ji nodded slowly. Can you use the magic crystal card of the Mitre family bank under the Beatty sect of the Jiama Empire? Yes. Hearing that Bai Ji was going to show the magic crystal card, the woman was a little surprised, but still responded. Well, here is a magic crystal card worth 3 million gold coins, you can check it. Bai Ji took out the magic crystal card from the ring. A silver-white magic crystal card was handed to the woman. Fuck, 3 million gold coins. Are you kidding? This kid actually has so much money. Behind him, hearing that Bai Ji actually had 3 million gold coins, all the people in line couldn't help but take a breath. And in the team, some people with dark minds couldn't help but start to breathe heavily, their eyes were red with jealousy, and their eyes were full of greed and jealousy when they looked at Bai Ji. Because Bai Ji's strength was low, they even thought about how to rob Bai Ji after the auction. 3 million gold coins, this is money they can't earn in their lifetime. Here, sir, this is your 2nd level VIP card. Detecting that there were actually 3 million gold coins on Bai Ji's magic crystal card, the woman respectfully took out the 2nd level VIP card from under the counter and handed it to Bai Ji. After taking the VIP card, under the jealous eyes of countless people, Bai Ji turned calmly and walked towards the passage leading to the auction venue at the back. After passing through the long passage, the view suddenly opened up, and a huge auction venue appeared in front of us. The entire auction venue was circular, with a circle of platforms on the outermost side, which were crowded with people, and the inner area was a row of seats surrounding the central auction platform. There were 8 rows of seats in the inner area, with a total of 4 colors, namely blue, yellow, red and purple. If nothing unexpected happened, they should represent the seats corresponding to the VIP cards from level 4 to level 1. However, although the auction venue was right in front of us, we could not enter immediately. In front of the entrance to the auction venue, there were several fully armed guards guarding, and the strength of each guard was above the level of a great fighting master. Among them, there was also a fighting spirit, which should be at the captain level. Everyone who entered the auction venue would be issued a numbered signboard and a corresponding identity card by a staff member. Because the Black Seal auction was famous, many people participated in the auction, but there was only one passage, so at this moment, the entrance was crowded with people. With so many people, don't you know to open a few more entrances? Seeing that the corridor at the entrance was almost packed, and then looking at the rest of the circular corridor surrounding the auction venue, which was empty, Bai Ji was a little speechless. However, even though he complained, seeing that more and more people were coming from behind, Bai Ji could only squeeze into the crowd helplessly. If he didn't squeeze, God knows when he could get into the auction venue. Hey! After squeezing into the crowd, Bai Ji suddenly found that there were actually 2 passages at the entrance. One of them was packed with people, but the other one had no one passing through. What's going on? Bai Ji was a little surprised. Just when Bai Ji was confused, the crowd behind him suddenly squeezed forward. Bai Ji didn't pay attention for a while, and was pushed out immediately, just bumping into a big man. Maybe he was a little irritated because he had been squeezing here for a long time but couldn't get in. When Bai Ji bumped into him, the big man suddenly turned around like a cat with its fur exploded. His face was full of uncontrollable anger, and he growled, "Why are you squeezing? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" However, Bai Ji frowned at the big man's roar, but ignored it. He was still thinking about the entrance that no one passed through, so he just cast a faint look at the big man. You. On the other side, after seeing that Bai Ji was just a teenager, the big man was ready to pour all the anger accumulated here on Bai Ji, but after Bai Ji's faint glance, the words that the big man was about to spit out were stuck in his throat. In his heart, it was as if a basin of cold water suddenly poured down, extinguishing the anger in his heart at once. The big man couldn't help but tremble, and he felt that the whole person suddenly calmed down. Chapter 633 Sorry, having money means you can do whatever you want. What kind of look is this? Although there was no killing intent, the calmness and indifference in Bai Ji's eyes were like a human looking at an ant. The indifference of a high-level creature to a low-level creature made the big man tremble and shudder, and swallow his saliva in his heart. No. No. This kid is just a fighting master, how could he have such a terrifying look? I must have seen it wrong, I must have seen it wrong. After trembling and shuddering, noticing that Bai Ji's strength was only a fighting master, the big man couldn't help shaking his head and hypnotizing himself in his heart. Hey, do you know why no one goes into that passage? After thinking for a while, Bai Ji suddenly asked. Ah? Passage? What passage? Because he was still hypnotizing himself a second ago, the big man didn't hear Bai Ji's words clearly, and couldn't help but be stunned. That passage? Bai Ji pointed to the passage in front that no one had entered. So it's this passage. The big man grinned. Boy, the channel you are referring to is the VIP channel. Only people with VIP cards above level 4 can pass through it. Ordinary VIP cards cannot enter through the VIP channel. Boy, do you still want to go in through the VIP channel? Give up. It's not that easy to get a VIP card. I have auctioned almost 500,000 gold coins in the auction house of Black Seal City for so many years, but I haven't seen the shadow of a lowest level VIP card of level 4. I heard that if you want to apply for a VIP card of level 4, you need at least 1 million gold coins. VIP channel, I should have thought of it earlier. Hearing the big man's words, thinking of what the counter waiter said not long ago that VIP cards can enjoy various preferential treatments, it seems that there is a VIP channel. Bai Ji couldn't help but pat his head in annoyance. He actually forgot such an important thing. Boy, what do you mean? The big man didn't understand Bai Ji's words. Haha, nothing to say, I'm just sorry, I'll leave first. Bai Ji smiled softly, and quickly wiped the ring on his left hand with his right hand. With a flash of green light, an emerald crystal card suddenly appeared between Bai Ji's fingers. This is... Seeing the emerald crystal card between Bai Ji's fingers, the big man couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He came to the Black Seal auction house to participate in the Black Seal auction for no less than 10 times, and he naturally knew the identity of the emerald crystal card very well. Isn't this the VIP card of the Black Seal auction house? And looking at the number on the emerald card, it is marked with 2, which is surprisingly the second level VIP card among the top batch of VIP cards. Are you kidding? In the eyes of the big man full of shock, Bai Ji smiled faintly, quickly got through the crowd, and came to the VIP channel. Damn it, are all kids so rich these days? A second level VIP card, I remember it costs 3 million gold coins, you can bring so much money to Black Seal City, you're not afraid of being robbed. Looking at Bai Ji's back, the big man muttered, feeling more sour than eating a few baskets of lemons. He has worked hard for so many years, and the consumption at the Black Seal auction house is only 500,000 gold coins, but the teenager who looks underage in front of him took out at least 3 million gold coins at once. He felt that his life was lived in vain. Damn, it's great to be rich, it's just a VIP channel, I don't envy it at all. Thinking of Bai Ji's indifferent pretentious look before, the big man couldn't help clenching his fists, his eyes a little wet. But if Bai Ji knew what the big man was thinking, Bai Ji would definitely grin, and then say, hey. That's right, having money means you can do whatever you want. Please show me your VIP card. Before and after Bai Ji came to the VIP channel, the 2 guards stopped Bai Ji immediately. Here. Bai Ji calmly handed over the emerald card. Next to the 2 guards, a woman who was responsible for issuing notices took the emerald card. After carefully observing it, the woman handed it back respectfully. Dear guest, this is your auction card and ID card. After Bai Ji took back the emerald card, the woman took out a notice card and an ID card from her ring and handed them to Bai Ji. The numbers on the 2 cards were clearly written 999. After taking the notice card and the ID card, putting the notice card into the ring, looking at the ID card with the number 999 on his hand, Bai Ji was somewhat powerless to complain. Why is it 999, 999? Can't it be turned upside down and become 666? While complaining in his heart, Bai Ji entered the auction venue from the VIP channel. The spacious auction venue, in terms of the arrangement of seats, feels like a gymnasium on earth. The outermost circular passage surrounds the auction venue, and there are 4 aisles leading to the VIP seats, which run through the entire auction venue like the diameter of a circle. Because the jade card in his hand is a second-level VIP card, Bai Ji naturally came to the area where the red VIP seats are located through the aisle, and randomly picked a seat with no one around and sat down. Although Bai Ji did not deliberately make any noise, because the number of people sitting in the VIP seats, especially in the first 2 rows of VIP seats, was sparse, Bai Ji's arrival inevitably attracted some people's attention. These people are basically well-known figures in the Blackhorn region, including some leaders of forces, some young masters of forces, or some powerful lone rangers. Seeing that Bai Ji is so young and not very strong, but only at the level of a fighting master, and there are no guards around him, he can actually sit in the red VIP seat. Many people can't help but narrow their eyes slightly, and their expressions flicker a little. They are very clear about the standards for applying for VIP cards at the Black Seal auction house. To be able to sit in the red VIP seat, you need at least a second-level VIP card. To get a second-level VIP card, you must either be of noble status or extraordinary strength, and be given by the Black Seal auction, or be rich, with assets of 3 million gold coins, in which case you can get a second-level VIP card. For Bai Ji, it was a stranger, and Bai Ji had no guards around him, so it was obvious that he had no background or identity. As for strength, in their perception, Bai Ji was only at the doshi level, and they didn't take it seriously at all. So Bai Ji was able to get the second-level VIP card because he was rich. After reaching this conclusion, everyone couldn't help but get excited, and looked at Bai Ji with greed. Those who could make it in the Blackhorn region had long abandoned kindness and conscience, and only had interests in their eyes. However, although they were eager to move, because they were in the Black Seal auction house, everyone could only suppress their greed and move their eyes away from Bai Ji, the fat sheep. For the various looks coming from all around, Bai Ji's strong mental power and the emotional perception ability inherited from the 6-winged fallen angel by the martial soul saint demon titan Shura Emperor had long been clear in his mind. It's just that Bai Ji didn't bother to pay attention to these guys who were only at the Dohuang or Dohuang level. And these people were thinking about Bai Ji, and Bai Ji was thinking about them in his heart. As the saying goes, killing and arson are the golden belts. If you want to get rich, robbery is the fastest way. But Bai Ji is a time traveler, and he has basic moral concepts in his heart. He will not easily rob people and do things that violate core values. But for these villains who are mixed in the Blackhorn region, Bai Ji has no scruples. Everyone wants to rob me, and it's hard to say who will rob whom at that time. Feeling the greedy eyes coming from all around, Bai Ji folded his hands, his face calm, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Chapter 634 The auction begins, the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. In the gorgeous and spacious auction venue, Bai Ji sat in the second-tier red VIP seat, quietly watching the auction table in front of him. Not far from Bai Ji, a group of people with cold expressions were gathered together. These people were very strong, almost all of them exceeded the level of the great fighter. Everyone was wearing black clothes, with a blood drop badge printed on their chests. This was the symbol of a force called Blood Clan in the Blackhorn region. In terms of power, Blood Clan was no less powerful than the Fanman in the Black Seal City. At this moment, among the crowd of people in Blood Clan, a young man in black clothes, who was quite handsome but had a slightly cold temperament, was looking at Bai Ji with some doubt. "Young master, have you also taken a fancy to this fat sheep?" Beside him, an old man who was also wearing a black robe suddenly asked curiously after noticing the young man's gaze. "I am indeed a little moved, but compared to the item to be auctioned later, this is just a mere 3 million gold coins, which is not worth mentioning at all. I don't know why, but I actually felt a sense of facing a natural enemy in him, just like when I saw Han Feng." Fan Ling, the young master of the Blood Clan, frowned a little and said with a measured tone. "Young master, you must have felt it wrong. Although the attributes of our blood sex skills are extremely cold and we are naturally afraid of some extreme flames, flames of that level are almost all strange fires. In the entire Blackhorn region, the only person known to have strange fires is Medicine Emperor Han Feng. He is just a teenager whose hair has not yet grown. His strength is only that of a Do master. How could he have strange fires?" The old man shook his head and said with some amusement. That's right. It is said that the places where strange fires are bred are extremely terrifying Jedi. Even Dou emperors may not be able to step into them easily. However, how could a Dou master get strange fires? I must have felt it wrong. After listening to the old man's words, Fan Ling's slightly frowned brows also quietly stretched out, and he shifted his gaze over. That thing? What is it? On the other side, with Bai Ji's strong perception, he naturally heard the communication between Fan Ling and his men. Bai Ji couldn't help but be interested in the thing mentioned by Fan Ling. He was sure that this item was one of the 3 finale items that would be auctioned later. However, because he came to Canaan College a year in advance, these 3 items should not be Yin Yang Mysterious Dragon Pills or 3000 Thunders, so what could they be? After a long wait, the auction was finally about to begin. Ding! As a crisp bell rang, an old man in a white robe walked out of the back passage with one hand behind his back and an auction hammer in the other hand, slowly stepped onto the auction stage, and looked at everyone with a smile. It's finally starting! It's finally starting, I've been waiting for so long. Fuck, start it soon, I can't wait. After the old man, who should be the auctioneer, came on stage, the entire auction venue suddenly became more noisy. But the old man still had a smiling expression, as if he was waiting for something leisurely. Soon, a staff member of the auction venue came up to the auction table with a tray covered with a black cloth and placed the tray on the counter in front of the old man. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in the old man's eyes, and he put the auctioneer in his hand down. The hammer hit the counter heavily. Everyone, please be quiet. With the old man's full-hearted voice, the entire auction venue suddenly became quiet. Everyone knew that the long-awaited auction was about to begin. Everyone, as you can see, everything is ready. This auction is about to begin. I believe everyone can't wait, so I won't say anything official to annoy you. Now I announce that this Black Seal City auction is officially started. After saying that, with another hammer strike, the smiling expression on the old man's face suddenly became solemn and solemn. As the old man finished speaking, the lights of all the magic lights in the auction venue also hit the auction items on the counter in front of the old man. Under the spotlights, the tray covered with black cloth was even more eye-catching. Swish! Under the spotlights and countless eyes, the old man smiled slightly, suddenly stretched out his hand and lifted the black cloth, revealing the things on the tray, which was a green scroll. Everyone, this scroll is a high-level Xian-level fighting skill scroll, named Wind Sweeping the Clouds, which is an extremely rare fighting skill that has both body skills and attack capabilities. Once it is used, it can have the speed of breaking through the clouds like the wind, and it can also have the destructive power of a tornado, so it is called Wind Sweeping the Clouds. Although this fighting skill is only a high-level Xian level, but overall, its value is definitely not inferior to the low-level Earth-level fighting skills. It is indeed the best choice for home travel and fighting on the road. If you are interested, don't be stingy with your money. Money is precious, but you can earn it again if you lose it. But precious fighting skills like Wind Sweeping the Clouds, once you miss this village, there will be no such store. Looking at the crowd in front of him, the old man said loudly with a smile on his face. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd in the auction hall was silent for a while, and then waves of bidding suddenly rang out one after another. Wind attribute fighting skills are a very valuable type of fighting skills among various attributes. Among the fighting skills of physical skills, wind attribute fighting skills are the most numerous and the highest quality type. Among the offensive fighting skills, wind attribute fighting skills also rank second in terms of range killing ability and destructive ability, second only to thunder attribute. Compared with fire attribute, it is also slightly higher than the first line because it is easier to activate. In addition, Fenghuan Kenyun has both physical skills and attacking abilities. If you practice it, it is equivalent to practicing physical skills and a wind attribute attack fighting skill at the same time. It is extremely valuable, so it is no wonder that many people are interested. For Fenghuan Kenyun, not only some lone rangers who participated in the auction, but even some forces, such as the Blood Sect, the Black Emperor Sect, and the Nightmare Flame Valley, also participated. In the end, the Black Emperor Sect won it at a price of 5.89 million gold coins. After selling the Xian-level high-level fighting scroll, the auction also sold a 5th-level magic sword, a bottle of Dueling Pill, a Xian-level intermediate fighting technique scroll, as well as armor, medicinal materials, magic accessories, etc. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. Most of the regular auction items that had been seen on the big screen in the reception hall were sold. However, although these auction items were precious, they were not very useful to Bai Ji. After all, whether it was pills, magic devices, or techniques and fighting skills, Bai Ji had no shortage of them. At least Bai Ji had no shortage of items below the earth level. After another regular auction item was auctioned, another tray covered with black cloth was brought to the front of the stage. Hee, everyone, the next item to be auctioned is a little strange, because even we don't know what it is for, but after careful identification by our auction, it should be some unknown treasure map. On the auction table, the old man said while lifting the black cloth, and a broken fragment of the map suddenly appeared under the spotlight. Tisk! Seeing that it was a fragment of an unknown map, many people shook their heads with disdain. In the Duki continent, there are indeed many treasure places. According to records, many lucky people have miraculously risen because they accidentally entered a treasure place. However, in the Duki continent, the strength of most treasure places is not higher than that of Douluo, and those who can come to the Black Seal auction are basically above the level of Grand Duchy. Douluo has hope, and the treasure map is too unattractive for them, not to mention a broken unknown treasure map. No, this fragment is. But in the disdainful size of everyone, Bai Ji couldn't help but change his face, and his heart was full of shock. Because this fragment is one of the fragments of the pure lotus demon fire. Chapter 635 Yin Yang Xian Long Pill, the plot is advanced? How could it be a fragment of the pure lotus demon fire? Looking at the mysterious fragment on the auction table, from the material and aura as well as the pattern on it, this is clearly a fragment of the pure lotus demon fire. Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. According to the plot, shouldn't this fragment be auctioned tomorrow? How could it appear at this auction a year in advance? Although his butterfly effect will inevitably cause the plot to shift, the main impact should still be on the Jiama Empire. How could it possibly affect the Blackhorn region, and also make the pure lotus demon fire remnant map, which was supposed to appear in the second year, appear 1 year earlier? What on earth is going on? Bai Ji was puzzled. While Bai Ji was thinking about it, the old man on the auction stage had already done his best to praise the pure lotus demon fire remnant map to the sky. Unfortunately, not many people bought it. Many people saw that the old man was still wasting time and almost cursed. Seeing the reaction from the audience, the old man also secretly complained in his heart. But there was no way, this remnant map must be auctioned off, and the price cannot be too low, he had no choice. Bang! As the auction hammer fell, the old man smiled bitterly and said, according to the setting, the starting price of this remnant map is 100,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 gold coins. Now let the auction begin. After the old man finished speaking, the entire auction venue was silent, and no one shouted at all. The reason is very simple. No one would pay for a fragmented map whose benefits are unknown, and the price is 100,000 gold coins. The risk and benefit are too disproportionate. Is it so unlucky that it will fail to sell? Seeing that no one in the entire auction venue, even the wealthy VIPs in the VIP seats, wanted to bid, the old man felt very bitter. If it fails to sell, he will deduct his bonus. I bid 100,000 gold coins. In silence, Bai Ji slowly raised the auction board and said calmly with a calm expression. Oh? VIP number 999 bid 100,000 gold coins, is there a higher price? Seeing Bai Ji's bid, although it was only 100,000 gold coins, because he was prepared for the failure to sell, the old man couldn't help but be overjoyed and excited. Swish! As Bai Ji bid, compared with the old man's excitement, the people around him cast mocking eyes at Bai Ji, as if they were looking at a fool. Spending 100,000 gold coins to buy a broken map with almost no profit potential, what else can you be but a fool? However, compared to the mocking eyes on the platform behind, many people in the VIP seats around looked a little strange. Spending 100,000 gold coins to buy a broken map, this is not right for ordinary people. Is it because you have money to buy it for collection, or is this broken map this kid recognizes it? Not far away, where the blood sect members were sitting, Fan Ling frowned slightly and thought about it. If it was an ordinary businessman who got rich overnight, Fan Ling might be inclined to the former, but thinking of the feeling that Bai Ji gave him like a natural enemy before, Fan Ling's heart was somehow inclined to the latter. Boy, blame it on your bad luck. As if thinking of something, Fan Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of bloodthirstiness appeared at the corner of his mouth. If there was no broken map, he might not have time to kill Bai Ji, the fat sheep, for that thing, but under the premise that Bai Ji might know the information of this mysterious broken map, Fan Ling couldn't help but think about Bai Ji. 100,000 gold coins once. 100,000 gold coins twice. 100,000 gold coins 3 times. On the auction stage, the old man was shouting constantly, trying to see if he could attract another bidder. But unfortunately, except for Bai Ji, no one was willing to be the sucker, which made the old man a little disappointed. Deal. This mysterious fragment belongs to this distinguished guest No 999. With the hammer hitting the final blow, the old man announced the ownership of the fragment of the pure lotus demon fire. However, when the old man announced the ownership of the fragment, Bai Ji couldn't help but glance in the direction of the blood sect with some surprise. In the original plot, the young master of the blood sect, Fan Ling, would participate in the bidding, but he didn't expect that he didn't. Was he not interested, or other reasons? However, Bai Ji was just thinking about it in his mind. If the auction was successful, as long as the fragment of the pure lotus demon fire was in his hands, he was confident that no one could take the fragment from him. Okay. All the regular auction items have been auctioned off. Now we will start the auction of our finale auction item. After throwing away the hot potato of the remnant map of the pure lotus demon fire, the old man's mood suddenly improved a lot. Putting down the auction hammer, the old man clapped his hands, and a rectangular tray was brought up from the back again and placed on the counter. Unlike the tray covered with black cloth before, this time the tray was covered with a golden cloth full of gorgeous patterns. Everyone, this is the first item of the finale of this auction. Guess what it is? Putting his hand on the gold coin, the old man smiled mysteriously. Hearing the old man's words, everyone in the audience couldn't help but talk about it. However, most people guessed that it was a weapon like a sword, because the tray was very long and not high. In terms of shape, the possibility of it being a sword is indeed very high. Haha, you are really smart. That's right. The first finale item of this auction is a 6th level magic weapon, a masterpiece from the famous casting master Master Lofted-Flame-Eating Blade. The old man laughed and suddenly opened the gold coin. A red-colored sword with strange patterns on it and a red magic core inlaid at the junction of the handle and the blade suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The flame-eating blade is a magic sword with fire attribute. The blade is made of earth core iron and enchanted with the magic core of the 6th level magical beast flame-eating lion. It can greatly increase the power of fire attribute fighting spirit and weaken the damage of some specific fire attribute fighting skills. Pointing at the flame-eating blade, the old man once again started the lotus-like mode, talking about the various powerful features of the flame-eating blade with saliva flying. He almost said that as long as you buy the flame-eating blade, you will be invincible. However, compared with the previous pure lotus demon fire remnant map, the flame-eating blade is undoubtedly popular with many people. Because there are many people with fire attributes on the Duki continent, and the flame-eating sword is indeed very powerful, it may be a bit too much to say that it can fight against enemies of higher levels, but at the same level, a fire-attributed fighter holding the flame-eating sword will definitely have a great advantage. However, Bai Ji was not interested in the flame-eating sword, so he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he lay on the chair with a lack of interest, closed his eyes lazily, and took a nap. Soon, the flame-eating sword was auctioned off, but because he was not interested, Bai Ji did not pay attention to who it was auctioned to or how much it was auctioned for. After the flame-eating sword, the second finale auction item was a monster egg from the 6th level monster, the Swift-Wind Nether Tiger. The 6th level monster egg that can reach the strength comparable to the Duhuang after adulthood has undoubtedly been sought after by everyone again, but these have nothing to do with Bai Ji. Is there nothing valuable? While dozing off, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, the two finale auction items did not have the 3000 thunders in the original plot, which made Bai Ji a little disappointed, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that he hasn't damaged the plot too much. Although Bai Ji's current strength has no rivals in the Duki continent, he is still not invincible in Zhongzhou. If the plot changes too much and loses the advantage of foresight, Bai Ji will undoubtedly lose a lot. After the egg of the Gale Nether Tiger was auctioned, the last finale item made a brilliant appearance. However, this time, the items were no longer transported from the rear passage, but directly from the auction table. With the sound of a mechanism turning, it rose from the center of the auction table. At the same time as the last finale auction item appeared, iron bars suddenly rose from all around the auction table, and finally closed the auction table like a cage. Haha, don't be nervous, this is just a measure taken by our auction house to protect the auction items. A prison made of cold iron is just a prison that even a Douluo strongman can hardly break through in a short period of time. It's not worth mentioning. Seeing that many people in the audience looked shocked, the old man explained with a smile. However, although it was an explanation, judging from the old man's appearance, it was more like a deterrent than an explanation. As for the object of deterrence, it was naturally some forces with Douluo strongmen. Okay, the preparations are complete, and now I will introduce our last finale auction item. Clapping his hands, the old man smiled and slowly placed his hands on the golden cloth, and then suddenly opened it. On the purple gold tray, a palm-sized cold jade box was placed on it. Because it was cold jade, the whole cold jade box was surrounded by cold air, and it was a little unclear. What on earth is it? Many people complained in the audience. But in the VIP seats, everyone seemed to know what was in the cold jade box. They stood up at the same time and looked at the white jade box with eager eyes. This is... Seeing the white jade box, Bai Ge couldn't help but open his eyes were a little surprised and doubtful. White jade box, cold iron prison, this is a bit familiar. Guess what's in it? Pointing at the white jade box, the old man still kept it a secret with a smile. If you have something to say it quickly, don't hide it. Countless people cursed in the audience. Haha, don't worry, since this auction item is in a jade box, it is naturally a pill. As for the grade. The old man smiled and put his hand on the white jade box, and then opened it suddenly. Suddenly, a golden light suddenly shot out, and the sudden golden light instantly illuminated the entire auction venue. Under the dazzling golden light, many people couldn't help but close their eyes subconsciously. In the golden light, waves of faint dragon roars sounded. Hearing the sound, everyone opened their eyes curiously, and saw a golden pill the size of a longan lying quietly in the white jade box on the counter. The surface of this golden pill was extremely round, and 2 golden air currents were almost the transparent pill was flowing unsteadily inside. If you look closely, you can find that the 2 golden air currents actually converged into 2 small golden dragons, entangled with each other, and the faint dragon roar was emitted by these 2 golden dragon chi. The pill chi becomes a spirit. This is a 7th grade pill. Countless people were shocked in the audience. Compared with others, Bai Ge was even more shocked, because this pill was the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, but wouldn't it be auctioned next year? How come the plot was advanced again? Chapter 636, Speculation of the plot in advance, the ownership of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. Could it be is this the conclusion of the timeline? Looking at the magical Yin-Yang Xianlong pill on the auction table, for some reason, Bai Ge felt very confused. And because he focused on thinking, he could hardly hear any sound in his ears. If the early appearance of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant Map and the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill is not an isolated case, but the result of the conclusion of the timeline, will the subsequent opportunities also change? If so, then I will lose a lot. Because many opportunities may change, the advantage of knowing the plot can be said to be gone. No, it should not be the result of the timeline converging. If the timeline can be so easily converging, it would have been converging long ago, and there is no need to wait until now. It should be my influence that caused the plot to deviate, so the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant Map and Yin-Yang Xianlong pill appeared in advance. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ge forced himself to calm down and began to think again. If so, what did I affect, or who did I affect? If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the owner of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant Map and Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. Since only the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant Map and Yin-Yang Xianlong pill appeared in advance, and the 3000 Thunders did not appear in advance, it seems that the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant Map and Yin-Yang Xianlong pill belong to one person, but who could this person be? Bai Ge couldn't help but frowned and pondered again. As for the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Bai Ge gave up the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire after a brief thought, because he did not find any clues. Instead, he set his sights on the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill. Compared to the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, the information about the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill is known and very obvious. That is, the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill was created and refined by Yao Chen for his friend Feng Zun's, and was not sold to anyone else. If the formula of the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill was known to no one except Yao Chen, and now that Yao Chen is dead, it is even more impossible for anyone to refine it. Then where did the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill come from, and how did it appear in the Black Horn region? Zhongzhou Yao Chen Yin Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill Blackhorn Region. Bai Ji frowned, and nouns kept flashing in his mind. All the clues began to be continuously connected, and finally formed a big network. And in the center of the big network, a name suddenly emerged quietly: Han Feng. Like a thunderclap, as the name Han Feng emerged from Bai Ji's mind, everything suddenly had an answer. Bai Ji's mouth corners could not help but slowly curl up. Now he finally understood all the reasons. That's right, it was Han Feng. The remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire and the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill were definitely taken by Han Feng at the auction. Although Bai Ji didn't know how Han Feng got the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, or whether Yao Chen had ever gotten it, the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill, a 7th grade pill, was definitely taken out by Han Feng from the inheritance inherited from Yao Chen. Because the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill was a pill recipe created by Yao Chen, and only Yao Chen had refined it, so only Yao Chen and people related to Yao Chen could get the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill. As Yao Chen's former beloved disciple, and the person who theoretically inherited Yao Chen's legacy, Han Feng was undoubtedly the most likely person to own the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill. Moreover, for a 7th grade elixir like Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, if other fighters get it, no matter that Yin Yang Xianlong Dan once made Feng Zunzun achieve his success, or that it is still the 7th grade rank, no fighter is destined to give it up and auction it. Only Han Feng, Yao Chen's former beloved disciple, who fully knows the success rate and risk of Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, would refuse Yin Yang Xianlong Dan and auction it. According to the original plot, Han Feng would not attack Canaan College until the next year, so he would auction Yin Yang Xianlong Dan in the next year. However, because of Bai Ji's arrangement and tidying up, Han Feng matured a year in advance and had the ability to attack Canaan College, so Yin Yang Xianlong Dan would appear at the auction a year in advance. So, the case is closed. After a storm of thinking, Bai Ji successfully found the reason, and after reasoning, he got a complete logic. This made Bai Ji relax immediately. Sure enough, he has not completely collapsed the plot. While Bai Ji was guessing the origins of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant Map and the Yin Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill, the old auctioneer on the auction stage was about to finish introducing the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill. Well, after my introduction, I think everyone should know how precious Yin Yang Xianlong Pill is. After the introduction, the old man continued to smile. Stop talking nonsense, make an offer. Some representatives of forces who knew the origin of Yin Yang Xianlong Pill could not bear it anymore, and stood up and said coldly to the stage. Don't worry, everyone, the value of Yin Yang Xianlong Pill, I think everyone knows, it is a 7th grade pill, a 7th grade pill that can make people reborn, and pure money is not enough to measure its value, so there is a precondition before auctioning the pill. Regarding the displeasure of some representatives of forces in the audience, the old man had an expression of expectation, slowly stretched out a finger, and said with a smile. What condition? Many people asked. It's not a very difficult condition. Before the auction of the pill, the owner of the pill said that no matter who successfully bought the pill, he must unconditionally agree to do 2 things for him. But don't worry, it won't be difficult for you. It will definitely be within your ability. The old man smiled and replied. 2 things. Hearing the old man's words, many representatives of the forces couldn't help but lower their heads and ponder. Bai Ji was even more certain that this Yin Yang Xianlong Pill was definitely taken out by Han Feng. On the one hand, the reason why Han Feng took out the Yin Yang Xianlong Pill should be that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and let some forces in the Blackhorn region kill each other and reduce the strength of these forces. On the other hand, the reason should be that he wanted to find more helpers, but it is difficult to predict whether this verbal promise can be realized in the Blackhorn region. Please think about it carefully. I have brought the seller's words. If you are still interested, then the auction will continue. If not, then it can end now. The old man still had a smiling expression. We promise you. If it were 2 things without any constraints, it is estimated that no one would agree, but since the 2 things required were within the reach of all of them, under the temptation of Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, it didn't take long for everyone to choose to agree. Okay, then the auction continue. With the crisp hammering sound of the auction hammer, under the old man's presidency, the auction of the last finale auction item, Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, officially began, and the reserve price is not set. I offer 5 million gold coins. I offer 10 million gold coins. I offer 30 million gold coins. Under the temptation of the famous 7th grade Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, the forces in the Blackhorn region began fierce bidding in the VIP seats. From the initial 5 million, it soared to 30 million in less than 3 minutes, and it was far from over. However, Bai Ji seemed to have not heard the fierce bidding around him, leaning back in his seat leisurely, with no intention of participating at all. It's not that I don't have money, it's just that I don't need it. Everyone covets the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. Without absolute strength, no matter who bids for it, other forces will chase after it like hyenas and can't get rid of it at all, so there is only one final result, that is, snatch it by strength. But since the result is destined to rely on snatching, why spend money in vain? He Beg is a man who is thrifty and knows how to live. Amidst the fierce bidding, the price of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill quickly climbed to 90 million gold coins. Most forces lost their eligibility to compete. Only a few major forces such as the Blood Sect, Black Skull Tomb, and Sky Snake Mansion were still bidding. However, in the end, due to insufficient foundation, the Blackhorn region forces such as the Blood Sect, Black Skull Tomb, and Black Emperor Sect also lost one after another, and the Sky Snake Mansion with a deep foundation still bid for the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. Chapter 637 Hunter Chasing Lost Prey. Who is the prey? Is there anyone who wants to bid more? 150 million gold coins once. 150 million gold coins 3 times. 150 million gold coins 3 times. Okay. Since no VIP bids more, the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill belongs to VIP No 789. As the auction hammer fell, the old man announced loudly that the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill belonged to Elder Qing, the elder of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, who was sitting in the VIP seat number 789. The auction ended, and everyone on the surrounding platforms left the auction venue through the passage. However, almost no one in the VIP seat left, and everyone's eyes were fixed on a woman in a green palace dress, Elder Qing, the elder of the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Being watched by so many eyes, including Do Wang and Do Huang, Elder Qing felt a little uneasy. Although her strength is also Do Huang, and she is quite rare among Do Huang vulgar, but facing so many Do Wang and Do Huang, 2 fists are not enough. Everyone can leave now. Now it's time for this auction house to deliver the auction items. Seeing the scene in the VIP seats, the old auctioneer said with a smile. Hearing the old man's words, everyone stood up from their seats reluctantly. After a cold and deep look at Elder Qing, they left from the passage one after another. Seeing that most people had left, after lazily stretching his waist, Bai Ji also slowly stood up from his seat. After looking at Elder Qing intentionally or unintentionally, he also walked towards the passage of the auction venue. Arriving at the hall, after taking away the remaining picture of the pure lotus demon fire, Bai Ji put it back into the ring, and then walked out of the Black Seal auction house as if nothing had happened. Good guy. As soon as Bai Ji walked out of the auction house, he was followed by more than a dozen tails, all wearing black robes, as if they were afraid that others didn't know that they were going to do something bad. Oh, there's really nothing I can do. Glancing behind him, Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. If Ling Ying wasn't there, he would have just started, but unfortunately Ling Ying was watching, so Bai Ji couldn't act too much. I have to find a way to change my identity, otherwise I won't be able to grab the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill later. Thinking in his heart, Bai Ji accelerated and walked towards the crowd. Behind him, a group of black-robed people who were suspicious of each other had no time to be wary of each other, and they all put away the tense atmosphere and hurriedly followed. But after walking into the crowd, Bai Ji seemed to have turned into a floating phantom, seemingly walking very slowly, but he shuttled through the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that Bai Ji wanted to run, the group of black-robed people behind him also quickened their pace and began to push the people around them, trying to catch up with Bai Ji's pace, but they just couldn't catch up. Damn! This body movement doesn't look like a fighting master at all. Seeing Bai Ji like a phantom, completely ignoring the unit volume collision, and moving through the crowd like a ghost, no one could catch up. Everyone was very angry, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stomp their feet and hammer the walls around them to vent their anger. Commonly known as impotent rage. Because of Bai Ji's ghostly speed, 90% of the dozen black-robed people who were ready to kill Bai Ji, the fat sheep, chose to give up. Only a few people from big forces chose to use their body movement fighting skills to the fullest and followed him, but they could only follow Bai Ji's ass and eat dust. Bai Ji moved quickly through the crowd at a weird speed and in a leisurely manner, until he suddenly saw a hotel. Black Seal Hotel. Seeing the name of the hotel, Bai Ji couldn't help but stop and touch his chin. In Heian City, the only hotel that can be named Heian and is so large in scale is most likely owned by Shanman. Bai Ji thought to himself, and then turned and entered the Heian Hotel. Is this Heian Hotel? Seeing Bai Ji enter the Heian Hotel, the black-robed men who caught up with him stopped and looked a little hesitant. Although they wanted to catch Bai Ji and get the magic crystal card with at least 3 million gold coins in Bai Ji's pocket, the Heian Hotel was owned by Shanman. If they rushed in rashly, they would undoubtedly offend Shanman, which made them a little hesitant. No, let's wait a little longer. Thinking that if they offended Shanman, they would probably be abandoned, and with the attitude of not seeking merit but not making mistakes, several black-robed men chose to hide and wait for Bai Ji to leave the hotel before taking action. At the same time, inside the hotel, after completing the check-in procedures for the day, Bai Ji found the corresponding room with the room card, opened the room and walked in. After closing the door, his mental power quickly flowed out of his body and swept across the entire hotel. After confirming that Ling Ying was not in the room, Bai Ji smiled softly. The time is ripe, and we can finally do it. With a move of his body, his mental power quickly tore through the space, and Bai Ji instantly appeared in a small alley outside the hotel. In front of Bai Ji, a middle-aged man in a black robe was hiding in a shadow, staring intently at the Black Seal Hotel outside the alley. "Excuse me, are you looking for me?" Seeing that the man in black robe was still staring at the door of the Black Seal Hotel, Bai Ji took a step forward lightly, walked behind the man in black robe, and said with a smile, "Who?" Hearing the voice coming from behind, the man in black robe was startled and hurriedly tried to turn back, but before his head turned around, he was hit on the head by Bai Ji. This palm is not an ordinary palm, but a palm that Bai Ji combined with the Soul Clan fighting skills he obtained from the Soul Clan captured by the Soul Conquering General a few months ago and the Soul Conquering General. This palm imitated the soul chain of the Soul Clan fighting skills and directly grabbed the soul of the black-robed man out of the body, and then detained the soul of the black-robed man in his hand through the soul binding and general dispatching method. Sacrifice. After capturing the soul of the black-robed man, Bai Ji directly used the soul binding and general dispatching method to sacrifice the soul to the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, and the memory was also read synchronously during the sacrifice process. "So your name is Hefeng, and you are from the blood sect. My luck is really not bad." After reading the memory, Bai Ji's mouth corners could not help but curl up slightly. This blood sect seems to be the force that successfully took away the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill from Elder Qing of the Sky Snake Mansion in the original work, but unfortunately, it was finally defeated by Xiao Yan. However, now Xiao Yan has been abolished by him, and this Yin-Yang Xianlong pill will be cheap for him. Although he got a satisfactory identity, Bai Ji did not leave immediately, but picked up the strength of the black-robed man, moved his body, tore through the space and appeared in the previous hotel room again. "We still have to make good arrangements, and we can't let anyone slip." Back in the room, Bai Ji muttered to himself, and used his fighting spirit to violently shatter the black robe and coat on the black-robed man. Ahem, this doesn't mean anything else. After shattering the black robe and coat of the black-robed man, Bai Ji quickly activated the ability of the burning fruit, manipulated the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire to turn the fragments of the black robe and coat into ashes, and then stirred up the airflow to bring the ashes out of the window. After doing everything, Bai Ji threw the corpse on the bed, and after posing, he covered the corpse with a quilt. Well, he also let his hair fall down and covered his face, so that from a distance, it was impossible to tell who it was. And because Bai Ji did not kill the black-robed man named Hefeng through physical damage, but through a soul attack, although it was a corpse, it would not emit any peculiar smell in a short time, and would only be like a vegetable. Perfect. Done, I can run away. After finishing everything, Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction, clapped his hands, and then activated the heavenly snake breathing method. With the adjustment of the heavenly snake breathing method, Bai Ji's breath instantly rose from the Doshi level to the Great Doshi level. After adjusting his breath, Bai Ji reached out and wiped his face. Under the dual effects of Doqi and muscle, Bai Ji's originally handsome face quickly turned into the face of the black-robed man Hefeng. Then Bai Ji shrunk his bones and adjusted his body to the original height of the black-haired man. "Ahem, I'm Hefeng, hello, young sect master." After adjusting everything, looking at the middle-aged man of medium build, pale face, and cold temperament in the glass mirror in front of him, Bai Ji imitated the original Hefeng's voice and said in a hoarse tone. Chapter 638 Ambush, Blood Sect Master Fan Lao. "Not bad, I didn't expect that actually have the talent to be an actor. Looking at the flawless acting skills in the mirror, Bai Ge nodded with satisfaction. After getting everything ready, Bai Ge moved, instantly tearing the space apart, and appeared in the alley before, then walked out of the alley quickly and headed towards the hotel where the blood sect members were in Hefeng's memory. Arriving at the hotel where the blood sect members stayed in Hefeng's memory, Bai Ge walked in with a swagger. Now, he is a member of the blood sect, hey oh Bai Ge oh Feng. Knock knock knock. Going upstairs, in front of the room opened by the blood sect members, Bai Ge adjusted his face and then knocked on the door. Who is it? Fan Ling's slightly cold voice came from the room. It's me, young sect master. Bai Ge answered in a respectful tone. Hefeng? Come in. Hearing Fan Ling's words, Bai Ge pushed open the door and saw a group of blood sect fighters gathered around a table in the room, as if discussing something. Hefeng, is that kid solved? Seeing Bai Ge come in, Fan Ling asked lightly. Solved. This is the boy's magic crystal card. Young master, please take a look. Bai Ge answered with a hoarse voice, while casually taking out a magic crystal card and handed it to Fan Ling in a pretended respectful manner. As for how much money was in the magic crystal card, Bai Ge said he didn't know. After all, he never calculated money when spending money. But it shouldn't be 3 million, or maybe even 1 million. Although the money was not enough, at this time, Bai Ge felt that the blood sect should be trying to rob the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill that the Sky Snake Mansion had bought, and there shouldn't be much time to check how much money was in this magic crystal card. Thank you for your hard work, Hefeng. This time when you go back, you can go to the Digi Pavilion and choose a low-level Digi at will. Fan Ling smiled hypocritically, reached out to take the magic crystal card, and verbally encouraged Bai Ge. Oh no! It was Hefeng. Thank you, young master. Bai Ge lowered his head in fear, but in his heart, Bai Ge pouted a little. He had won 3 million gold coins for the sect, which was enough to buy a high-level Xian-level fighting skill, but he only got a low-level Xian-level fighting skill. Level fighting skills, too stingy. Okay, let's continue to discuss how to ambush later. After hypocritically encouraging Bai Ge, Fan Ling began to discuss how to ambush the people of the Heavenly Snake Mansion and take away the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, while Bai Ge listened in as Hefeng. According to the speculation of the blood sect, the Heavenly Snake Mansion must have obtained the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill from the Fan Gate. However, because it is being watched by countless forces, the Heavenly Snake Mansion should not leave the Black Seal City immediately, but will try to get rid of some tails first, and then leave quietly. And Fan Ling has asked a Wang in the team to go back to the blood sect to get reinforcements. While the Heavenly Snake Mansion gets rid of its tail, it should be enough for the blood sect leader Fan Lao to rush over, and then it will be the time to attack the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Okay, this is the plan. We will ambush in this valley in advance and wait for my father to come. You guys go to monitor the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Once there is any movement from the Heavenly Snake Mansion, you will rush over to inform us immediately. Do you understand? Moving his eyes away from the map, Fan Ling arranged the next action while casually pointing a few men to monitor the Heavenly Snake Mansion and said, Yes. After giving some instructions, the blood sect left the hotel and headed out of the Black Seal City. However, the group did not leave from the city gate that could directly lead to the valley, but first left from the city gate that returned to the blood sect, and walked normally for several kilometers all the way as if they were going back to the sect. The purpose of doing this is very simple. On the one hand, it is to eliminate the vigilance of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, and on the other hand, it is to eliminate the suspicion of attacking the Heavenly Snake Mansion from the surface. As for whether the Heavenly Snake Mansion believes it or not, Fan Ling said that it is none of their business, and they can believe it or not. Okay, the tail is gone, let's go to the valley now. On the way, after an old man said a few words to Fan Ling immediately waved his hand and asked the team to stop, and then the group turned around and flew to the valley where they had planned to ambush. Tisk tisk, it's really insidious, worthy of being the Blackhorn region, this trick of robbing the robbing, it seems that they are very familiar with it. In the team, Bai Ge followed the team quietly as Hefeng, but he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Turning around and walking for several kilometers again, it took more than half an hour, and finally came to the valley where they planned to ambush the Sky Snake Mansion. Quietly lurking, not long after, 2 streams of light suddenly flew over from the sky quickly, and finally landed on the valley. The people who came were a middle-aged man in blood-stained clothes and a middle-aged man in grey clothes. According to the memory of Hefeng that Bai Ji had read, these two people were Fan Lao, the leader of the blood sect, and an elder of the blood sect, named Yan Li. Father. Seeing Fan Lao's arrival, Fan Ling immediately greeted him respectfully. But compared to Fan Ling, Fan Lao was not so enthusiastic, just waved his hand casually, and now his mind was on the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. Linger, how is the Tianxi mansion now? Has it left the Black Seal City? With his hands behind his back, Fan Lao asked in a deep voice. It should be soon, father. Fan Ling answered respectfully. After a while of communication in the valley, in fact, after reporting the situation at the auction venue to Fan Lao, the group finally began to ambush. Because the spies sent out finally came back and informed everyone that the people of the Tianxi mansion had left the city and were expected to be here soon. Knowing that the people of the Tianxi mansion had set off, the people of the blood sect ambushed in the woods on both sides of the valley. Because it was an ambush, everyone also brought a powerful crossbow and several air-breaking arrows. As long as Fan Lao gave an order, a large amount of arrows would pour down. Since the blood clan had ambushed, Bai Ji naturally mixed in with them. In order to make it easier for the fishermen to benefit from the conflict between the two, Bai Ji deliberately hid at the very back of the ambush circle. As long as no one was watching him deliberately, no one would notice that he didn't go up when the blood clan made a move later. As for why he didn't go up first, the reason was very simple. Since he wanted to be the boss, he would naturally only make a move at the end to look cool. Wouldn't it be great to have a reversal and pretend to be a big shot? In the quiet waiting, time passed quietly. Suddenly, accompanied by a burst of violent horse hoof sounds, a cloud of yellow dust rose up from the road in the distance. In the yellow dust, a group of people riding fast horses rushed towards the valley like chasing stars and catching the moon. And at the head of this group of people was a beautiful woman in green palace clothes. It was Elder Qing. Chapter 639 The real boss should appear last. Tap, tap, tap. In the silent forest, with the approach of the yellow dust, the sound of horse hooves became louder and louder. On the hills on both sides, the hidden blood clan members couldn't help but tense up, their fingers tightened the tail feathers of the arrows and bowstrings. The people of the Heavenly Snake Mansion rode very fast, but when they were about to enter the valley, Elder Qing suddenly tightened the reins and stopped, and as Elder Qing stopped, the rest of the people from the Heavenly Snake Mansion also stopped. Elder, is there any problem here? Seeing Elder Qing stop, a Heavenly Snake Mansion fighter riding a tall horse asked Elder Qing with some doubt. This location is a good place for an ambush. If you are ambushed, it will be very troublesome. You should be more careful in the Blackhorn region. Elder Qing frowned slightly, and while explaining, he raised his slender hand. With a wave of fighting spirit, a ball of emerald green fighting spirit suddenly surged out of Elder Qing's jade hand, and then condensed into a green energy snake. This is the secret skill of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, fighting spirit into snake. Fighters can connect the 5 senses with the energy snake, and use the energy snake to achieve many operations. It can be called a must-have fighting skill for home travel, surveillance, and exploration. Go! After condensing the energy snake, Elder Qing immediately threw the snake in his hand. The green energy snake fell to the ground and twisted and swam towards the forest. But on both sides of the valley, seeing the energy snakes swaying, Fan Lao couldn't help but narrow his eyes and couldn't hide any more. Come on! With a wave of his hand, as Fan Lao gestured, the people of the blood clan who had been ambushing for a long time on both sides of the valley immediately released the arrows in their hands. With bursts of breaking air sounds, countless arrows flew down like rain, and instantly shot the energy snake that had just swam into a hornet's nest. There is an ambush. Outside the valley, seeing countless arrows flying down from both sides of the valley, Elder Qing couldn't help but shrink his pupils and shouted hurriedly. Everyone, come at me, don't leave anybody alive. Seeing that his side had been exposed, Fan Lao also stood up with a sneer, directly spread out his wings of fighting spirit, and then called his men to start fighting. Fan Lao, do you want to go to war with our Tianxi mansion? Seeing Fan Lao wearing a bloody shirt, Elder Qing couldn't help but shout fiercely. However, Fan Lao didn't buy Elder Qing's threat at all. He directly fluttered his wings of fighting spirit behind him, flew into the sky, and smiled grimly at Elder Qing. Go to war? No, 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 I don't want to go to war with your mansion, but I can't give up the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. You want to rob our Yin-Yang Xianlong pill? Aren't you afraid that our Tianxi mansion will hold you accountable? Elder Qing still threatened fiercely. Haha. Of course I'm afraid, but as long as I leave you all here, even the Sky Snake Palace won't be able to find our blood sect, right? There are so many daring people in the Blackhorn region. Fan Lao laughed at first, and then his face suddenly changed, becoming full of grimness and violence. Retreat, everyone evacuate, as long as one person escapes, report the matter to the Lord of the Palace immediately, and let the blood sect pay the price for what happened today. Seeing that Fan Lao was determined to take action, Elder Qing's heart sank, and he retreated while shouting. After speaking, Elder Qing immediately spread a pair of green fighting wings, jumped up, and soared into the sky in one direction, intending to escape, and the rest of the people from the Sky Snake Palace also turned their horses around and prepared to escape. Want to escape? But seeing Elder Qing trying to escape, Fan Lao showed a violent sneer, and the blood-colored wings behind him fluttered violently. Fan Lao's figure instantly turned into a stream of light and also rushed into the sky, colliding with Elder Qing who was about to escape. The blood light and the green light intertwined, and the green light suddenly shot back and fell to the ground. Although Elder Qing was an elder of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, Elder Qing's cultivation was only Do Wang, and he was no match for Fan Lao, who was a Do Huang. As Fan Lao took action, in the woods on both sides of the road, the disciples of the blood sect who had already gone down the hillside also laughed grimly, holding various weapons and rushing out of the woods, killing the people of the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the sound of explosions and the collision of swords, the two sides of the horses completely meleeed together. Although the people of the Sky Snake Mansion were stronger on average, the Blood Clan relied on their numbers, tacit cooperation, the ruthlessness cultivated by the Blackhorn region, and the tiger buff that was given by the ambush, and they actually forced the Sky Snake Mansion to passively defend. In the high-end battlefield, Fan Lao completely suppressed Elder Qing. In the sky, blood light and green light kept colliding, but every time they collided, the green light was knocked down from the sky and then rushed up again. In the constant collisions, although Elder Qing had tried his best, due to his inferior cultivation, Elder Qing was no match for Fan Lao and was beaten back by Fan Lao in the battle. In the end, he was hit by Fan Lao's palm, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and was knocked directly to the ground. Ah, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. Seeing Elder Qing vomiting blood after being beaten by Fan Lao and falling from the sky to the ground, Bai Ji, who was hiding in the forest, couldn't help but shake his head. However, Fan Lao couldn't hear Bai Ji's regret. Seeing Elder Qing spitting out a large mouthful of blood and his face turning pale instantly, it was obvious that he was injured in the internal organs by his palm. Fan Lao didn't intending to hold back, he rushed down with a sly smile, intending to kill Elder Qing just like that. Fan Lao, if you dare to come over again, I will destroy this Yin Yang Xian Long Dan immediately. Seeing Fan Lao coming at him with murderous intent, Elder Qing's pupils shrank immediately, and he quickly took out the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan from his ring and shouted at Fan Lao. You dare! Seeing the fighting spirit rising in Elder Qing's hand holding the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan, Fan Lao's eyes flashed with a violent look, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he said in a sinister voice. If you dare to destroy the Yin Yang Xian Long Pill, I will destroy your fighting spirit, lock you in the blood sect, and raise you like a pig or a dog, so that you can serve the men of my blood sect exclusively. You. After hearing what Fan Lao said, although he had already anticipated the situation he might face if he was caught, Elder Qing's face still changed, and the hand holding the Yin Yang Xian Long Pill trembled violently. Good opportunity. While Elder Qing was distracted by shock, Fan Lao's eyes lit up, and his grin became stronger. The surging blood-colored fighting spirit in his right hand quickly condensed into a blood knife and slashed at Elder Qing's right hand holding the Yin Yang Xian Long Pill jade box. Finally, it's my turn. Seeing that Fan Lao had already occupied an absolute advantage in the forest below the valley and was about to kill Elder Qing, Bai Ji couldn't help but yawn, slowly stood up, and stretched out his hand and pointed violently in the direction of the two people. Swish! With the sound of breaking through the air, a silver sword energy suddenly shot out from the fingertips. Like a streak of light, it cut through the sky and instantly cut through Fan Lao's arm wrapped in the blood blade of Do Qi. Puff! With the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh and blood, blood splashed instantly, and Fan Lao's face turned pale. In the forest, a scream suddenly rang out. Chapter 640, Destroy Fan Lao and Seize the Dragon Pill. Puff! As the bright red blood splashed out, the broken arm quietly slid down. Fan Lao was stunned for a while, and then with a sharp pain coming from the broken arm, Fan Lao couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Ah! Because the arm was cut off, blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. Fan Lao covered the broken arm with his hand and kept retreating, while his eyes were red and he looked around and kept roaring. Who is it? Who is it? What is going on? Seeing that the impending deadlock was resolved, Elder Qing was slightly stunned. She naturally knew that someone had saved her life, but the problem was that she didn't know who it was. Looking at the crazy Fan Lao not far away, although one of his arms was cut off, Fan Lao gave Elder Qing a more dangerous feeling. This made Elder Qing tremble, and he quickly got up and retreated to one side. Father! On the side of the valley in the distance, Fan Ling, who was hiding, saw that his father Fan Lao's arm was cut off, and he was shocked and stood up suddenly. All around, the Blood Clan, who was fighting with the people of the Sky Snake Mansion, saw that their leader had one of his arms cut off, and their offensive was paused. Because of Fan Lao's defeat, the momentum of the Blood Clan dropped. And at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the valley. With a chuckle, a figure quietly rose from the forest and came into the air. Black Wind. Seeing the figure in the air, Fan Ling's pupil shrank, and his heart was in turmoil, because behind the Black Wind, there were actually 3 pairs of black and white illusory fighting wings. Fighting wings, isn't he a great fighting master? When did he become a fighting king? Fan Ling was full of disbelief. But what he saw next shocked Fan Ling even more. As the figure in the air descended from the sky above the valley to the bottom, the figure's figure kept changing during the descent. His long black hair quickly turned into snow-white silver hair. His height, which was only about 1.7 meters, quickly rose to more than 1.8 meters. His ordinary face became as handsome as a banished immortal as he gradually descended, and his temperament became extraordinary. Fan Ling was very familiar with the appearance of the figure in the air. Isn't this the fat sheep he met in the Black Seal auction house? It's you. It's you. Seeing Bai Ji, Fan Lao seemed to have found an enemy. His bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Ji and roared crazily. Haha, that's right, it's me. Master Fan is really cruel. Facing a beauty like Elder Qing, he didn't even show any mercy to her. But I can't bear to see a beautiful woman die in front of me, so I can only ask Master Fan to keep a hand myself. Bai Ji was not afraid of Fan Lao's madness, but laughed softly. Ah! Junior, you are looking for death. Seeing Bai Ji actually with a fearless look, Fan Lao opened his mouth, revealing a ferocious face, and the violent and crazy look on his face became even stronger. Haha, you want me to die? You are not qualified. You are just a mad dog, I can easily break one of your arms, and you dare to bark in front of me, then let me send you to death. Hearing Fan Lao's words, Bai Ji smiled and shook his head, really not knowing whether to live or die. Not good. In his heart, a fatal sense of crisis came over him, and Fan Lao, who was still crazy, couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and his consciousness suddenly regained clarity. But just when Fan Lao's consciousness came out of the crazy state, Bai Ji had a sneer on his face and stretched out a finger. Accompanied by a dazzling silver light, countless silver sword energy shot out. Not good. Seeing the silver light flying towards him, Fan Lao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly prepared to dodge, but it was too late. Tear. Amidst the shrill sounds of breaking through the air, the silver sword energy whistled, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated Fan Lao's body in the eyes of Fan Lao in disbelief. Accompanied by a scream, blood flowers burst out from Fan Lao's body, and blood immediately gushed out, soon dyeing Fan Lao's bloody clothes red. Being pierced by silver sword energy, although the injury on the surface was not serious, Fan Lao's body had already been shattered by the sword energy, which had cut off Fan Lao's vitality. As the divine light in his eyes gradually dimmed, the vitality was gradually withdrawn, and Fan Lao's body suddenly fell to the ground with a plop, splashing a yellow dust. Father! Seeing his father being killed, and killed by the people he had brought, Fan Ling couldn't help but kneel on the ground as if struck by lightning. Young sect master, run away! The Douwang and Douling around Fan Ling were loyal to Fan Lao, and when they saw Fan Lao being killed, they immediately prepared to pull Fan Ling away. Want to run? Seeing Fan Ling and the other two trying to run, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer, and pointed directly in the air, and several silver sword chi shot out again. Although Fan Ling, who was less than a Douling, plus a Douling and Douwang, would not pose any threat to Bai Ji, but as a time traveler, Bai Ji knew the principle of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Bai Ji usually didn't kill good people, and would leave a glimmer of life, but Bai Ji would not keep a bad guy like the blood sect overnight. Raising his hand and sending out a few sword chi, he instantly killed Fan Ling and the other two who were about to escape in the valley in the distance. Bai Ji continued to stretch out his hand and point again, and countless sword chi shot out again, killing a group of blood sect people. After solving everything, Bai Ji turned to look at Elder Qing. Seeing Bai Ji kill Do Huang level Fan Lao in one blow, and then easily killed a Do Wang and a Do Ling, Elder Qing trembled in his heart. And seeing Bai Ji looking at her again, Elder Qing couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly retreated. But before she took a few steps back, Elder Qing stopped, because she suddenly figured it out. Facing such an unknown strong man, there was no way to escape. Since this strong man saved her, he would definitely not kill her. Thinking of this, Elder Qing took a deep breath, and a forced smile appeared on her elegant face, and then she quickly walked up to Bai Ji and bowed slightly. "Qing Yan, thank you for saving my life. What, you don't plan to run away?" Looking at Elder Qing, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile playfully. "You are joking, sir. You are the savior of our Tianxi mansion. We are too busy thanking you, how could you run away?" Elder Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Savior? No, 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 I am not your savior, because I am here to rob you." Bai Ji shook his head, and the smile on his lips became more playful. Robbery. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Elder Qing's smile suddenly froze. "Sir, are you joking?" "I'm not joking. I don't have any friendship with Tianxi Mansion. Why do you think I saved you for nothing?" "Because I covet your beauty." Bai Ji approached Elder Qing, and the corners of his mouth raised a few teasing lines. Seeing Bai Ji suddenly turned his face, Elder Qing couldn't help sweating all over, and his pretty face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. "There are indeed some reasons why I saved you, but this does not mean that I will save you in vain. Hand over the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill and I will let you leave safely, otherwise." Bai Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a murderous aura suddenly emanated from him. "The yin-yang mysterious dragon pill is our mission, do you really have to kill them all?" Feeling Bai Ji's cold murderous aura, although he was very scared in his heart, Elder Qing still clenched his jade hands, and said unwillingly in his heart. "Only Fan Lao would kill you all, because he is afraid of your Tianxi mansion, so he wants to kill you all. I don't like killing people, but I won't, because I'm not afraid of you, the Heavenly Snake Mansion. I don't like killing people, but I won't refuse to kill people. Do you want me to kill people, or don't you want me to kill people?" Bai Ji said lightly, without any threatening words in his words, but this calm tone made Elder Qing even more afraid. If it was Fan Lao, she would still dare to fight to the death, but facing Bai Ji who killed Fan Lao with a casual blow, Elder Qing really didn't have the courage to resist at all, the gap was too big. "Okay, I'll give it to you." Under Bai Ji's calm gaze, Elder Qing smiled bitterly, but still chose to surrender, and took out a jade box from the ring and handed it to Bai Ji. Chapter 641, A Leisurely Chess Move, Thick-Winged Bird. "Very good, I like people who know what's interesting." Seeing that Elder Qing chose to surrender and handed over the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, Bai Ji took the jade box containing the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill and smiled in appreciation. But when Elder Qing heard what Bai Ji said, she felt very bitter. She is now sensible, but if someone robbed the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, she will definitely be severely punished after returning to the mansion. In fact, if it is not necessary, I really don't want to do anything to a beauty like Elder Qing. After all, I am the most compassionate to women. While putting the jade box containing the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill into the ring, Bai Ji continued to say with a smile. Before, he was shouting that he wanted to beat and kill, but now he is beginning to be compassionate to women. I really didn't see it. Elder Qing's mouth twitched a little. This is too shameless. But although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't say it. Your Excellency is joking. Qinjian is just a willow. How can she be in your eyes? Elder Qing smiled reluctantly. Elder Qing, don't be too modest. Although Elder Qing's appearance is not the best among the women I have seen, it is also in the top 10. How can you be called a weakling? Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. In fact, I also know Elder Qing's worries. If a treasure like the Yin-Yang mysterious dragon pill is lost, the elder will definitely be severely punished after returning to the Sky Snake Mansion. I wonder if the elder has considered it. Come to my hands. Bai Ji looked at Elder Qing and changed his tone. I am the master. Hearing Bai Ji's words, he actually called himself the master, and Elder Qing couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Because generally only Dozun would call himself the master, could it be that the person in front of him is a Dozun strongman? Thank you for your attention, but Qingjian's strength is low, I'm afraid I can't help you much. Although he was somewhat tempted, thinking of his relatives in the Tianxi mansion, Elder Qing still forced a smile and politely rejected Bai Ji. Hey! Okay, I respect your decision, Elder Qing, but before I leave, I have a gift for you. Bai Ji shook his head with some regret, then took out a piece of jade and handed it to Elder Qing. There is a dochi left by me in this jade. If you are in danger, you can crush this jade. This dochi will automatically attack the most threatening enemy around you. Dozong realm will be seriously injured, and Dohuang realm and below will die in one blow. Looking at the jade handed over by Bai Ji, Elder Qing hesitated, but finally took the jade. Thank you, sir. Haha, you're welcome. This is my compensation for taking away the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill from you. Bai Ji put his right hand behind his back and smiled faintly. Does your sir have anything else to do? If not, then well leave. After accepting Bai Ji's gift of jade, Elder Qing let out a breath and said tentatively. It's okay. Bai Ji shook his head. Thank you for saving my life today, sir. We'll take our leave now. Hearing Bai Ji say that they could leave, Elder Qing heaved a sigh of relief, clasped his fists to Bai Ji at the end, and hurriedly left with the remaining people from the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Looking at the backs of the people from the Heavenly Snake Mansion leaving, Bai Ji touched his chin and smiled playfully. He certainly didn't help the Heavenly Snake Mansion for nothing. Of course, there was a reason that he couldn't stand the people of the Blood Sect, but another part of the reason was that he was somewhat interested in the Heavenly Snake Mansion. As a top force specializing in playing with snakes, Bai Ji was quite interested in the secret method of playing with snakes in the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Saving Elder Qing and the people from the Heavenly Snake Mansion was a leisurely move by Bai Ji. And the piece of jade given to Elder Qing was not simply a good intention, but a signpost left by Bai Ji. With this piece of jade, Bai Ji could directly tear the space and descend to the place where the jade was. In the future, when he has time, Bai Ji will definitely go to the Heavenly Snake Mansion for a walk. Since the name of the Heavenly Snake Mansion has snake, it must be related to snakes. Maybe there are many high-level snake monsters in the mansion. If I have the chance to take Kinglan to the Heavenly Snake Mansion, I will definitely make a lot of money. Now I will leave an impression, so that it will be convenient to incorporate the Heavenly Snake Mansion later. Originally, I just participated in the auction to kill time, but who knew that I unexpectedly got the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. Bai Ji was in a bad mood. Very happy. He tore the space again and returned to the previous hotel. After burning the corpse on the bed to ashes with the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire, Bai Ji pushed open the door of the room leisurely, found a big restaurant to eat a meal, then packed 2 portions, put them in the ring, and turned to leave Black Seal City. When he came to the camp outside the city, he used a stone to attract the attention of several bloody elite guards. Bai Ji flew over the big trees at a ghostly speed and entered the camp quietly. All the way back to the camp, seeing Bai Ji coming back, Xiao Suner, who was sitting in a daze beside the carriage, stood up immediately, and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face. Brother Xiao Bai. Suner, I'm back. Seeing Xiao Suner, Bai Ji also smiled and walked over quickly, pulling Xiao Suner into the carriage. Why did Brother Xiao Bai come back just now? Suner was almost worried to death. In the carriage, looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Suner complained. I'm sorry, Suner, but today's auction in Heian City was not in vain. Bai Ji touched Xiao Suner's head and said with a smile. It seems that Brother Xiao Bai has gained a lot today. Leaning on Bai Ji's shoulder, Xiao Suner smiled lightly. Haha, I did get some unexpected gains, but it's useless now. Bai Ji smiled. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's so late. Suner must be hungry. I brought you food when I came back. Come and eat. Looking at the table in the carriage, Bai Ji waved his hand, and a large amount of exquisite food appeared on the table. Thank you, Brother Xiao Bai. Xiao Suner smiled happily. Okay, Suner, you eat first. I'll go and send some food to Xiao Ning. He has a very good nose. If I don't send him some food, he might come here later by smelling the fragrance. Time flies, and it's the next day in the blink of an eye. Just as Ruolin said before she left yesterday, she must come back within a day. Sure enough, before noon, Ruolin returned to the camp with a group of people. However, the way they came back this time was really special. Because Ruolin didn't come back on horseback, but came back with a group of people riding 2 huge monster birds. The names of these 2 monster birds, if Bai Ge remembered correctly, should be called thick-winged birds. They are a first-level monster with a gentle temperament. They are the easiest to be tamed by humans, but there are fewer of them, and it is also quite costly to raise them. It is difficult for ordinary forces to tame them. In a whistling gale, the 2 giant birds landed on a clearing not far from the forest. Ruolin jumped off the thick-winged birds with Xiao Yu and others. Everyone, you are lucky. No one uses the college's thick-winged birds today, so I have transferred 2 thick-winged birds for you. Today we will ride these 2 thick-winged birds to the college. Standing in front of the crowd, Instructor Ruolin announced softly. Chapter 642 Departure, Arrival at Canaan College. Wow, is this the thick-winged bird? It is one of the very few magical beasts that can be tamed by humans as a riding tool. It is really big. This is my first time riding a flying magical beast. I don't know how it feels. I am really looking forward to it. Such a big magical beast, I don't know how fast it is. Looking at the huge thick-winged bird in front of them, the crowd couldn't help but burst into exclamations and kept talking. Okay, everyone, come on up quickly. We will try to arrive at the college today. Your carriage and the bloody elite will escort them back safely. Ruolin was accustomed to the exclamations of the preparatory students and continued to speak softly. As Ruolin said, the students of Canaan College came to the crowd and began to guide the crowd to board the 2 thick-winged birds in an orderly manner. On the backs of the 2 thick-winged birds, each carried a cabin, which was tightly bound to the body of the thick-winged bird with an iron chain. The cabin was very large and could accommodate hundreds of students. After everyone boarded the thick-winged bird, several law enforcement officers blew special bone whistles on the back of the thick-winged bird. In a burst of sharp calls, the 2 thick-winged birds suddenly flapped their wings, gradually took off into the air, and flew away into the distance. As the thick-winged bird took off, the vast mountains and rivers began to shrink gradually, and finally turned into a landscape painting of green and brown, and the surroundings gradually became misty. Riding on the back of the thick-winged bird, overlooking the land and mountains on the ground, many people exclaimed. For those who rode a flying monster like a thick-winged bird for the first time, this journey was really wonderful. How was your first ride on the thick-winged bird? Are you excited? On the cabin, Bai Ge stood by the wooden railing, with Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning beside him. Not far away, with a burst of crisp footsteps, Xiao Yu walked over with a smile. Not bad. Bai Ge shrugged naturally. For Xiao Yu, it was his first time to ride on a thick-winged bird, but Bai Ge had already ridden it once. And as a being with the ability to fly, although riding on a thick-winged bird feels good, how can it be compared to flying by yourself? Well, sister, how fast does this thick-winged bird fly? Can we reach Canaan College today? On the side, Xiao Ning rubbed his hands and asked with some anticipation. Of course we can. Listening to Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Yu also slowly walked to the railing and answered with a smile. If we take a carriage, because we have to go into the city and take a detour, it usually takes several days to get to Heping Town, which is the closest to the college. But if we take a thick-winged bird, not only do we not need to go into the city, we don't need to take a detour, and the speed of flying monsters is much faster than that of a carriage, so we should be able to reach the college before dusk, about 2 hours. It's a journey of several days, but we can get there in less than half a day. This is too cool. Xiao Ning was amazed. If I can have a flying magic beast mount, I won't have to travel so long to get home in the future. It should only take about half a month to get home. You still want a flying magic beast mount? You're dreaming. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Ning. Not to mention whether you can defeat a first-level magic beast with your strength, even if you can, do you know how to tame it? Sister, can you please stop discouraging me? This I can work hard on this, you don't look down on me. 2 hours later. In the misty sky, 2 thick-winged birds were flapping their wings and flying quickly. Although the flying speed of the thick-winged birds was a little slow due to their large size and carrying people, it was far faster than the carriage. In just about 2 hours, the thick-winged birds crossed the distance that the carriage would take several days to cross. From Black Seal City, they came to the town closest to Canaan College, Hepping Town. Everyone, pay attention. Do you see the town in front? That is the town closest to our Canaan College, Hepping Town, and it is also the border between our Canaan students and the Blackhorn region. During the non-enrollment period, the activities of the college law enforcement team are generally limited to Hepping Town. If you come to the college alone in the future, you must not relax your vigilance before arriving at Hepping Town. Only when you arrive at Hepping Town, you will be safe. Do you understand? Standing in the corridors on both sides of the cabin, pointing to the seemingly ordinary town in front, Ruolin said loudly. Got it. Everyone responded in unison. Not long after Ruolin introduced Hepping Town, the thick-winged bird crossed the sky above Hepping Town and continued to fly towards the direction of Canaan College. In fact, there is nothing special about Hepping Town itself. The main reason why Hepping Town is famous is the dead tree in front of Hepping Town with corpses hanging on it. However, due to the flying height of the thick-winged bird, almost no one can see the dead tree clearly, and Ruolin did not specifically introduce this attraction, otherwise it would definitely cause a sensation again. After crossing Hepping Town, we officially entered the scope of Canaan College. After flying over an extremely vast primeval forest, a towering city covering a vast area appeared in front of everyone. Okay, students, Canaan City is about to arrive, everyone get ready. The voice of Instructor Ruolin came again from the cabin. But at this moment, no one had the heart to answer, because everyone was stunned by the city called Canaan City in front of them. Everyone has seen the city, but no city is as vast as Canaan City, standing in the sky surrounded by clouds and mist, and you can't see the end at a glance. In shock, with a sharp cry, two thick-winged birds flapped their wings and flew towards the Canaan City below. After circling in the air for a while, the thick-winged birds slowly descended and landed on a piece of open space full of flying monsters. This is the flight stop of Canaan City, and it is also the place where all flying monsters land and stay. Okay, everyone get off. I'll take you to your residence. After getting off the thick-winged bird, under the guidance of Ruolin, the crowd walked out of the flight stop in an orderly manner and entered a wide street paved with blue stone bricks. Although the school has not officially started yet, the street is already full of surging people. Various shops are displayed on both sides of the street, and various shouts and hawking sounds are endless. Everyone pay attention, don't get lost. Walking on the street, Ruolin shouted loudly while arranging her students to walk around the team to prevent anyone from getting lost. Canaan City is so big, if someone gets lost, it will take a lot of effort to find them. Xiaobai, are the people in Canaan Academy so strong? The strength of the people on the street is almost all above the fighter. Walking on the wide bluestone street, Xiaoning's eyes are constantly on the people around him. He scanned the area and said to Bai Ge in amazement. This is normal. The enrollment requirement of Canaan College is that only those who have reached the 7th stage of Dochi can register for admission. Now the new students have not yet enrolled. The college is full of old students. Even the most recent batch of old students have the foundation of the 7th stage of Dochi. After practicing in Canaan College for a year, most of them must have reached Doje or above. Bai Ge replied with a chuckle. Under the leadership of the instructor Ruolin, everyone passed through the bluestone streets. Finally, they stopped in front of a group of courtyards. Chapter 643 Magma World, Skeleton of Skyfire Venerable. Okay, this is where you live. Find a courtyard to live in, and then your seniors will take you to buy luggage and bedding. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Standing on the bluestone street, pointing to the courtyard group not far away, Ruolin said. After saying that, Ruolin left in a hurry. It must be very complicated for Rob and Geci to be captured by the mysterious Do Wang. She still needs to report the situation to the school. Let's go, I'll take you in. After watching the instructor Ruolin leave, everyone entered the courtyard under the leadership of Xiao Yu and chose a courtyard each. After receiving the corresponding keys, under the guidance of Xiao Yu and other formal students, everyone went to the shops on the street to buy luggage and bedding, and then went to a restaurant for a big meal. Because it was almost evening when we arrived at Canaan College, it was already evening after everything was prepared. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective courtyards to rest. From Wuyutan City to Canaan College, it has been nearly half a year, and I have hardly had a good night's sleep. Now that we have finally arrived at Canaan College, we can't wait to have a good rest. Brother Xiaobai, see you tomorrow. After waving goodbye to Xiao Suner, Bai Ji also walked into a courtyard he had chosen before. However, Bai Ji did not plan to rest. Because the school has not officially started yet, many students and instructors are not in the academy yet. Now is the time when the defense of Canaan Academy is the weakest. Bai Ji plans to take this opportunity to go to the bottom of the Tianfen refining tower. For the magma world at the bottom of the Tianfen refining tower, whether it is the Tuaxi ancient emperor cave hidden in it, or the remnant soul of the sky fire venerable and the fallen heart flame fire seed inside, Bai Ji is very interested. In the wide courtyard, the breeze blows gently and the green trees sway. Bai Ji stood in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and his mental power quietly surged out of his body, quickly spreading to the surroundings, and soon covered the entire Canaan city. Although Canaan city is extremely vast, it is obviously not enough with Bai Ji's current mental power. Found it! Suddenly, Bai Ji opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a space crack appeared in front of him. Bai Ji stepped out and disappeared in the yard. At the same time, dozens of miles away, deep underground. This is a magma world. The large red magma pool exudes suffocating heat. Countless magma pools form a vast magma lake. Huge magma bubbles constantly emerge and explode from the magma. The rolling heat permeates and can almost roast people. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Bai Ji, wearing a white dress, quietly appeared above the magma lake, standing on the void. This is a unique ability of the Douluo realm. What a vast magma world, more vast than the magma world where the Qinglian earth core fire is located. No wonder it can breed 2 fallen heart flames, such a treasure. Looking at the vast and boundless magma lake that can't be seen at a glance, Bai Ji was a little amazed. After being amazed, Bai Ji set his sights on the magma lake. According to the plot he knew, the skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable and the fire of the Fallen Heart Eye were at the bottom of this magma lake, and the cave of Tuaxi Ancient Emperor should also be at the bottom of this magma lake. Staring at the vast magma lake, Bai Ji slowly closed his eyes, and his mental power spread out from his mind, quickly sweeping across the surrounding magma world. Soon, Bai Ji found a mysterious skeleton in a mysterious space. Being able to soak in the magma without being damaged at all, this snow-white skeleton is naturally the skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable. And that mysterious space should be the entrance to Tuaxi Ancient Emperor's cave. Well, let's take a look at the Skyfire Venerable first. The distance is closer. Comparing the distance between the two, Bai Ji naturally chose the Skyfire Venerable skeleton, which was closer. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Looking at the magma lake under him, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the deep blue Lotus Earth Core Fire quickly gushed out of his body, condensing a flame cover outside his body. With the flame shield condensed by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji could move freely in the magma lake. Bang! After condensing the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire shield, Bai Ji moved and immediately drilled into the magma lake. Entering the boiling magma lake, the boiling magma splashed up. In the magma lake, the hot magma was constantly surging and rolling, but under the protection of the shield condensed by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji was not affected at all, but kept diving calmly, swimming towards the location of the skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable that he had sensed before. I don't know how far I swam along the way. Suddenly, a white light ball suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's eyes. Look carefully, it is a transparent light shield, in which there is a snow-white skeleton. The skeleton is as white as jade, and the bones emit a faint fluorescence. And it is the fluorescence emitted by the skeleton that is reflected on the transparent light shield, which makes the light shield turn white. Of course, this skeleton is not the most important thing. The main thing is that there is a strange flame slowly burning on the skeleton. This flame is transparent throughout, like an invisible thing. Where the fire shines, the magma dare not flow in, so that a circle of blank space is formed around the skeleton. This flame is nothing but the fallen heart flame. However, compared with the mature fallen heart flame, this fallen heart flame can only be regarded as a flame in the strict sense. Found it! Seeing the snow-white skeleton and the transparent flame burning on the skeleton, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and swam over faster. Hwalala! Just as Bai Ji was swimming towards the skeleton, a sound of magma surging suddenly came from not far away. The sound was not weak at all, but very loud. This was not the sound of ordinary magma flow, but the movement of some creature swimming in the magma. For Bai Ji, who had experienced the underground magma lake in the Tagar Desert before, this was very familiar. However, this time the creature attacking in the magma was no longer a two-headed fire spirit snake of a different species, but a kind of intelligent fire lizardman suspected to be left here by Tuo Shigudi. Hwalala. The sound of magma flow became more intense, and Bai Ji looked in the direction of the movement. I saw several red figures swimming towards here like sharp arrows. Looking closely, the red figures were actually several human-shaped lizards. The lizards were red all over, with red scales all over their bodies. Their red scale tails, about half a meter long, swung slightly, and their feet stood upright, but the feet were unusually wide. On their round heads, there were tiny scales all over. A pair of small vertical pupils flashed fiercely, and a large mouth slightly opened, revealing densely packed sharp teeth, looking extremely ferocious. They were both magma creatures, but compared with the fire spirit snakes in the magma lake of the Tagar Desert, the flame lizardmen were far inferior in terms of individual strength. The skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable and the fallen heart flame were right in front of him, and Bai Ji was in no mood to fight with these worthless flame lizardmen. Looking at the fire lizardmen swimming quickly, Bai Ji stretched out his hand and several silver sword chi broke through the air, instantly breaking several bloody holes on the heads of several ferocious fire lizardmen swimming not far away. As the heads were broken, the fire lizardmen that were swimming at high speed like sharp arrows suddenly lost their power and sank diagonally to the bottom of the magma lake. After dealing with several fire lizardmen who attacked, Bai Ji continued to swim towards the skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable. Soon, a snow-white skeleton appeared in front of Bai Ji. Chapter 644 Skyfire Venerable, Transaction. In the red magma world, the boiling and hot magma is constantly surging, and in the magma, the white transparent light cover is glowing with a faint fluorescence. Looking at the white transparent light cover in front of him, Bai Ji did not think much, but moved his body and drilled in. Unlike the boiling magma world outside, the white transparent light cover is blank, without the existence of magma at all. But as Bai Ji got in, the fallen heart flame, which was originally burning slowly on the snow-white skeleton, suddenly became very hot. A strange energy wave swept across Bai Ji's body, and then a strange flame seemed to rise from Bai Ji's body. However, under the protection of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the fallen heart flame that was originally trying to grow was swallowed up by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire before it could grow. Although the fallen heart flame is ranked higher than the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire on the Strange Fire list, compared with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire swallowed by Bai Ji, the fallen heart flame on the skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable, which can only be regarded as a fire seed, is really not good enough. Is this testing me, or? Feeling the attack of the fallen heart flame, Bai Ji's figure couldn't help but pause, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the original plot, Xiao Yan was not attacked by the fallen heart flame driven by the Skyfire Venerable. But at that time, it seemed that Xiao Yan had already devoured all the fallen heart flames that had transformed in Canaan Academy. Was it because he didn't have the fallen heart flame that he was attacked? But that shouldn't be entirely true. If the remnant soul of the Skyfire Venerable continued to stay here, the final result would only be to disappear into thin air. I should come here. It is in the interests of the Skyfire Venerable. The Skyfire Venerable should be eager to take him out and should not attack him deliberately. Then this should be an unconscious attack of the fallen heart flame, and the Skyfire Venerable used this as a test and trial? Bai Ji thought in his heart, and felt that this should be the case. After coming to a conclusion in his heart, Bai Ji continued to walk towards the snow-white skeleton in the center of the light shield. As if confirming what Bai Ji thought in his heart. After resolving the attack of the fallen heart flame, Bai Ji had not taken a few steps when an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Young man, is the strange fire on your body the Qinglian Earth Core Fire ranked 19th on the strange fire list? With this voice, an illusory figure suddenly floated out from the snow-white skeleton, but it was an old man wearing a white robe and with white hair and beard. The old man had an old face, but he was very energetic. There was a faint brilliance in his plain eyes, and he looked at Bai Ji with surprise. That's right, the strange fire in my body is the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. What's wrong with you, senior? How did you end up like this? Bai Ji laughed and glanced at the snow-white skeleton in front of him. You're not surprised at all. Seeing that Bai Ji was not surprised at all about his existence, Venerable Tianhuo couldn't help but be even more surprised. But as an old senior, he naturally couldn't show a surprised expression, but said in a calm tone. It's all old news. At the beginning, I accidentally entered this place and subdued a fallen heart flame here, but I accidentally found another one. Because they were both fallen heart flames, I thought of fusing the two strange fires, but I didn't expect that this strange fire was too violent. Although they have the same origin, they are also incompatible. In the end, I ended up like this. Venerable Tianhuo couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. Boy, you already have a different fire and a great fortune, why do you still want this fallen heart flame? I wanted to subdue 2 fallen heart flames, but ended up like this. You already have the azure lotus earth heart flame. If you still want the fallen heart flame, I advise you to give up this idea. Skyfire Venerable suddenly looked at Bai Ge and said. Hehe, it is indeed difficult to subdue 2 different fires, but just because the senior can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Bai Ge smiled slightly and said. Boy, are you saying that I am not as good as you? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Skyfire Venerable couldn't help but laugh angrily. To be honest, it's true. Bai Ge shrugged and replied. There is no way, he is so honest, known as a spotless little gentleman, an honest and reliable little gentleman. Boy, do you know who I am? Skyfire Venerable took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Who is the senior? Isn't the senior Venerable Skyfire? Bai Ge laughed and narrowed his eyes. Haha, you don't know, right? Actually no, how do you know my name? Hearing Bai Ge's answer, Venerable Skyfire showed a proud look and was ready to reveal his name. In his mind, he even thought of Bai Ge's shocked expression after knowing that he was actually a Dozun. But just halfway through his words, Venerable Skyfire suddenly froze, because the young man in front of him actually said his name. Haha, is it strange to know the name of the senior? Bai Ge smiled mysteriously at the shock of Venerable Skyfire and said slowly. No, you shouldn't know my identity. Venerable Skyfire was a little crazy. But I just know, and I also know that there is a fallen heart flame here, so I came here, it's not an accident, or a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. Bai Ge smiled leisurely and said calmly. Boy, how did you know? Tianhuo Venerable felt like countless kittens were scratching his heart, itching badly. That's because my eyes can see through fate. Bai Ge smiled slightly, and then activated the derivative magical power of the Mind Sword Body method, the Silver Eyes of Breaking Illusions. As the Silver Eyes of Breaking Illusions were activated, Bai Ge's eyes suddenly turned into a silver-white color. This is... Seeing Bai Ge's Silver Eyes of Breaking Illusions, Tianhuo Venerable couldn't help but shudder. Being stared at by these eyes that seemed to have no emotions, for some reason, he actually felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, as if these eyes could easily kill him. Senior, let's be honest now. I know your current situation. How about we make a deal? Staring at Tianhuo Venerable with the silver eyes of breaking illusions, Bai Ge said slowly. What deal? Staring at Bai Ge's silver eyes, Skyfire Venerable felt very uncomfortable, but he had nowhere to hide, so he could only shrink his body slightly and asked. Deal is simple. I know that you were a Dozun when you were alive. I just happen to have a way to restore your body, so I can find a way to restore your body, but you must serve me for 10 years after you recover. How about that? Bai Ge smiled faintly and said. Serve you for 10 years. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Tianhuo couldn't help but pause, slowly turned his head, stared at Bai Ge, and narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a while. Chapter 645 Kneeling to Survive, Not Shivering. Is there anything you are not satisfied with about this deal? If you stay here, you will only end up disappearing. I can find a way to restore your body, and you only need to pay 10 years as the price. I think this deal is fair. Bai Ge smiled slowly at Tianhuo's gaze, and his tone was very indifferent. Yes, he was really fair. Originally, Bai Ge had the secret method of arresting spirits and sending generals for spirits, and also had some fighting skills for spirits in the Soul Palace. If Bai Ge wanted, he could arrest the spirit of the Skyfire Venerable at any time and need it at will. But Bai Ge did not, but chose to discuss calmly, giving the Skyfire Venerable enough face. If the Skyfire Venerable still didn't know what was going on, he couldn't blame him. You are right, but 10 years is still a bit long. It's a bit too much to let a Dozun serve you for 10 years. I think 3 years is enough. The Skyfire Venerable stretched out 3 fingers and said slowly. 3 years? I say, Tianhuo, you are like this now, and you really think you are a root vegetable. If I don't save you, you can wait for your soul to fly away here. Do you really think you are still a Dozun? Hearing the words of the Skyfire Venerable, Bai Ge's face suddenly turned cold, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand, where was his condition too much, it was like this, and he still talked about the title of Dozun, weren't you ashamed? You boy, didn't your master tell you to respect the elders? Especially the elders who are stronger than you. Hearing Bai Ge calling him by his name, the face of the Skyfire Venerable could not help but stiffen, suppressing his anger and said. In fact, he did not think that the deal was unfair, but just wanted to give Bai Ge a warning. According to his idea, it should be him who initiated the deal and took the lead, not the junior Bai Ge. And with his pride, he really didn't want to serve Bai Ge for 10 years, 3 years would be too much, after all, he was a Dozun. You are stronger than me? Maybe your cultivation level was higher than mine when you were alive, but in terms of strength, do you believe that I will beat you up in the sky? Seeing that the Skyfire Venerable still thought he was a Dozun, Bai Ge couldn't help but laugh in anger. It's like this, and he still doesn't know what it means to be a fish at the expense of others, and he even wants to turn the tables, he really deserves to be punished. Since you have such objections, it seems that this deal needs to be modified. How about this? In addition to serving me for 10 years, you should also give me your heavenly level technique, the 5-wheel separation fire method. Bai Ge's face calmed down and he said calmly. 5-wheel separation fire method? Boy, are you kidding? Hearing Bai Ge's words, the Skyfire Venerable's expression stiffened, and his face was a little angry. Is this how the deal is modified? He did not refuse to hand over the 5-wheel separation fire method to Bai Ge, but in the original plan, he was going to use this as bait to let Bai Ge take him out, rather than being blackmailed by Bai Ge as a deal. What he wanted was to dominate others, and Bai Ge made him feel like he was being dominated. But Bai Ge was not tolerant of the Skyfire Venerable's anger at all. What he wanted was to subdue him, not like Xiao Yan in the original work, who could only be regarded as cooperation and could not restrain the Skyfire Venerable at all. His previous politeness was a habit of being a time traveler. After all, the place where he was born was a civilized place and a country of etiquette. However, if others took his kindness as weakness, he would not be polite. Skyfire Venerable. Bai Ge adjusted his tone and said. Since you have such a big opinion on the deal, then well, our deal is now void. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Skyfire Venerable could not help but be stunned. This was not the result he wanted. He just wanted to get more control and reduce losses, not to ruin the deal. Originally, he planned to go outside with Bai Ge's body and then find a way to seize the body, but when he heard that Bai Ge could help him recover his body, Skyfire Venerable was overjoyed. If he could recover his body, he would never seize the body. But when Bai Ge said that he wanted to cancel the deal, Skyfire Venerable could not help but panic. Although he also had a means to suppress Bai Ge, he could burst out with outstanding strength, easily suppress Bai Ge, and even seize the body. But the risk was too great. In a battle between souls, although he was once a Dozun, he had been dead for so many years that his soul had long since become a remnant. He was not sure that he could possess another soul. A fighter, if he fails, he will die early. Now what we are doing is not a transaction, but an order. Venerable Tianhuo, you only have 2 choices now, either hand over the 5-wheel fire separation method and work for me, or die. When Venerable Tianhuo was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, Bai Ge continued to say calmly. Boy, although I am a remnant soul now, I was once a fighter, don't look down on me. Hearing that Bai Ge directly turned the transaction into an order, Venerable Tianhuo couldn't help but feel a little angry. Hee. However, Bai Ge pulled the corner of his mouth and chuckled at Venerable Tianhuo's stubbornness, and then he didn't say much, and directly activated the soul binding and general dispatching technique. As a burst of black gas rose from his hand, the soul binding and general dispatching technique was directly activated. As a strong suction force came out, Venerable Tianhuo was detained from the snow-white skeleton without any resistance, and was directly twisted into a ball of soul light, which was detained by the black gas. Let me go! A terrified cry came from the soul light ball. Skyfire Venerable, how do you think I should deal with you? I originally wanted to make a good deal with you. I think the conditions I gave are good enough. I saved you for free and helped you recover your body. The price is just to let you serve for 10 years. This is not too much for a Dozun, right? But I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Well, then I think I can change a method and directly erase your consciousness, leaving a pure soul. This way, I can also get a Dozun's subordinate, but there are some shortcomings in intelligence. But in this way, I can get all your memories, not only your 5 wheels fire separation method, but also your other fighting skills and techniques. I can get everything you have. Do you think I have made a profit? Holding the soul of Skyfire Venerable in his hand, Bai Ge said something that made Skyfire Venerable tremble in a calm tone. No. You can't do this. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the Skyfire Venerable, who was twisted into a soul ball, felt trembling all over, and a wave of fear came over his heart, and he couldn't help screaming. After being arrested by Bai Ge without any resistance, Skyfire Venerable no longer doubted Bai Ge's ability. Skyfire Venerable had no doubt that Bai Ge could erase his consciousness, but felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He finally saw the hope of rebirth, and he didn't want to die. Hehe, can't this be done? Why, aren't you very capable? Then I want to see if you are really that capable. Now that you are afraid, why did you do that before? You can change my mind, but I have to see your sincerity. Bai Ge said with a smile. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Skyfire Venerable felt cold sweat all over his body. It seems that the soul body can't sweat? Seeing that Skyfire Venerable couldn't make a decision immediately, Bai Ge slowly operated the soul arrest and sent the general, making a gesture of wanting to erase Skyfire Venerable's consciousness. Feeling the strange power invading his soul, Venerable Tianhuo suddenly felt like an ant on fire, and hurriedly shouted, I promise you, what can I promise you? I will give you my fighting skills and skills. In addition, as long as you help me recover my body, I will serve you for life, for life. Hearing Venerable Tianhuo's surrender, Bai Ge couldn't help but curl his lips and lifted the spirit binding and general dispatching order. Little guy. I can't deal with you. Tianhuo, it seems that you are still very perceptive. Since you are so tactful, I will temporarily forget your previous rudeness. In fact, you should also look at these things more open-mindedly. You are all alive, kneeling and alive, not shivering. After lifting the spirit binding and general dispatching order, Bai Ge looked at Venerable Tianhuo, who had already recovered his human form and was still a little frightened, and couldn't help but have some fun. Listening to Bai Ge's words, Venerable Tianhuo felt bitter in his heart. He just wanted to get more benefits. How did things become like this? Chapter 646 Skyfire Venerable, why is it so difficult for me? Looking at the bitter-faced Skyfire Venerable, Bai Ge felt a little amused. Originally, he did not intend to enslave Skyfire Venerable, but only planned to let him work for him for 10 years. 10 years is almost enough for him to be promoted to Douluo and complete the world mission. But who knew that Skyfire Venerable would insist on committing suicide and bargaining with him, and finally made himself like this? But this is not bad. Although the process is a bit tortuous, what you get is far more than expected. Just like this, play the good cop first, let the other party swell up, and then play the bad cop while the other party swells up, subdue the other party, and start to coerce and induce. Because the other party did it himself, compared to coercing and luring at the beginning, the other party can't feel resentful at all. Hey, this seems to be a good negotiation method. It does not violate your own moral values, and you can make a lot of money. Not bad. Not bad. Bai Ge touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Nod. Okay, don't always look so sad. You have to learn to take responsibility for what you have done. You have an object to store your soul, right? I will take you away from here now. After thinking about it, Bai Ge looked up at Tianhuozun and said, Yes. Tianhuozun sighed in his heart, waved his hand, and a snow-white ring flew out from the middle finger of the right hand of the snow-white skeleton, floating in front of Bai Ge. Although the color of this ring is different from Yao Chen's ring, the material of the two is the same. They are both warm soul rings, which can warm the soul. It is precisely because of this ring that Tianhuozun's residual soul can survive until now. Take out your 5 wheels of fire separation method and let me see it. Reaching out to take the ring, Bai Ge put the snow-white ring on his hand and said. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Tianhuozun's face became even more sad. It's not that he is stingy and unwilling to give out the 5-wheel fire separation method. It's just that if the 5-wheel fire separation method is compared to his daughter, marrying off his daughter happily and having his daughter snatched away by someone else are completely different, right? Although he was a little unwilling in his heart, with the previous lessons, the current Skyfire Venerable has fully understood what it means to be at the mercy of others. Now, let alone the 5-wheel fire separation method, even if it is his real daughter, he can bear the pain and hand it over. Anyway, the other party is so handsome and his strength is unfathomable, so he won't suffer any loss. As the Skyfire Venerable stretched out his hand and waved, after a flash of white light, a pale white scroll suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. Bai Ji stretched out his hand to take the scroll and unfolded it. On the scroll, he saw a clear painting of various birds and beasts with flames all over their bodies. According to the general shape, there are 5 kinds, namely wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and dragon. At the bottom right of the scroll, there is a row of small words. If 4 of the 5 beasts are condensed by strange fire, this magic formula is as powerful as the heaven-level fighting skills. His eyes quickly scanned the scroll. Because he already knew the details of the 5-wheel fire method in advance, Bai Ji was not surprised. He slowly touched the various patterns on the scroll with his palm, and suddenly, a memory quickly flooded into Bai Ji's mind, which was about the practice secrets and magic formula of the 5-wheel fire method. Conquer the flame, control the flame, condense the fire spirit, form a 5-wheel fire formation, burn the sky and boil the sea. Scenes of memory quickly flashed through his mind. Bai Ji frowned slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the scroll in his hand, although his face was very calm, Bai Ji was very satisfied in his heart. It is indeed one of the few fighting skills in the original work that can match the strange fire. The power is indeed good, and if you deduce it carefully, this 5-wheel fire method is far from the upper limit. Theoretically, if the formation is further deduced from the 5 wheels to the 6 paths, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, 10 directions, 12 capitals, Jotyen, etc. If there are enough strange fires to condense fire spirits to form a formation, the power should be far beyond the heavenly level, right? The more Bai Ji thought about it, the more possible it was. 4 of the 5 wheels can be comparable to the heavenly level fighting skills. If the 5 wheels of the fire separation method can be successfully deduced, not to mention the 12 capitals and the Jotyen stars, as long as it is deduced to the 9 palaces, it should be far better than the strongest 4 sword styles in the sword domain at present. And the mental power cultivated by practicing the mind sword body method is also completely enough to control so many fire spirits, which is perfect. Calm down. Calm down. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Bai Ji couldn't help but take a few deep breaths to calm down his excitement. Although the possibility of realizing the previous idea is very high, at present, let alone the strange fire, even the subsequent magic array has not been deduced. There is no need to be so excited. Let's go and see the cave of Tuaxi Ancient Emperor. Thinking of this, Bai Ji looked at Tianhuo Venerable. After being threatened by Bai Ji before, Tianhuo Venerable is now completely honest. Tianhuo, come in, I will take you away from here. Bai Ji raised his hand wearing the snow-white warm soul ring and said calmly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tianhuo Venerable was as if he had been pardoned, and quickly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the warm soul ring. But after drilling into the ring, seeing that Bai Ji seemed to be ready to leave like this, Tianhuo Venerable couldn't help but be a little stunned. Sir, are you not going to accept this fallen heart flame? Coming out of the soul-warming ring, Venerable Skyfire floated in the air, looking at the fallen heart flame slowly burning on his bones, carefully considering his tone and asked. Stay here for the time being, my goal is the big fallen heart flame you once refined, which is now in the tower above, but for some reasons, I need to wait for an opportunity to take it, and then I will take this small fallen heart flame to exchange with the big fallen heart flame. Bai Ji glanced at Venerable Skyfire and said slowly. I know. Venerable Skyfire nodded thoughtfully. During the conversation, Bai Ji got out of the shield created by the fallen heart flame and entered the hot magma again, but after leaving the shield, Bai Ji did not swim above the magma, but continued to swim towards the depths of the magma lake. Sir, are you messing around? Wrong direction. Discovering that Bai Ji not only did not leave the magma lake, but dived deeper and deeper, thinking of the dangers in the magma lake, Tianhuo Venerable could not help but panic. Wrong direction? Who said that? I don't plan to leave now. There is a mysterious place in this magma lake. I must go and see it. Bai Ji raised his mouth slightly and said. Ah! Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tianhuo Venerable could not help but be dumbfounded. My lord, don't! This magma lake is very dangerous. There are a group of lizardmen living in it, and there are many super strong people at the Dozun level among the lizardmen. The other side is numerous and has the advantage of terrain. Unless it is a Dosheng, it is impossible to match it. My lord, think twice. Seeing that Bai Ji was still deep inside, Venerable Tianhuo almost cried. He finally thought he had a chance to get out. He had paid so much, even himself. If he went deep into the magma lake, he would be doomed if he met a super lizardman at the Doulo level. Why is it so difficult for him? Chapter 647, Sweeping the Flame Lizardman and Heading to Tushi Ancient Emperor Cave. Ignoring Venerable Tianhuo's crying, Bai Ji continued to swim towards the depths of the magma. As he went deeper, it was as if something was startled. With a faint scream, the red magma suddenly surged violently, and red shadows quickly whistled from all directions. "My lord, they are coming." Seeing the red shadows whistling in the distance, Venerable Tianhuo in the soul-warming ring was a little anxious. Although only the remnant soul was left, Venerable Tianhuo's perception was still at the Doulo level. According to Venerable Tianhuo's perception, the lowest strength of the lizardmen attacking from afar was Dohuang level, and there were also Dozong level lizardmen among them. Now there are only Dohuang and Dozong. If Bai Ji's strength is as mentioned before, he may be able to deal with it, but if he continues to go deeper, he will definitely encounter Dozong level lizardmen, and then he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. What are you afraid of? Some lizardmen scared you like this? Compared to the panic of the Skyfire Venerable, Bai Ji was very calm. If he was facing some Dohuang and Dozong of humans, it might be a little tricky, but for the lizardmen whose strength could only rival that of Dohuang and Dozong, it was too easy. Because the weakness of the lizardmen was too obvious, or the weakness of most non-human creatures in the Douluo world was obvious, that is, the weak soul. Although the soul of the lizardmen was stronger than that of the alien monsters such as the two-headed fire spirit snake, which were also magma creatures, it was still far inferior to that of humans. And Bai Ji had a sword technique specifically for the soul, which was the Demon Destroyer sword derived from the Seven Sins domain in the four sword styles, which completely restrained the lizardmen, so Bai Ji was not panicked at all. Hiss! Wrapped in the shield condensed by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji just quietly watched the flame lizardmen attacking from a distance. Compared to the lizardmen who were only about doubling in strength, the flame lizardmen who were attacking in front of them were stronger and bigger in size. When the flame lizardmen opened their big mouths full of fangs and roared at them, Bai Ji raised his right hand, and with a flash of blood, a blood-colored long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Facing these relatively powerful flame lizardmen, it was still a bit difficult to kill them all with the sword energy that was casually emitted. However, with the 7 killing swords and the sword domain, it was very easy. Sword domain, go! Looking at the flame lizardman in the distance, Bai Ji raised the corner of his mouth and slowly uttered these 3 words. With a slight hum of the 7 killing swords in his hand, the sky-high sword intent suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body, and the strong sword energy quickly spread around like ink dripping into water, covering a large area of magma lake in the blink of an eye. Demon killing sword, soul cutting. After unfolding the sword domain, Bai Ji shouted again, and the entire sword domain instantly changed from silver to pitch black. However, after turning into pitch black, the pitch black color did not solidify, but rushed madly to the 7 killing sword in Bai Ji's hand, quickly dyeing the blood-colored 7 killing sword into a dark color, full of eerie and strange meaning. As the 7 killing sword on his finger was dyed black, Bai Ji immediately swung the 7 killing sword forward. Countless black sword energy burst out, shooting at the fire lizard man in front of him like rain. Swish! 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 Countless dark sword chi densely covered the flame lizardman like a giant net. The flame lizardman had no way to avoid it and was immediately hit by the dark sword chi. Unlike ordinary sword chi, the magic sword chi slashed by the magic sword style not only has the attack power of ordinary sword chi, but also has the ability to slash the soul. And because of the mechanism of the 7 sins field, the enemies hit by the magic sword chi have more evil thoughts belonging to the 7 deadly sins in their hearts. The heavier the sword, the greater the power of the demon killing sword chi. Since the attacking lizardmen were basically angry and their souls were weak, they were almost instantly killed by the demon killing sword chi. What kind of fighting skill is this? Seeing Bai Ji slashing out with a sword, almost all the attacking flame lizardmen were instantly killed by annihilating their souls. The Skyfire Venerable was shocked. In the Douluo world, both fighting skills for cultivating souls and fighting skills for attacking souls are very scarce. As far as we know, only the fighting skills of the Soul Hall are directly aimed at the soul, but they do not have the destructive power of Bai Ji's demon-killing sword. So seeing the power of the demon-killing sword chi, the Skyfire Venerable was simply stunned. After dealing with the first batch of attacking flame lizardmen, before Bai Ji could relax, more flame lizardmen rushed up again with a roar. This time, almost all the attackers were Douzone level fire lizardmen, and there were also several Douzone level super fire lizardmen. Don't you know how to be afraid? Seeing the fire lizardmen still coming madly, Bai Ji was a little helpless. Compared with the last time when only Do Huang and Douzone level fire lizardmen attacked, because there were Douzone level fire lizardmen among the attacking fire lizardmen this time, it was a little difficult to solve it with sword energy alone, and Bai Ji had to do it himself. But it didn't matter. If you don't know how to live or die, then let me send you off. The 7 killing swords in his hand shook, and Bai Ji moved his body and rushed out instantly. With the ability to move in space, Bai Ji quickly shuttled between the fire lizardmen, and the 7 killing swords in his hand kept slashing. Because there was a blue lotus earth core fire shield, the magma attack spewed by the fire lizardman was almost useless to Bai Ji, and with the magic killing sword energy, the defense of the fire lizardman was almost useless to Bai Ji. Therefore, even the Douzone level flame lizardmen were no match for Bai Ji's sword. In less than a minute, Bai Ji killed most of the attacking lizardmen. Although the flame lizardmen are magma creatures, their intelligence is far superior to that of the two-headed fire snake. Although they are still not as good as humans, they also have basic wisdom and even a social system. It can be said that their intelligence is not weak. So after discovering that they could not kill the invaders at all, but were constantly dying, the flame lizardmen quickly retreated like a tide. No, I didn't expect that the adult's strength is so strong. Witnessing Bai Ji's easy killing of all the lizardmen like cutting melons and vegetables, even the Douzone level lizardmen were no match for him. Tianhuozun swallowed his saliva. Originally, he was a little skeptical about what Bai Ji said before, but after this time, he completely believed it. Bai Ji ignored Tianhuozun's complicated thoughts and continued to dive into the depths of the magma lake. Fire lizardmen appeared from time to time around, but because of the previous deterrence, they did not dare to approach Bai Ji at all, and only dared to patrol around. As Bai Ji continued to sneak in, a thick light column finally appeared in front of him in the distance. Finally almost there. Looking at the thick light column, Bai Ji exhaled softly. My lord, what is that? In the soul-warming ring, seeing the huge light column in the distance, Venerable Tianhuo couldn't help but be curious. Have you heard of the cave heaven opened by the Dousheng? That light column is the entrance to a special space. Bai Ji did not explain too much, just said. The entrance to a special space. After hearing Bai Ji's explanation, although he was still a little confused, Venerable Tianhuo did not continue to ask, but his eyes flickered when he looked at the light column. With Venerable Tianhuo's knowledge, he naturally knew that Dousheng strong men could open cave heavens. There was a cave heaven in front of him, and it might be possible that there was a legacy of at least a Dousheng level strongman hidden in it. I didn't expect there would be such an opportunity here. Chapter 648, Tuashi Ancient Emperor Cave Mansion is done. Freshman ranking competition. Continue to swim all the way to the deepest part of the magma lake. Finally, Bai Ji arrived in front of the light column. Only then did Bai Ji see the true face of the light column. Although he had used his mental power to perceive it before, because mental power can only perceive things within the range of mental power, Bai Ji could not perceive the scene inside the light column. And only by standing in front of the light column can you see the scene inside the light column at a glance. Standing in front of the light column, I saw that there was a circular light curtain inside the light column. The light curtain was emitting a dazzling light, and because the light curtain was circular and flat, this light column was produced. And inside the light curtain, there was an ancient stone door standing between heaven and earth. Above the stone door, 4 ancient characters were carved in a flamboyant manner: Ancient Emperor Cave Mansion. Ancient Emperor Cave Mansion. In the soul-warming ring, the residual soul of the Skyfire Venerable floated out of the ring. When he came out, he saw the 4 words engraved on the huge stone door in the light curtain in front of him, and he couldn't help but shout in shock. My lord, is this cave a Doubtie's cave? Tianhuozun asked in some shock. In the Dupa world, there are caves left by ancient emperors. At least there are ancient forces such as the Soul Clan, the Ancient Clan, and the Medicine Clan that have produced Doubtie. But so far, no ownerless ancient emperor caves have been found. The stone door in front of him is undoubtedly the entrance to a cave, and the cave was opened up by a strong man at least at the Douzheng level. The strong men who can become Douzheng basically have their own pride, and it is unlikely that they will carve the ancient emperor cave on their own cave to deliberately elevate themselves. So the cave in front of him is most likely a real Doubtie cave. This cave is indeed the Doubtie cave. As for the name of the owner of the cave, you should know it. His name is Tuashi Ancient Emperor. Looking at the stone door in front of him, Bai Ji did not hide it, but said slowly. Tuashi Ancient Emperor. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tianhuo Venerable couldn't help but be shocked, and then began to recall what he knew about Tuashi Ancient Emperor's life. Among the many Daodi recorded, Tuashi Ancient Emperor is the last Daodi in Duki continent, and he is also one of the few Daodi without descendants. Since this cave is ownerless, it is very likely that it is Tuashi Ancient Emperor's cave. Sir, do you have a way to enter this cave? Tuashi Ancient Emperor is the last Daodi in our Duki continent. Maybe the secret of becoming a Daodi lies in this cave. Tianhuo Venerable looked very excited. It's not so easy to enter the cave left by a Daodi. Bai Ji shook his head. But although he didn't plan to go in, Bai Ji didn't give up. Looking at the light curtain, Bai Ji slowly activated the Mind Sword Body method, and then activated the silver eyes that break illusions. As his eyes instantly turned from purple to silver, in Bai Ji's sight, countless dense and crisscrossing lines appeared on the light curtain that originally emitted brilliant golden light. This is the manifestation of the rules of the seal of Tuashi Ancient Emperor's cave. No, it can't be broken. Sensing the strength of the light curtain seal and calculating the strongest attack power he could exert, Bai Ji couldn't help but frown. Although the Mind Sword Body method is powerful enough to make his strength comparable to that of a low-level Do Sheng, with various trump cards such as the Titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit, even a high-level Do Sheng can fight. However, for the light curtain seal in front of him, he can only use the sword energy of the Mind Sword Body method to break it, and the Mind Sword Body method only has the power of a low-level Do Sheng. It is still too difficult to destroy the seal of the Do Emperor. Moreover, in the cave of Tuashi Ancient Emperor, there is also Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun. With Bai Ji's current strength, although he is not afraid of Zhu Kun, it is not in Bai Ji's interest to release Zhu Kun. So for now, Bai Ji has no intention of opening Tuashi Ancient Emperor's cave. Okay, let's go. After taking a last look at the stone door, Bai Ji turned around decisively and prepared to leave. Although it was confirmed that the seal could not be broken now, after this exploration, Bai Ji also understood that the seal was not unbreakable, but his strength was too low. When the cultivation level is promoted to Do Sheng or the Mind Sword Body Dafa is further improved, perhaps it will be possible to force open the seal and enter the stone door without the help of Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade. Sir, are we leaving like this? Seeing Bai Ji preparing to leave, Tianhuo Venerable was still a little unwilling. We can't open this seal, and if we can't open the seal, we can't enter this stone door. What's the point of staying here? Bai Ji glanced at Tianhuo Venerable and said lightly. That's right. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the face of the Venerable Tianhuo suddenly fell. After sighing with regret, the residual soul of the Venerable Tianhuo turned into a stream of light again and entered the soul-warming ring. After exploring the Tuashi Ancient Emperor cave, Bai Ji had no need to stay here, so after turning around, Bai Ji directly tore the space and disappeared into the magma lake. With the disappearance of Bai Ji, the seal of the Tuashi Ancient Emperor cave began to dim again, and finally fell into silence. The next day, Canaan City, a courtyard. In the empty room, the entire space of the room was blocked by restrictions, and a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes sat cross-legged on the wooden bed to practice. Suddenly, a powerful aura that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly burst out from the boy's body. But because the space in the room was firmly blocked by the restrictions set in advance, this aura did not burst out, but was blocked in the room. After the aura burst out, the boy slowly opened his eyes. I finally broke through to Do Zun. Clenching his fists, feeling the Do Qi in his body rising to a higher level, Bai Ji exhaled lightly. And with the breakthrough of Do Qi cultivation, the Mind Sword Body Great Law also finally broke through the realm of Sword God, and the sword domain became more perfect. Feeling the sudden seeing the changes after the break, Bai Ji showed a faint smile on his face. With the help of the fire beads produced in the bodies of countless fire lizardmen killed yesterday, after being tempered with the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, the pure fire energy contained in them was absorbed, and the barrier between Do Zong and Do Zun, which had not been broken for a long time, was finally broken. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Bai Ji turned his head and looked at the door. While removing the ban, he slowly walked to the door and opened it. Xiao Bai, it's me. Outside the door, Xiao Ning said carelessly, followed by Xiao Yu and Xiao Suner. Seeing Bai Ji's gaze, Xiao Suner showed a sweet smile. Brother Xiaobai, good morning. What's wrong, why did you get up so early today? Bai Ji was a little surprised that the three of them came so early. You will officially start school in less than a month. Today I will take you to get familiar with the environment of the academy. Then, because there will be an inter-court selection competition, there will be people competing in the martial arts arena every day. I also plan to take you to see it by the way. When you get to the martial arts arena later, you can also take some time to go on stage and find some people to learn from each other. You freshmen will also have a competition after entering the school. If you get the top 3, there will be rewards. On the side, hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yu took a step forward with her slender legs, gently stroked her long hair, and smiled at Bai Ji. Chapter 649 Martial Arts Arena, Xiao Suner's Charmo. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bai Ji smiled. There are rewards. What rewards? I am quite interested in this. As he spoke, Bai Ji closed the door. Then the four of them left the courtyard together. After wandering around Canaan City for a while, the four of them found a restaurant to have breakfast, and then, led by Xiao Yu, headed to the martial arts arena outside Canaan City. At this moment, the martial arts arena was crowded with people. Because the inner courtyard selection competition was about to begin, almost all the students in the outer courtyard who wanted to sign up were taking advantage of this time to compete in the martial arts arena. In a short period of time, it may be difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation, but the proficiency in fighting skills and boxing and kicking skills can be improved and become more skilled. Moreover, the inner courtyard selection competition does not have a precise requirement for cultivation, but only the top 50 in the competition will be admitted. So even if it is a small improvement, it may be possible to defeat many opponents of the same level and advance to the inner courtyard. When Bai Ji and the other two followed Xiao Yu to the martial arts arena, the seats around the square for the competition were already full of people. The layout of the entire martial arts arena is somewhat like the ancient Roman Colosseum, with a square for competition in the middle and stone stairs surrounding the seats. The stone stairs continue to spread upwards, forming undivided seats. Originally, there were no row seats in the martial arts arena, but Xiao Yu pulled Xiao Suner, relying on the advantage of beauty, and actually forced several male students to change seats and squeeze out a row of seats. When Xiao Yu asked others to change seats, she used the excuse that she was sitting with a few good friends. Several male students thought it was a beauty, so they all chose to agree happily. But when they saw that it was Bai Ji and Xiao Ning who sat up, the expressions of those male students were as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. After finding a seat, when Bai Ji and the other four began to watch. In the square in the center of the martial arts arena, a handsome young man in white clothes with a faint smile on his face was competing with a sinister young man in black clothes. Both of them were quite strong, running their body fighting skills, jumping back and forth in the square, dodging each other and fighting quickly. As the two men's fists and palms met, strong winds whistled, fierce fighting spirit waves continued to burst out, and the audience around them were amazed. During the battle, the young man in white was always in an advantageous position. At the beginning, the young man in black could barely cope with it, but after several head-on collisions, the young man in black inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Finally, as the young man in white slapped his chest with a palm, strong fighting spirit burst out again. The young man in black covered his chest and retreated a few steps in embarrassment, and finally half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and gasped hard. As expected of Senior Baishan's cultivation should have reached the Grand Fighter level now, right? Senior Baishan was still a fighter 2 years ago, and in less than 2 years he has already reached the Grand Fighter level. Even in Arcanan Academy, he is a top talent. That's for sure. I heard that Senior Baishan's potential level is A level, which is different from us C level and F level students. Seeing the results of the competition on the square, the audience in the surrounding audience seats immediately started to talk about it, and they all expressed admiration for the student named Baishan on the square. Sister, is this Baishan very powerful? Potential A level, he should have been only a 4-star fighter when he entered school, right? Judging from his age, he is already in his 20s. Even 3 years ago, he should have been an adult. Is he that powerful? Listening to the people around him exclaiming at Bai Shan, Xiao Ning said with some dissatisfaction. A level is already very powerful, right? Your sister's potential value is only E level. Even if you hadn't taken the condensation pill and the gathering chi powder to be promoted to a fighter, your own strength would only be F level if you were tested. Xiao Yu was a little speechless about Xiao Ning's dissatisfaction. She didn't understand where this stinky brother got the confidence to look down on someone who had never taken the pill and was stronger than him. He was simply arrogant. He is already 18 years old, but he is only a 4-star fighter. Xiao Bai is not even 16 yet, but he is already a 6-star fighter. Even Xiao Yan is better than him. Xiao Ning muttered. People like Xiao Bai and Xiao Yan are special cases. How many people can start refining qi before they are 6 years old and have such strong talents? Xiao Yu shook his head helplessly. On the square, after defeating his opponent, Bai Shan did not get carried away, but with a warm smile on his face, he bowed to his opponent, Brother Zhao Li, thank you for letting me win. Bai Shan, your strength has improved again. Are you sure about this year's inner court selection? Rubbing the wound on his chest that was still aching, Zhao Li slowly stood up, sighed, and asked Bai Shan with a complicated look in his eyes. How can I be sure? Just do my best. Bai Shan still had a warm smile on his face and was very humble. I hope you can be promoted to the inner court this year, otherwise, with you next year, my chances of being promoted to the inner court will be smaller again. Zhao Li shook his head at Bai Shan's modesty, rubbing his chest while walking out of the square. Excuse me, is there any other brother who can give me advice? After defeating Zhao Li, Bai Shan smiled and bowed to the audience seats around him to challenge him. His eyes slowly scanned the audience seats around him, and suddenly, Bai Shan noticed Xiao Suner. Although Xiao Suner didn't speak, she was just chatting and laughing with Bai Ji. But Xiao Suner, who was wearing a green dress, had a calm and beautiful face and was as elegant as a green lotus, still attracted Bai Shan's attention. How can there be such a beautiful girl in this world? Looking at Xiao Suner, Bai Shan couldn't help muttering to himself, and even forgot to say the words of challenge for a while. With unspeakable thoughts in his mind, Bai Shan was always absent-minded in the subsequent battles, and almost lost the game several times. Finally, finding that he was not in good condition, Bai Shan simply stopped the competition, retreated directly to the audience seats, and began to inquire about Xiao Suner's news. But because Xiao Suner was a freshman, Bai Shan naturally didn't find out. However, Bai Shan did find out some information about Xiao Yu. Time passed quickly and it was noon. People in the audience seats began to leave one after another. After all, the competition in the martial arts arena was not a formal competition and was not that attractive. At noon, it was time for lunch, and naturally many people left the venue to find a restaurant in Canaan City for dinner. Bai Ji and his group were no exception. It was almost noon, and although there were still people competing in the square, the 4 of them got up from the audience seats and prepared to leave. But just after the martial arts arena, Bai Shan, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted them with a smile outside the martial arts arena. Chapter 650, Xiang Zhuang dances with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong. Junior sister Xiao Yu. Although his eyes always drifted to Xiao Suner, when he walked in front of Bai Ji and the other 4, Bai Shan turned his gaze to Xiao Yu and greeted her with a smile. Senior Bai Shan, is there anything? Seeing Bai Shan, Xiao Yu stopped and was a little surprised. Bai Shan is a celebrity in the outer courtyard of Canaan College. Although she is also famous in the college, she is far behind Bai Shan. In theory, a gifted child like Bai Shan is unlikely to notice her. Nothing, it's just that I have a brother who has always admired Xiao Yu, but he is shy and dare not come to see the junior sister, so he specially asked me to invite the junior sister to Ziwixianlu for dinner. Bai Shan said in a gentle smile. On the side, hearing Bai Shan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help rolling his eyes. What excuse did this Bai Shan make? This excuse has been played out on earth for a long time. What ghost brother, when you say your brother, can you stop looking at my Suner? I think you are just making friends out of nothing. Well, thank you for the invitation, but I'm sorry, Senior Bai Shan, I'm accompanying my cousin and cousin, so I may not have time to go to Ziwixianlu with you. Xiao Yu politely refused. But after hearing what Xiao Yu said, Bai Shan's smile became even brighter. It's okay, Xiao Yu, my brother is very generous and won't care about these things. Yu Swimei can bring her cousin and let her meet the seniors in the academy. It will be good for them in the future, right? Seeing that Bai Shan was not angry, but his smile became brighter. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. It was not until this time that she finally reacted. What brother admires her and helps her brother to make connections? This is clearly just an excuse. The target of this senior Bai Shan is not her at all, but Xiao Suner beside her. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at Xiao Suner with complicated eyes. Before Xiao Suner came to the academy, she had never enjoyed such treatment in the academy. Hey, Xiao Bai, this guy seems to have set his sights on Suner. On the side, seeing that Bai Shan obviously shifted his sights to Xiao Suner, Xiao Ning couldn't help but secretly leaned into Bai Ji's ear and whispered. Don't worry, Xiao Yu is not stupid, and won't let him succeed so easily. Bai Ji was very calm. This guy was just Xiang Zhuang dancing with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong. He had seen through it a long time ago. Thank you, Senior Bai Shan, but I'm really sorry. My cousin and cousin don't like to contact outsiders, so I'd better not bother you. Turning his eyes away from Xiao Suner, Xiao Yu said to Bai Shan apologetically. Haha, no worries, but it's fate to meet. Junior sister Xiao Yu, why don't you introduce my cousin and cousin to me, and I'll ask my brothers to take care of them in the future. Bai Shan still had a smile on his face. But the meaning of his words was obviously that he was still unwilling to give up. Obviously, he would not give up if he didn't recognize Xiao Suner. Fuck. What are you pretending for? You're even more pretentious than Xiao Yan. On the side, Xiao Ning was extremely upset when he heard Bai Shan's words. After hanging out with Bai Ji for a long time, Xiao Ning's vision was raised very high. The genius in the eyes of ordinary people was a waste in Xiao Ning's heart when compared with Bai Ji. So Xiao Ning was very dissatisfied with a genius like Bai Shan. No matter how strong he was not as strong as his cousin anyway. Xiao Bai, this guy was looking for excuses before, and now he is directly coming for cousin Suner, why don't you take action? Looking at Xiao Suner who was always smiling elegantly and leaning against Bai Ji, Xiao Ning couldn't help but instigated. It's really a bit unhappy. Bai Ji nodded seriously. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Yu to answer, Bai Ji stepped forward and stood up. I say, that Senior Bai, can you change a better excuse if you want to pick up girls? It's okay to make friends out of nothing. After all, I understand that you have a special taste. It's not good to say it out, but my cousin Xiao Yu has already rejected you. Why do you still want to meet my cousin Xiao Ning? Don't you know that my cousin doesn't like you? Looking at Bai Shan, Bai Ji said with a little impatience. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Bai Shan thought Bai Ji was speaking up for Xiao Suner, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. What do you mean by his special taste? Finally, when he heard the end, the words were all about a guy named Xiao Ning, and this guy named Xiao Ning was a man, and the smile on Bai Shan's face froze. Fuck you, Xiao Bai, you're cheating me. Xiao Ning was prepared to watch the show, but when he heard that the last words were actually about himself, he couldn't help but get angry. But before he could show his teeth and claws, the weak Xiao Ning was easily suppressed by Bai Ji. Xiao Yu, is this your cousin? After a while, Bai Shan turned his head stiffly, looked at Xiao Yu, and smiled reluctantly. Senior Bai Shan, I'm sorry, my cousin was spoiled at home, so his temper is not very good, Senior, please don't mind. Seeing that Bai Shan's face was a little ugly, Xiao Yu hurriedly apologized to Bai Shan. In her memory, although Bai Ji was a genius, he was just a fighting master, and the Bai Shan in front of him was already a great fighting master, and he was also a big shot in the academy, not someone they could afford to offend at the moment. Cousin Xiao Yu, it's getting late, we should go. Compared to Xiao Yu's worry, Bai Ji didn't take it to heart at all. After tricking Bai Shan with his words, Bai Ji waved his hand and prepared to leave. Xiao Bai, apologize to Senior Bai Shan. Seeing that Bai Ji was about to leave, Xiao Yu hurriedly prepared to grab Bai Ji. But when he stretched out his hand to pull him, Bai Ji dodged it lightly. What to apologize for? I heard that Senior Bai is an upright person. He won't take such a small matter to heart. Even if there is something, he should look for me. At the beginning, the words were very plain, but at the end, Bai Ji turned his head and looked at Bai Shan with a hint of deep meaning. Noticing Bai Ji's eyes, Bai Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. He is not stupid, so he naturally understands the meaning of Bai Ji's words. And according to his observation just now, Xiao Suner obviously has a close relationship with Bai Ji, so it should take time to visit. Hey! Xiao Bai! Seeing that Bai Ji really planned to leave, Xiao Yu was still anxious to keep him. But Bai Shan, who had already made plans, was not going to stay here to do useless work. He had a deep network of contacts in the academy. If he couldn't get news from Xiao Yu, couldn't he get news from other places? Xiao Yu, since you are not available today, we will see you another day. After leaving a message with a fake smile, Bai Shan turned around and strode away. Seeing that both sides had left, Xiao Yu stomped his feet and could only trot after Bai Ji and the other two.